right. Let's get everything all set up here. But we are live. So how we doing, folks? How is everyone's Friday? It is it's Van Richten's time. So I got the book. Oh, right here. There we go. So I can answer questions. I also, sorry it took so long to go live. I wanted to get the spooky theme underway. I thought if we're going to do Van Richten's, we might as well make it a little bit on the spooky side. So, yeah, well, welcome, folks. It's going to be a little bit as folks start to filter in. I don't have it currently set to slow mode on the chat. We might need to do that, as if you've been here for one of these kind of streams in the past, they sometimes get out of hand very quickly, and there's just way too many people commenting all at once, so I'll have to put on slow mode. But for right now, looks like we're cool. I'm just going to post there. That's on YouTube that we're live. It's on Twitter that we're live. I'll go post it on Facebook. Oh, you know what? I should post it on that Reddit thread over on D&D Leaks. By the way, if you guys aren't familiar, D&D Leaks, r/D&D Leaks is a pretty good place to stay up to date on what's going on with anything. Yeah, that's what I meant. RD Leaks. Yep, posted it there. That's live. I posted it in the comments there, but... Question, how's my day today? Oh, guys, it was super stressful. Before we dive in, I'll answer that one. I had a meeting at work that went from 3:30. They scheduled the meeting at 3:30 to go to 5 o'clock, and it ran till just shy of 6 o'clock. And it was a meeting with 7 different groups, and each one of those groups' lawyers, all arguing over a state-regulated document that we all have to agree to that was 5 pages long. And we were trying to get 7 different lawyers to agree on it. And it was an hour and a half, and we just made it to the end of page 2. It was brutal. Okay, so let me just do this. Okay. Sorry, folks, I see some comments coming in. Okay, do that. Submit. Yes, hello, folks. This I've read through it, and I will definitely dive into it in just a sec. So give me 1 sec. Also, if it starts to get, we're not there yet, so, but if it starts to get crazy out of hand where we just have a ton of people in here, you know, it'll likely end up going to potentially super chats getting priority on the questions. Thankfully, this is not like trying to do a Tasha's where there's so much content, because unfortunately, which I think some of you will be saddened about, it doesn't look like any of the Dark Lords have stat blocks, which is kind of a bummer. Okay, let us get into the questions. Okay, first up is, I'm super interested to find out what they changed in the Dhampir. So, all right, let's go to character options. You want to know about the Dhampir. Also, I will call it out now. If anyone wants to be a stamp champ, I would appreciate it. For those of you who don't know what a stamp champ is, that is someone who, anytime a question is brought up, they take a note somewhere with the timestamp in the live stream, so that if people want to go and view this after the fact, I can post like tags at the end that says like, okay, the question about the Dhampir happened at, you know, whatever time it is, 4 or 5 minutes in. Okay, so Dhampir questions. Now, I don't have the UA open. First of all, the art, fantastic. So it says, oh, we have hungers. I think this was part of it. I'm going to pull up the Unearthed Arcana, what was it, Gothic lineage UA. I'll pull it up over here, and then I'll do this back and forth comparison. Okay. So it still has the Dhampir hungers, right? It still has it. Oh, how about customizing? How about we start with creating your character? Because that's what everybody wants to know. That's where the ability score is. Okay. So at first level, choose one of these, whatever race. Okay. And when determining ability scores, you can choose to either have 1 increased by 2 and a different score by 1, or 3 scores all increased by 1. Now that is different from the original Gothic UA. Gothic UA only said increase a score by 2 and then a different one by 1. They added this +2 +1 or +1 to 3 in the Fae, folk one. So they carried that over. That's been adjusted here in Van Richten's. And then it says languages, speak, read, and write common, and another language, and then you have a creature type. So they kept the standard stuff. Okay. Dhampir. Now we're rolling into it right now. The original UA had 8 different Dhampir hungers. The book here has only 6. Looks like we cut off a color from one's appearance was stricken from the Dhampir hunger, and as was esoteric humors. Those were both cut. So they cut from a D8 hungers down to a D6. We still have a D8 origins. Then it has a section here in Dhampirs in the Domains of Dread, and it lists a couple places where they might be useful. All right, now we're on to the traits. Stuff that everybody wants to know about, so Stamp Champs, keep it up. Ready? You are humanoid. Dual typing, gone. I know that will piss off a lot of people, but I am not one of them. I say good riddance to dual typing. Get it out of here. You are humanoid. You are medium or small. You get to pick. I don't know if that was originally there. Okay, it was. Your walking speed is 35 feet. That is the same. Then we have a new feature, Ancestral Legacy. If you replace a race with this... Oh, this is good. All right, folks, hold up. If you replace a race with this lineage, you can keep the following elements of that race. Any skill proficiencies you gained from it, any climbing, flying, or swimming speed you gain from it. If you don't keep any of those elements or you choose this lineage at character creation, you gain proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did anybody get that? Hold up. Okay. So dual typing, we're not talking about Pokemon, we're talking about monster typing. This was something we'd seen in Unearthed Arcana and it had never been in a printed book. That's where your character is humanoid and undead. And the way they had written the dual typing is if you are humanoid and undead, you have all of the benefits of being a human and all of the detriments of being a human, and all of the benefits of being an undead, which there are none, and all of the detriments of being an undead. The problem that I've had with this is you don't get, there isn't like, if you are an undead creature, you get XYZ. If that was the case, I'm all for it, because it's a pre-established things that undead get. All it would do is things that don't affect undead don't affect undead in your character, and things that don't work on undead, like Cure Wounds can't heal an undead, so it wouldn't work on you. That kind of a thing. But like normally, Hold Person wouldn't work on an undead because they're not a humanoid. But you are humanoid and undead, so it works on both. But anyway, more importantly, here we go. If you replace, so Dhampir gets 35 feet of movement speed and 2 skills of their choice if they don't replace it, right? So you can acquire this. So you could be a elf or a dwarf or whatever the case may be and become a Dhampir. And if you do, you shed those initial traits and you get to most of those traits. However, you get to keep any skill proficiencies gained from it, which is typically only a maximum of 2, and any climbing, flying, or swimming speed. Both of those. Or if you choose this at character creation, 2 skills. Your dark vision out to 60 feet, that is the same. Deathless nature, they wrote it in here. You do not need to breathe. That is new. Spider climb, you have a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. At 3rd level, you can move up, down, and across vertical surfaces and upside down along ceilings while leaving your hands free. That is the same. And then lastly, we have Vampiric Bite, okay? This is the big one. This is what everybody liked about it. It counts as it's a natural weapon that counts as a simple melee weapon with which you are proficient. You add your Constitution modifier, here it is, folks, instead of your Strength modifier to the attack and damage rolls when you attack with this bite. The initial writing said you add your Con modifier to the attack and damage. Rules as written was Strength plus Con. That has changed. So you can use Constitution instead of your Strength modifier. And it doesn't say you can, it says you add your Constitution instead of your Strength. So I think it's not a choice, you have to do it. It deals a D4 piercing damage on a hit. While you are missing half or more of your hit points, you have advantage on attack rolls you make with this bite, which is the same. When you attack with this bite and hit a creature that isn't a construct or undead, you can empower yourself in one of the following ways of your choice. You regain hit points equal to the piercing damage dealt by the bite. You gain bonus to the next ability check or attack roll you make. The bonus equals the piercing damage dealt by the bite. That looks to be the same. You can empower your bite with a number times equal to your proficiency bonus times per long rest. So it's pretty much the same. They did add Deathless Nature, the lack of need to breathe. They clarified that it is Constitution modifier instead of Strength, which it normally, a lot of those, like say with a monk, it says you can add. I think it says you can add your Dexterity modifier instead of Strength. The can being the operative word, saying you could use Strength if you wanted, or you could use Dex. This says you add your Constitution modifier instead of Strength. So I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure there are certain abilities in the game that say if it happens with Strength. So I want to say it might be like Reckless Attack. It might be like if it's a melee attack that uses Strength, then you can get advantage on it, meaning that you couldn't recklessly bite with your Vampiric Bite. However, it is a simple melee weapon, so Paladins rejoice, you can bite with your Smite, or as I like to call it, Smite Bite. So that is an option. It looks like that is still available. I very much like the increase. I like this ancestral legacy concept of retaining some abilities from your original race before you undertake this lineage. Well done, Wizards of the Coast. I'm 100% on board. All right, I'm scrolling back up. I'm going to activate slow mode now in the chat because we are getting to the point where I can't keep up with the stuff that's already coming in. We've got 300 people in here. That's about the time that we start to lose track of it. So I'm going to cut it to 10 seconds between messages. Okay, so keep that in mind. And I am going to scroll back up. And we missed a lot of messages, so I'm going to try to go back and catch up as we go through. Again, as I said, as we go through this, if we start getting losing stuff in the comments here, super chats will just get priority because that's a way I can easily track it. Okay. We asked her how my day was. I'm kind of interested how the spoilered legacy options for the lineages work. Dhampir changes. Okay, is this Cyre entry from Eberron? Okay, that's the what's it called? That one domain that everybody was asking about. Okay, the mounting rail, page 168. All right, so we're asking, is this domain, Eberron? This is a big question. Let's go and look. Okay, let's see. Yes, it is Eberron, confirmed. The disaster known as the Mourning Numbers amongst the greatest tragedies to befall the world of Eberron, a mysterious calamity that killed nearly everyone in the land of, I think it's Cyre, C-Y-R-E. There's also some art of the Mourning Rail, which is like a ghost train. Spectral locomotive. Makes me think of the scene from Ghostbusters. Okay. Yeah, so this is another domain of dread. That is in the world of Eberron. So there you go. Yes, it is. Okay. Hello, hi folks. Thanks for saying hi. Does the book have an appendix? If you count this singular page as an appendix, then yes. Otherwise, no. It is the Spirit Board, which, for those of you who don't know, is essentially a Ouija board, but like a magical Ravenloft Ouija board, and it is basically just an image of that. I actually thought it was a tear out, but a lot of my pages at the end were just stuck together. So that is, in the planchette to move around, it says they have that like in another chapter. I think a tear out spirit board, this is an opportunity to have like Gale Force 9 or somebody make a nice version of it for you to have. So that's the 1-page appendices. Any new items? Not that I've found yet, Internet. I haven't read through every single domain of Dread, but there are none, as far as I could tell, new magic items in the adventure. There's 100% no new appendices. What I will rely on for that, more than likely, is D&D Beyond, and then sorting magic items by source, Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, and we'll see if there's anything in there. Okay, changes in the subclasses. There are indeed changes in the subclasses. I don't know how in-depth they are, but I guess we can go pull up Subclasses Part 4. Subclasses Part 4. And we can go take a look at that. Okay, let me just see here. Okay. Subclasses Part 4. I will do the subclasses. Let me just see what else we got here. What are the stats like for the Bagman? There are no stats for the Bagman. The Bagman is essentially a boogeyman, and therefore does not have a stat block. Yep. Yep. Yeah, as unfortunate as that is, it is true. So I'm gonna flip to the section with the Bagman here. I'm working on it. There's a lot of stuff. You know what would be great in a book like this as well, if I had my say, would be an index. Would be wonderful. I'm just gonna flip through, see if I can find. I know the Bagman art is on like the right-hand page. Sorry. You know this is super interesting, but I'm just trying to find it. So bear with me, folks, as we flip through the book. Looking, because I didn't see the Bagman called out. He's definitely not in the monster section. He might be part of a specific realm, and if he's, or a domain of dread, and if he's not, he might just be in the beginning. Let me keep going. Sorry. Oh, thank you for the new. So there was a new membership. Thank you for that. All right. Sorry. We're flipping. Where is the Bagman? I know he's in here somewhere. I saw it. Okay. I must have missed it. I think it might be like in the section describing kinds of horror. That might be it. Like the general overview of horror. Maybe. Creating a domain of dread, trinkets, dark gift. Oh, maybe he's a dark gift? Could he be a dark gift? That could be interesting, right? Nope, no dark gifts. Hexblood, Dhampir, character creation. Okay, this is the dark powers. Okay. So, in Ravenloft, tales like the treasure-haunting Bagman come to terrifying life. It is a section, it's page 7 of the book, and it is basically a little caveat, and I don't know if it continues elsewhere in the book. That's the only known image I have, that color image we have of the Bagman. I hope there's more. It said Barovia, right? It says in Ravenloft. Tales, well, that doesn't help. You don't know. He definitely, like I said, he does not have a stat block. And I was hoping he would be like called out specifically. But I don't see him anywhere. So we'll have to come back. Sorry. All right. Okay. Did they remove the undead typing from the races? We definitely. They removed the undead typing. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, there is no more dual typing of any kind. No undead. Okay, I really want to see those sweet gothy magic items. It doesn't look like there are any. How many subclasses are there? There are 2. The College of Spirits Bard and the Undead Patron Warlock. I'm dying to know, lol, but what is written on Odaire? Okay. Odaire. Okay. Page 171. Okay. Odaire. Toy maker Giuseppe had a wish for his family, wanted to grant marionette Figlio, came to life, proud father, presented his son, all the people of his village, Odaire. They loved Figlio. Over time, his doubt enraged Figlio, the marionette, convinced Giuseppe to craft siblings. Then, when the time was right, Giuseppe's creations did away with all the adults. Claimed by the Mists, Odaire is a village populated only by children and ruled by the Carionette Figlio, who now calls himself Maligno. That's it. That's all you get. It's like a little blurb. Okay. Oh, this is good. I feel like dual typing for undead. Grand human Dhampir. That's nuts. They buffed it. Yeah, it's true they did. Pointed out. Just joined the stream. What has happened? Not much so far. Human reborn flesh construct. Frankenstein's wife. Now being a cleric is a hilarious act of self-harm. Accurate. Oh, we gotta jump back up. Hang on. Okay. Sorry, we're going back up. Ah, okay, I saw some. Let's see. What does the disclaimer say? Okay, the disclaimer says, by the sole act of opening this book, you acknowledge your complicity in the domain-spanning conspiracy that denied me, Azalin Rex, Wizard King of Darkon, my rightful place as both author and cover model for what could have been so much more than this doubtful collection of lies and slanders. Fortunately, as I've recently found my immortality unburdened by the trivialities of rule, I have endless opportunity to pursue thorough vengeances for even the pettiest affronts. Please prepare for my coming. I expect to be quartered in the utmost comfort while we personalize your redefinition of the word horror. What would the bite, would the vampiric bite gain the benefits of sneak attack? No, it would not get the benefits of sneak attack, because sneak attack has to be a finesse weapon or a ranged weapon. How long has Ted been live? Well, that was asked a little while ago, but we've only been live for 23 minutes at this point. Let's see. Yeah, wait, that's true. Someone brought up the piercing damage of the smite, so you can't heal yourself immensely with radiant damage from the smite. Does it have creating custom monster rules like the AD&D version of this book? I like the bit for the bite can also be a Kensei weapon. You could never smite heal. Yeah. Okay. How? What was the question about? Oh, creating monsters. You said there was something about that. Creating monsters. Let's see. There's a creating a Dark Lord section. Oh, it's like 4 paragraphs. Oh no, it's more than that. My mistake. Okay, no. Discount that completely. It is creating a Dark Lord is 3 pages. It gives you kind of a bit like background, what happened in their past life, what about their personality, a fatal flaw, and then like their corruption, how to develop them, what their transformation is, and then the eventual birth of them becoming a Dark Lord. So there is a little bit. It's more about the villains, the overall leader here, less about creating individual monsters. There is a section about creating your own domain of dread as well, which gives you like ideas for what to populate it with, but not not like specifics about monsters. Okay, I see we got a super chat, so let's go see what that was about. Chapter from Cyre, Eberron. I think, what is it about? Thanks for the stream. Yes. What is it? I'll just call you Trev because that's easier to remember. Trev. I covered that. Yeah, it is indeed about Eberron. So if you looked at, you guys all saw the table of contents either in my video or elsewhere. Any of those sections that are, quote, the other domains of dread, they basically have a paragraph that gives you like background. So let me flip to one. So I'll go back to the Eberron one just to give you an idea. So the other like full-blown domains of dread have a lot more. This will give you the name of it. It'll give you the Dark Lord of that realm, the hallmarks of that domain, and then like a paragraph about history and a little bit about its current state. So for the one in Eberron, the Dark Lord is the last passenger, and hallmarks are escape from disaster and lightning rail. Right? We talked about Odaire, right? The one with all the kids and the puppets. Odaire is Dark Lord is Maligno, and the hallmarks are evil toys and village of children. That's that one. Okay. Moving on. New magic items. Doesn't appear to be so. Is their speed still increased for the Dhampir? I assume you mean yes. It's 35 feet. Did they lose Spider Climb? No. Har'Akir, Lucas, Dark Lord of Cartacus, still a Wolfware. Again, we don't have, I can get you, so I'll go to his page. They do not have stat blocks. The Dark Lords here, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, are more like boogeymen. In that there is stuff, we have a little bit about how to roleplay them, but we do not have a stat block. So, okay, wait, I may bite my tongue here. He is a loup-garou, which is, again, the sort of French name, I guess, for werewolf, but is a new stat block included in this book. So it says his statistics are similar to that, but there's some differences here, right? He has a couple other differences. He's not forced to change, and he's rarely seen without his signature wide brim hat, wolf's tooth necklace, and violin, which he calls Bleeding Heart. And then it gives us a little bit more about who he is, his sort of issues, and then how to roleplay him, his personality trait, ideal, bond, and flaw. Now, see, in my mind, I could be wrong, but the fact that he has this, his wolf tooth necklace and a violin, which he calls Bleeding Heart, those to me sound like the perfect... Wait! There is magic items! I'm wrong! Ho, 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 dear readers. They're buried in the book, but they are there. I just found one. We've got some investigation to do. We'll get back to that. I gotta tease you guys a little bit. It wouldn't be fair if I gave it all away up front, right? Okay. What's your favorite and least favorite part of the book? The art is probably my favorite part of the book so far. My least favorite is the lack of a real appendices. Same issues I had with Candlekeep. What happened with Van Richten's son? It appears he is a ghost. So I'm seeing. And he kind of hangs out with his dad, I guess. We'll go to that page, 180. Erasmus Van Richten. Yeah, okay. Ghostly son of Ingrid and Rudolf Van Richten. He's a unique spirit. His behavior and rare appearances mark him as thoughtful, art-loving teenager. Traveling with his father, Erasmus bonds with Rudolph's allies, aromantic yet deeply affectionate. Erasmus delights in frequenting the rooms of those he cares about. So he's kind of like a fun ghost. Yeah, it says he's a ghost and the heart of the Van Richten family. Consider the following plots, and then it gives you some bits about him. Okay, cool. And again, some of these characters, they don't have stat blocks, but it does say, use this stat instead, right? So, like, for him, it says he's a ghost. For Devenir, which is Esmeralda, but she just shortened her name down to Ez apparently now, it says you can use an assassin stat block or use her stat block from Curse of Strahd. And Jander Sunstars just says use a vampire stat block. Okay, let's move on. Which Dark Lord would I have a beer with? Oh wait, do the races. Okay, blah 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 blah. Catch her back up. Sorry. Are there rules for deals with dark powers? There's the dark gifts, which are probably what you're talking about, and there's a whole section on those. We will go through some of them. Bear with me. Are there rules for... Yeah, we did that. Okay. Do the races, please. Okay. All right, let's go back. We're going to do Stamp Champs. Races. We're doing them all. We did already cover the Dhampir. Now, I have some exciting news for you folks who are fans of the Hexblood. You guys ready for this? A sip of coffee for dramatic effect. You are a Fae. Not a Fae and a humanoid. Not a humanoid. Hexblood characters are considered to be Fae. Therefore, they are not affected by things like Hold Person and Dominate Person. Things that typically affect a humanoid creature. They do not affect a Hexblood. They are Fae creatures. We do still have... we had a D8 Hexblood Origins in the Unearthed Arcana. It is cut down to a D6. We have... I guess we did. What did we lose? Again, life is a Fae creature, a slighted druid. We cut off, you made a deal with a hag, and you are a child of the wilds. Those have been removed. Okay. You are still medium or small. Choose when you pick this lineage. Your walking speed, still 30 feet. We also have the Ancestral Legacy feature for the Hexblood, similar to the Dhampir. Let's see if it's the same. Yep. Yeah, it's exactly the same, right? So if you replace this race, you replace a race with this lineage, you can keep any skill proficiencies and any additional climbing, flying, or swimming speed gained from your existing race, or if you choose this at character creation, 2 skill proficiencies of your choice. Still get dark vision out to 60 feet. We get the Eerie token, which is different than the magic token. So the Eerie token, as a bonus action, you can harmlessly remove a lock of your hair, one of your nails, or one of your teeth. This token is imbued with magic until you finish a long rest. While the token is imbued in this way, you can take these actions. Telepathic message. As an action, you can send a telepathic message to the creature holding or carrying the token, as long as you are within 10 miles of it. The message can contain up to 25 words. That looks to be the same. Remote viewing. If you are within 10 miles of the token, you can enter a trance as an action. The trance lasts for 1 minute, but it ends early if you dismiss it. No action required. During the trance, you can see and hear from the token as if you were located where it is. While you are using your senses at the token's location, you are blinded and deafened. So that looks to be the same as well. And then we have, once you create a token using this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, at which point that part regrows. That's the same. Then we have Hex Magic. You can cast the Disguise Self and Hex spells with this trait. Once you cast either of these, you can't cast it again until you finish a long rest. You can also cast it, these spells, using any spell slots you have. Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma save is your ability. You choose it when you take it. Disguise Self and Hex, those are the same. Yeah. So the only thing we removed, essentially, was Fae Resilience, because we are no longer Fae and Humanoid. We are just straight up Fae. And they split up, they changed they didn't really provide all of the, or I guess they split up the magic token into the Eerie token and made it easier to read by telling you the 2 things you could do with it. There is also box text for becoming a hag, which was in the original Unearthed Arcana. So Okay, and lastly, we have the Reborn. Okay, we cut down our memories from our lost memories from a D8 to a D6. We let's see, you call your childhood, a memory brings you recall, memory carries. Okay, so we cut off, you faintly remember a place that couldn't possibly exist, and we cut off basically number 7 and 8 from the original list. You experience a memory you're certain isn't your own. Same 8 reborn origins. Okay, you are a humanoid, not a humanoid in a construct, just a humanoid. You are medium or small. Your speed is 30 feet. You also get Ancestral Legacy, similar to the other ones, where you can get the skill proficiencies or keep the whatever that is. You get Deathless Nature, advantage on saving throws against disease and being poisoned, and resistance to poison damage. Advantage on death saving throws. You don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. You don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep. You can finish a long rest in 4 hours if you spend those hours in an inactive, motionless state, during which you retain consciousness. That is the same. And then the last ability here is Knowledge from a Past Life, which looks to be the same, right? You temporarily remember glimpses of the past, perhaps faded memories. Make an ability check that uses a skill. Roll a d6 immediately after seeing the number on the d20, and add the number on the d6 to the check. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and get them all back on a long rest. Yeah, so they gave you Ancestral Legacy and they removed Dark Vision. So I think the Reborn got the short end of the stick when it came to these updates. I think the Dhampir is definitely the winner by and far, but I do think the Hexblood being a fey creature is big, and the fact that they added in the clarifying language that you have Disguise Self and Hex, and you can cast them with spell slots, which is great because if you choose to be one and you're not, and you have spell casting, you now have access to Disguise Self and Hex, spells that not a lot of people have access to. Like a cleric, a Hexblood cleric could now have those spells, which is pretty cool. Okay. Moving on. Okay. Gotta know about the Undead Patron Warlock. Is it the same? Ashley, I'm so sorry about your loss, but I'm glad I could help give you an untold amount of comfort. Jeez. Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry for your loss, but Ashley, I'm glad I could help help you cope with that. Jeez, thank you. Okay, let's go to the Warlock. We're gonna do the Undead Warlock first. We're gonna go out of order. We're gonna do Warlock, then we'll jump back to Bard. Because if I'm gonna do Warlock, you're gonna ask me about Bard next, so we might as well just get him out of the way now. Okay, so I did a quick run through, and I saw at least there were changes on the Bard. So let's see. Warlock, the Undead, you get the expanded spell list. Bane, False Life, Blindness, Deafness, Phantasmal Force, Speak with Dead, Phantom Steed, Death Ward, Greater Invisibility, Okay, the spells are the same. The Undead expanded spells, exactly the same. Okay. You can go into a Form of Dread as a bonus action for a minute. Gives you the following. Temporary hit points equal to a d10 plus your Warlock level. Once during each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can force it to make a Wisdom saving throw, and if it fails, it's frightened of you until the end of your next turn. You are immune to the frightened condition. You can transform a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and get them all back when you finish a long rest. The appearance reflects some of the aspects of your patron. Yeah, so that's exactly the same. Form of Dread, unchanged completely. Grave Touched. You don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. In addition, once during each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack roll and roll damage against that creature, you can replace the damage type with necrotic. There's a change. Originally, it was when you hit a creature with an attack roll and roll damage against that creature, you can replace the damage with necrotic damage. Now it's when you hit it once during each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack roll and roll damage, you can replace the damage type with necrotic. So rather than every time, it is once a turn. While you are using your Form of Dread, you can roll one additional damage die when determining the necrotic damage the target takes. Yeah, So that's the change, right? Because originally it was stupid good. In a good way, I liked it a lot. So if I was a Warlock, which I obviously have to be in this instance, and I had Eldritch Blast. So say we're at 6th level, right? And I have Eldritch Blast. I could hit you with my Eldritch Blast, which does a d10. And I could choose to replace the damage of my Eldritch Blast from force to necrotic damage. And I do 2 blasts, and I'm hitting with an attack roll and rolling damage. So I could hit you with 2 Eldritch Blasts, each dealing a d10 necrotic damage, probably having agonizing blasts, because let's be real. But then that necrotic damage, each time I dealt damage, I could roll an additional die. So at level 6, my cantrip could be possibly doing, if I hit with both Eldritch Blasts, 4d10 plus 10 necrotic damage for a cantrip at level 6. So I get the change. I fully understand it. Don't love it, because this was the one Warlock I was excited to play because of that. But I get it. I totally understand. That was probably a little too much. For the reasons that I literally just said, doing that kind of damage at level 6 with a cantrip without even really expending any resource other than Form of Dread kind of makes sense. All right, we have what was originally called Mortal Husk in the Unarched Arcana is now called Necrotic Husk. You have resistance to necrotic damage. If transformed by Form of Dread, you instead become immune to necrotic damage. So that's the same. In addition, when you will be reduced to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to drop to 1 hit point instead and cause your body to erupt with deathly energy. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet takes necrotic damage equal to 2d10 plus your Warlock level. You then gain a level of exhaustion. Once you use this reaction, you can't do it again until you finish 1d4 long rests. Okay, interesting stuff. First of all, it sounds the same, however, there is one key change. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet. Originally, it was each creature within 30 feet. You now get to pick who's damaged by this explosion, which is huge. That's a big change. So it's when you would also, it was originally when you reduce to 0 hit points, your body explodes. And then each creature within 30 feet takes 2d10 plus your Warlock level and damage. You revive with a hit point in your previous space along with your gear and regain a level of exhaustion. And then once you do this, you can't do it for 1d4 long rests. This is now when you would be reduced to 0, you can use your reaction instead to drop to 1 and then cause your body to erupt in deathly energy. The difference is you actually went to 0 hit points. And as some of you may know, the certain abilities out there that when you are reduced to 0 hit points, you die. Like if I hit you with a disintegrate spell and you go to 0 hit points, your body disintegrates and you are dead. In this instance, the original instance, you would, in theory, revive, but you were dead before you could. This is you go to 1 instead, so that kind of fixes some of the issues there. And lastly, spirit projection. As an action, you can project your spirit from your body. The body you leave behind is unconscious and in a state of suspended animation. Resembles your mortal form, but it's kind of ghostly. Any damage or other effects that apply to your spirit or physical body affects the other. Your spirit can remain outside of your body for up to 1 hour or until you lose concentration, as though concentrating on a spell. When it ends, your spirit returns to your body, or your body magically teleports to the spirit's space. That's the same. Okay. While projecting, you gain the following benefits. Your body, spirit and body gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage. When you cast a spell of the Conjuration or Necromancy school, the spell doesn't require verbal or somatic components or material components that lack a gold cost. Accurate. You have a flying speed equal to your walking speed and can hover. You can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain, but you take a d10 force damage if you end inside a creature or an object. Okay. While you are using your Form of Dread, once during each of your turns when you deal necrotic damage to a creature, you regain hit points equal to half the damage, half the amount of necrotic damage dealt. Once during each of your turns, you deal necrotic damage. Yep, that's the same. And it is once per long rest. So, Warlock the Undead, pretty similar in a lot of ways. The only change is Grave Touch went from any time you roll attack and roll damage to once a turn. And Necrotic Husk changed so you don't die immediately. When you go to 0, you go to 1 instead. and you can choose who is damaged. But mind you, that necrotic damage is 2d10 it says at 10th level. It's 2d10 plus your warlock level, so it's a minimum 2d10 plus 10 damage, and there is no save on that. That just happens. But now you don't have to hurt your allies as well. Okay. Okay. Scrolling down. They missed the zombie survival setting. No. Are there any new feats? Does not appear to be any new feats. Okay, I see there is a super chat, so I'll go check that, and then I will come back and do the bard. Do you think the content within the book matches the hype generated among fans in WotC? Do you think WotC hit the mark, or there's things that could have been great but they missed out? That is a tough question, Coulter. It's hard to say when things are going to live up to the hype. I didn't think, like, this isn't... I honestly don't think Spelljammer, if it ever comes out, will live up to the hype because there's so much hype, because everybody wants it. I think this does a pretty good job, but I can already see the biggest complaints. One, lack of appendices or an index to flip through with ease. You have the table of contents, that's about it. The lack that none of the Dark Lords really seem to have a specific stat block all into themselves seems like a misstep in my mind. I feel like this was an opportunity to give them stat blocks. I mean, you gave stat blocks to the Demon Lords, right? You gave them multiple stat blocks. You gave them in Out of the Abyss, and then again in Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes, all of the Demon Lords got stat blocks. Why can't the Dark Lords of the Domains of Dread get stat blocks? But other than that, I think it's good. It's just like I said, I don't know if the Bagman doesn't look like he's got stats, and I don't know exactly where he's located in the book. I'd have to go looking for him, which is something that bugs me. But other than that, I do think it did a good job. But yeah, I would have liked a specific section on magic items. Changes in Reborn, covered that. Changes in Hexblood, covered that. Any info about the Shadowfell itself? Considering that's where the Domains of Dread are for. That's a good question. Let's see. We have 7 Secrets of Ravenloft. Again, this is where an appendix would be nice to hear references to the Shadowfell. The Dark Powers, the Secrets of the Dark Powers, the Mists, the Domains, the Dark Lords. Dark Lords are about the Dark Lords, Adventurers. I don't see anything specific about the Shadowfell. That doesn't mean it's not here. I just might have to dive in to the minutia to find it. Any elaboration on the Dark Powers? Okay, so we just flipped over those, so let's take a look. Dark Powers. I don't think there's too much on them. No, there's not. Unfathomable forces, manipulate life and death and reality within Ravenloft. The Dark Powers don't move in the shadows of Ravenloft. They are the shadows. Okay. Despite the control the Dark Powers exert, these beings remain distant from the domains they manipulate, although some of them have names, whispers through sinister lore, like the names. I think it's Osybus, Osybus, Shamiamore, and Tenebris. Domain inhabitants know almost nothing about the Dark Powers. While some Dark Lords realize they are imprisoned by antagonistic entities, discourse regarding the Dark Powers remains the province of soothsayers, obsessed scholars, and otherworldly beings. Alright. Secrets of the Dark Powers. They're telling you basically you can decide what their true nature is. Through your adventures, you might reveal these mysteries and use them to hint at ways to escape the Domains of Dread. And it gives you 3 options here. Immoral Guardians. They're a group of powerful beings who believe they're beyond morality. Evil Architects. They're embodiments of evil, mysterious entities from the plane of shadow, or a conspiracy of wicked gods. Or Undying Remnants. They're all that remain of a multitude of vanquished evil deities and demigods. Traces of their power linger in amber sarcophagi located throughout the Domains of Dread. Ready to use the Bagman? Yeah, I don't see stats. I mean, maybe it's somewhere in here, like in one of the domains, there's a reference to the Bagman, and it says use these stats to represent the Bagman. That's possible. We'll see if we get there tonight. What is the highest CR monster in the book? Okay, we can go look at that. See what we got. Okay, I've got a challenge rating. There's a 4. Let's see, that's an 8. Challenge rating 8. 8, 8, 8. What we got here? 3, 2, 4. Oh, 19. 21, probably. I'm going to say that's the winner. The Greater Star Spawn Emissary is a challenge rating 21. I think that's going to be the winner, more than likely. But we'll keep going just to see. Yeah, 8, 7, 13, 9, 2, an 8th, and 6, 10 and a half, 1, 3, 3, 1, half, 7. Yeah, 21 is the highest. Could I read off how to obtain dark gifts? Well, you can look at the dark gifts, sure. Then we'll go back and deal with, we'll go back and do the bard. Okay, how about that? Dark gifts, dark gifts. Where are the dark gifts? A page. 22. Okay, so dark gifts. So it says right here, characters who don't have a dark gift might gain one over the course of the adventure. The offer of a dark gift might manifest in a dream in a frozen moment in time. The DM might have mysterious force intervene and offer a dark gift whenever a desperate or thematic instance presents itself. And then, yeah. So it basically, there's no specifics. It's just whatever makes sense. And then he said, can I read off some of them and what they do? Okay. I have a couple here. I'm going to look through them right now, and I'll just pick one that I think sounds cool. We have Echoing Soul, Gathering Whispers, Living Shadow, Mist Walker, Second Skin, Symbiotic Being, Touch of Death, Watchers, and Watchers. That's it. Okay. So I think we're going to go with Second Skin. That sounds pretty cool. There's another side of you most people don't see. You might become an entirely person, a celestial-like Avenger, or walking nightmare. So you have like a Jekyll Hyde kind of a situation, I guess. All right, roll on a table or choose from the Second Skin table. Got 6 options here. An angelic, a demon, or an aberrant. Vaguely humanoid-shaped creature made of slime, a fey-like shape, a body constructed of metal, stone, or machinery. Transformation. You can cast the Alter Self spell to appear in your second form. When you do so, you can gain the effects of the spell's change appearance option. You gain them. You not can. You gain the spell's change appearance option and cannot end it to gain the benefits of a different option. Casting Alter Self in this way requires no spell slot, and you must finish a long rest before you can do it again. Your spellcasting ability for the spell is Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma. You choose when you get the gift. If you have spell slots of 2nd level or higher, you can cast the spell with them. When you cast Alter Self using this feature, some cosmetic aspect of your second form remains after the spell ends. This visibly marks you unless you actively hide or disguise it. The mark is perceptible change such as scaly skin, stunted wings, eyes without pupils, or horns. They fade after you finish a long rest. And then the other thing here is involuntary change. Certain circumstances can activate your dark gift. After you experience the catalyst, at the start of your next turn, you must succeed on a DC 15 charisma save or be forced to use it. Roll on or choose the table to change catalyst. So basically this would be something like a werewolf transformation, right? The full moon would be the change catalyst. We have seeing a particular phase of the moon is the first one there, smell of a flower, sound of ringing bells, hearing a melody, touching pure silver with your bare skin, or seeing someone resembling a specific individual. So that one actually kind of sucks, but I'll come back to that later. I am having a nice evening. Thank you, Sarah. How much did they change the old domain of Dreads? Thank you for loving the videos. I'm not super familiar with the old domains of Dread, so I am not the person to ask. Yeah. Here, Kevin says Bagman is a psychological weapon. If your players are fighting it, then an error has been made. Yeah, that's kind of what I think the concept is with a lot of the Dark Lords, right? They're supposed to be spooky and, like, you know, psychological and these big, greater than powerful things. And, like, if you're able to give them a stat block, in theory, then that means they can be killed, right? That's kind of like the Predator equivalent of if it bleeds, we can kill it. If it has a stat block, that means we can kill it. So they kind of keep them ethereal and, like, larger than life. I think that's why. Okay. 2E had a race called the Aber Nomads who hailed from the Nightmare Lands. Any info on them or the Nightmare Lands in general? If they're not called literally the Nightmare Lands... Oh, there is. The Nightmare Lands, page 170. Okay, I'll give you what I got. It's one of the other domains, though, so it is just going to be like a paragraph. The Dark Lord there is the Nightmare Court, and the hallmarks are nightmares and reoccurring dreams. Anyone who's asleep might close their eyes and become forever trapped in the Nightmare Lands, a phantasmagoric realm whose features shift endlessly. Those who visit and escape speak of malicious wildernesses, the empty city called Nod, and an uncountable drifting spheres, each containing a stranger's unending nightmare. None know how many members compose the Nightmare Court. They include the tragically graceful ghost dancer, the tomb-bound Hypnos, the witch Malanga, the trickster Morpheus, and the embodiment of terror known as the Nightmare Man. I'm guessing that's kind of like a Slender Man. They share one commonality. All are the living nightmares of Carolyn Dinwiddie, a potent psychic who repressed memories of her own heartless deeds. These memories torment her sleeping mind. Yeah, nothing about the whatever specific thing you had said. The Aber Nomads, that's all we get. And when I saw someone mention about the Sea of Sorrow, so I'll go to that one, because we do have some info there. The Dark Lord is Pietra Van Rees, and the hallmarks are island domains and nautical horror. She's got some pretty sweet art with some spectral eels sticking out of her. It's pretty cool. The murderous pirate, Pietra Van Rees, captain of the Relentless, had an unsavory reputation for attaching her captives to ropes and dragging them through the water until they drowned. She never removed the detritus of her victims, and even though some of them returned to life as zombies, the Relentless was ultimately sunk by rival captains. She awoke in the Sea of Sorrows, water in her lungs, and sea creatures making homes in her flesh. The Relentless sails a domain that can overlap any body of water in any domain. Some domains border the Sea of Sorrows, while others have their own names for the mysterious waters. It's basically like a Bermuda Triangle kind of a thing. Those who venture into the mist by boat might find themselves amid an endless debris of sargassum-choked expanse of eerie beasts and shifting isles. Then it has a couple of lists of different things here. Blaustein and Dominia, the Isle of Ravens, the Lighthouse, and Vigilance Bluff. Okay, read some trinkets. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to roll some dice and do the trinkets, and then I promise we're going to go back and do the Bard right now. So let's go to D&D Beyond, and I'll pull up a die roller real quick. And then we'll do 2 trinkets for now. How's that sound? Okay. We'll roll 2 percentiles. We do have a full 100 unique horror trinkets. So percentile, first one is 29. Okay. Nails from the coffin of a murderer. And the second one is 24. Urn with the ashes of a dead relative. Okay, now we're going to go do the Bard. Okay, folks, we are going to do the College of Spirits Bard now. Okay. College of Spirits Bard. Guiding Whispers at level 3. You learn a guidance cantrip. Doesn't count as a number you can know, and you can do it to a range of 60 feet. That is the same. Spiritual Focus. You can use the following object as a spellcasting focus for your Bard spells. A candle, a crystal ball, Skull, Spirit Board, or Taraka deck. At 6th level, when you cast a bard spell that deals damage or restores hit points through the spiritual focus, roll a d6 and gain a bonus to 1 damage roll or healing roll of a spell equal to the number rolled. Okay, that looks to be the same. Yep. Then Tales from Beyond. This is the big long feature, so bear with me. While you're holding your spiritual focus, you can use a bonus action to expend a Bardic Inspiration to roll in the Spirit Tales table. Using the Bardic Inspiration die to determine the Tales spirits, you use an action. You retain the tale in mind until you bestow the Tale's effects, or you finish a short or long rest. You can use an action to choose one creature within 30 feet. This can be you. To be the target of the Tale's effect. Once you do so, you can't bestow the Tale's effect again until you roll again. You can retain only one of these tales in mind at a time, and rolling on the spirit tables immediately ends the effect of the previous tale. It uses your spell save DC if it has one. Okay, so first up, we had originally... you know what? I'll go through the list, and then we'll go back and reference. Tale of the Clever Animal. For the next 10 minutes, whenever the target makes an Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma check, they can roll an extra die immediately after rolling the d20 and add the extra die's number to the check. The extra die is the same type as the Bardic Inspiration die. Okay. That is vastly different. It was originally when the target has advantage. For 1 minute, they have advantage on perception checks and advantage on attack rolls against a creature if another enemy is within 5 feet. This is now... whenever you make an Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma check, which could be a Perception check, roll an extra die immediately after and add it to that check, which is whatever your Bardic Inspiration die is. Okay. Then we have Tale of the Renowned Duelist. When you make a melee spell attack against the target, on a hit, the target takes force damage equal to 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier. This is make a melee spell attack against a target as an attacking spectral warrior to an unoccupied space within 5 feet. On a hit, it takes 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration plus your Charisma modifier. So the difference is it's make a spell attack, a melee spell attack, but it does not limit you to a space within 5 feet. So if you happen to have some sort of ranged melee spell attack, you can get away with that. Tale of the Beloved Friends. The target and another creature of its choice it can see within 5 feet gains temporary hit points equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier. Target and one creature within 5 feet. Yep, same thing. Okay. Tale of the Runaway. The target can immediately use its reaction to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space it can see. When the target teleports, it can choose a number of creatures it can see within 30 feet of it, up to its Charisma modifier to immediately use the same reaction. Use its reaction to teleport 30 feet. Charisma modifier, yep, that's the same. Tale of the Avenger. For 1 minute, any creature that hits the target with a melee attack takes force damage equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die. Any creature... see, here it's any creature that targets you with a melee attack. Oh, wait. Hits the target with a melee attack. Originally, it was whenever a creature the target can see within 30 feet of it is damaged by a creature, they can use a reaction... The target can use its reaction to deal force damage equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die. This is... whenever a creature that the target can see within 30 feet is damaged by a creature. This is now when the target... So they made it a little closer range. Tale of the Traveler. The target gains temporary hit points equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Bard level. While it has these temporary hit points, its walking speed increases by 10 feet and it gains a +1 bonus to AC. This is now... it was originally the Hero, which was... choose a creature within 30 feet, temporary hit points equal to your Bardic Inspiration die plus Bard level. While it has these temporary hit points, its walking speed increases by 10 feet. So they actually gave it a +1 bonus to AC on top of that. Tale of the Beguiler. Must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw, take psychic damage equal to 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die, and be incapacitated until the end of its next turn. Wisdom saving throw. Become charmed by you until the end of its next turn. Charmed target must use its action to make a melee attack against a creature. Yeah, so they changed it to wisdom saving throw or take psychic damage and be incapacitated. Tail of the Phantom. Target becomes invisible until the end of its next turn or until it hits a creature with an attack. If the target hits a creature with an attack during the invisibility, the creature it hits takes necrotic damage equal to the roll of your Bardic Inspiration die and is frightened of the target until the end of the frightened creature's next turn. If it hits a creature with an attack, it takes so it looks relatively the same. Right, next turn until it hits with an attack. Hits a creature with an attack during the invisibility, takes extra necrotic damage. Yeah, okay, so that looks to be the same. Tail of the Brute. Each creature of the target's choice it can see within 30 feet must make a strength save. On a fail, a creature takes thunder damage equal to 3 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die and is knocked prone. Takes half on a success and isn't knocked prone. This was originally each creature. Yeah, the target's choice within 30 feet makes a strength save. It was 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die on a failed save and knock prone. A creature that succeeds takes half, and it is now 3 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die. So they bumped that up a little bit. Tail of the Dragon. Spew fire from your mouth in a 30-foot cone. Each creature must make a dex save or take fire damage equal to 4 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die and half on a success. It was originally a 30-foot cone, but each creature must make a dex save taking fire damage. It was originally 3 rolls. It is now 4. Tail of the Angel. The target regains hit points equal to 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier, and you end 1 condition from the following list: blinded, deafened, paralyzed, petrified, or poison. 2 rolls plus your... Originally it was hit points equal to 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Bard level, and end 1 effect. It is now 2 Bardic Inspiration plus your Charisma modifier. Big change there. And lastly, Tail of the Mindbender. You invoke an incomprehensible fable. The target must succeed on an intelligence saving throw or take psychic damage equal to 3 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die and be stunned until the end of its next turn. And it is now choose a creature within 30 feet. They must make an intelligence saving throw. Psychic damage equal to 3 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die. And unable to speak any language for a minute. That is now changed to a stun. That's a big change. All right, Spirit Session at level 6. You can conduct an hour-long ritual, channeling spirits, which can be done during a short or long rest. You conduct a ritual with a number of willing creatures equal to your proficiency bonus, including you. At the end of the ritual, you temporarily learn 1 spell of your choice from any class. It must be of a level equal to the number of creatures that conducted the ritual, or less. Must be of a spell level that you can cast, and must be from the Divination or Necromancy schools. That looks to pretty much be all the same, just worded slightly different. Counts as a bard spell, doesn't count against the number known. Once you perform this ritual, you can't do so again until you start a long rest, and you know the chosen spell until you start a long rest. That's the same. And then lastly, Mystical Connection got a big change, a clarifying change and a good one. It is now, or it originally was, whenever you do the Tales from Beyond, the main table we went through, you can roll a d6 and use it instead of rolling a Bardic Inspiration die, but you still have to roll the Bardic Inspiration die to see what the effect is, because you had 12 options by the time you have a d12. So you'd be rolling a d6, and you would be then rolling a d12 just for the options. So they clarified that by saying, whenever you roll on the Spirit Tales table, you can roll the die twice and choose which one of the effects to bestow. If you roll the same number on both dice, you can ignore the number and choose an effect on the table. There you go. That is the Bard. Okay. Anything about the Cavitas, Burning Peaks, or Vecna in the Torvag section? Okay. Oh, Tovag. Sorry. Go look. Reference to Vecna in the Tovag section. Yes, there is erection. Erection? I just said erection? I don't know. There is a reference. There we go, Ted. Tovag, the Dark Lord is cast the Bloody-Handed, and the hallmarks are undead military dictatorship. First line. And notorious across the plains, the vampire caste was once the champion of the Lich Vecna. Let's see. Wielding the artifact that bears his name, he betrayed his master. That resulting battle supposedly destroyed them both. In truth, Vecna escaped and grew in power over the ages across worlds. Casta was claimed by the Mists, and his wasteland remains domain of Tovag. He believes his war with Vecna rages on. Patrols of prisoner soldiers under undead commanders scour the land, dragooning soldiers to serve in Casta's army. When Cast deems the time right, he sends his forces into the Mists, believing that Vecna's realm lies just beyond. Invariably, those troops never return, leaving the vampire to rage, rebuild his forces, and continue onward. Okay. New spells, no new spells. ICR in the book is 21. Is the Bagman possibly listed as a cursed magic item? Possibly. We can go find that out. Oh, God, it jumped a bunch. Okay, Jordan, I saw your question. I'll get to it. I'm going down the list here. Okay. Oh boy, I missed a bunch. Oh, I missed a whole lot. Hang on. My God, there's so much. God, I can't even get back to the top. Okay, I read the stuff about all that. Yeah, I actually can't even scroll back far enough. No big bads and stat blocks, no. Favorite edition in the book? Probably the changes to Dhampir, honestly. Or some of the monsters are pretty solid. Did they give the new races assigned ability score increases? No, they did not. But they did give them Ancestral Legacy, which was awesome. Tell me if there are magic items for monster characters like natural weapons. I saw the one. We're going to go through and look for magic items in a bit. How do they handle the zombie domain? Okay. Well, we're going to the zombie one. Which I don't know which one it is, but we're going to find out. This is tricky. It doesn't really... Darkon. So Falkovnia was the zombie? Maybe? Yeah, okay. Falkovnia is the zombie one. So I'm not going to read through the entire thing because there's a lot here. But what it gives you is the Dark Lord, the genre, hallmarks of it, which in this instance is dwindling resources, fickle hero worship, impending disaster, suspicion, totalitarianism, and zombies. The Mist Talismans are arms marked with Blood Falcon, Bloody Spearhead, correspondence from Lakar, sample of the zombie flesh. You have some history, noteworthy features of it, some characters in here, settlements and sites along with a map. And then we have a little bit about the Dark Lord here. Right? Actually, quite a bit about the Dark Lord. Then we have adventures in Falkovnia. We have the Siege of Lakar, before the siege, during the siege, concluding the siege, and they have a zombie siege climax section here, and then we move on. Any new vampire lores? Not particularly. Spells different in Ravenloft. I didn't see anything about that. They might be. Okay. Might have answered this. Is it Dhampir? No, Dhampir is different. It's better. Okay. They're basically the official Wasply equivalent. This is the closest thing you're going to get to Grim Hollow, I would imagine. I'm not saying it's a direct corollary. I'm saying it's about as close as you're going to get. Why is Esmeralda renamed Ez? They said she shortened her name, I guess, to not go by Esmeralda anymore. Born Esmeralda, but preferring the name Ez, this young wanderer first encountered monster hunters, her manipulative family, posted as Vasani. Yeah, so it just basically says that she decided to shorten her name. Any references to Jandar Sunstar? Yeah, he's in here. Jander Sunstar, born of the world of Toril, High Elf Jander Sunstar was an adventurer tragically transformed into a vampire. They have a little bit about him, dealing with Strahd. Then they have his ideals, bonds, and flaw, and then adventures with him, and then a little bit about him and how you could do that. So, because he's a traveler of the mist. Did I get the book orally? Yes, I did. Is Strahd the same old stat block? No stat block for Strahd. We'll see. It'll most likely say you could reference Curse of Strahd. It's the first one, right? We'll go look at it. Barovia. Strahd von Zarovich. His statistics are similar to those of a vampire, and his spellcasting prowess is formidable, enabling him to face more foes directly. That's basically all it says. And it also says that Curse of Strahd expands that quite a bit. A little bit about role-playing Strahd, adventures in Barovia, different incarnations of Tatiana. And that's it. Is there anything about Vecna? Yeah, we covered that a little bit already. College of Spirits, did that. Do stat blocks have alignment? Probably not, folks. Alignment sucks in 5e. It's not important. Well, there's a section on the Taraka deck, but not the actual magic item of the Taraka deck. Okay, no alignments. We'll check. Oh, wait a minute. God damn it. There's stat blocks in the book for certain things. Not for Dark Lords, but like... So I'm under... What is this? The Adventure? There's stat blocks in the Adventure. Different stat blocks. But, yeah. Okay. Moving on. Let's go to the actual monsters, because you were asking about that. No alignments. Do I have the book early? Yes. Ask a question. In Princes of the Apocalypse, is the Necromancer Cave not to TPK for group level 1? I would not take a level 1 group into the Necromancer Cave in Princes of the Apocalypse. That looks like a way to TPK them. Does it suffer casting too wide of a net? It's hard to say. I haven't fully read through every single section. I could see that, though. I could definitely picture that. There's a lot to cover here. You probably could have made this 2 books. Could have made like a horror, Heroes of Horror, and then a Domains of Dread. But Spirit Bard, yes. What are the differences between did that already? The vampires, all the races. Dhampir is very better. What are the new backgrounds? One of them is the Haunted one from Curse of Strahd. It's just reprinted in here. Yeah. They have some general updates here. General background features. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, this is new. This section represents optional features for any background. So they have some that are just generic background features. We have Inheritor, which we kind of know from the Far Traveler background. We have Mist Wanderer. The Mist Whisper to you. You immediately know if your object you're touching is a Mist Talisman. Spirit Medium. You have advantage on any Arcana or Religion check to remember or research information about spirits in the afterlife. Additionally, you begin your adventuring career with a custom-made device for communing with otherworldly forces, perhaps a spirit board, a Taraka deck, a planchette, dowsing rods, tea leaves, whatever. Add your proficiency bonus to any ability check made to use this divining tool. Trauma Survivor. People view you as an expert on the traumatic situation you faced. You are aware of non-magical recovery techniques, common resources, and misinformation. You know how to speak to sympathetic doctors, clergy, and local leaders and convince them to shelter one person other than yourself at a modest lifestyle for up to 1 month. Or Traveler. In any case, you and other travelers have shared experience. You can find a place to hide, rest, or recuperate among sympathetic trading caravans, different families, displaced groups, so long as you don't present yourself as a danger. Then they have a generic set of horror characteristics, horror traits, horror ideals, horror bonds, horror flaws. And then we have the Haunted one, Again, just reprinted from Curse of Strahd. And then Investigator. Okay? 2 proficiencies from among Insight, Investigation, or Perception. Proficiency with Disguise Kit and Thieves' Tools. Magnifying Glass Evidence from a past case. A set of common clothes and 10 gold pieces. And you have Path to Mystery. Your first case influenced the types of mysteries you're interested in, and they have a D8 table to roll for your first case. And your feature is Official Inquiry. You're experienced at gaining access to people and places to get the information you need. Through a combination of fast-talking determination and official-looking documentation, you can gain access to a place or individual related to a crime you're investigating. Those who aren't involved in your investigation avoid impeding you or pass along your requests. Additionally, local law enforcement has firm opinions about you, viewing you as either a nuisance or one of their own. Did I reread the Hexblood? I'm not doing rereads at this point. We still got a lot of new questions, but I will eventually get back to it. Can you choose your spellcasting mod for Hex and Disguise Self? Yes, I believe it said you could. You chose when you choose and gain that. When you gain that lineage, you choose Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma. Yeah, yep. Spirit's Bard, did it already. Can I have a Paladin Dhampir that can heal all of his smite damage? No, you can heal the piercing damage, not the radiant damage. So we do get subclasses. Yes, 2 subclasses. Anything about Vecna? Yeah, did a little bit about Vecna already. Okay, came a little late. They mentioned to the core, the ideas, alternatives, or design thoughts. I don't see, like, so that's not called out as a specific, like, domain of dread. Oh, is this, like, the core realm? I'd have to read through it. That it's not called out specifically in the table of contents, so it's not easy to find. Did they change Strahd's stat block? There isn't one. So, no. Why the 1d4 days? Yes. Does seem a little weird. What does it say about Jandar Sunstar? Answered that. Do I need this for Curse of Strahd? You do not need this for Curse of Strahd, though it might help. No, the races do not. The races have yes, they have assign ASI as you like, +2 to one stat, +1 to another, or +1 to 3. One of my players plans to play a Reborn Owlfolk. Would they keep their flying speed? Yeah, it seems like they would. Did they change Strahd's stat block? No. Short version of the changes to the Dhampir. Ancestral Legacy. We talked about. Investigator background. Did that. The last 2 have been talked about. Just went through the UD lock. Oh, I did that, yeah. Our lineage is the same. No, they're different. No Strahd stat block. How does the Dhampir bite work? It uses Constitution instead of Strength. You cannot choose to use Strength. It only uses Constitution. That's pretty much it. The Eberron thing is Eberron. It is definitely a displaced part of Eberron. We talked about that. Say anything about the Vistani? Yes, there is a section on the Vistani. That I do know. Okay. Vistani. Okay. Travelers in the Mists. Vistani. Okay, we had 2 whole pages on the Vistani. People, unique understanding of the domains of dread and the hidden paths between them, following traditions. Many Vistani travel between domains, learning much of the hidden lands. They face many faces of evil. We have a whole section on Vistani culture. We have Vistani magic and the mists and how it works. Vistani knowledge. Travelers have a holistic perspective on the domains of dread. The different views of the Vistani. What it would be like to travel with the Vistani. What about making a little stat block here, a little block about making Vistani characters. Most of them are human, but they could be a different race. And then famed Vistani, we have Hiskosa, a poet and storyteller. We have Madame Eva and Mother Lubba. Right, of Lubba's Taraka deck of souls, and then Madame Eva is in, you know, Curse of Strahd. Okay, doing the races. Did the races. Dhampir Bite, we did that. So swim and movement speeds of the new lineages being carried over from the previous race affect flying speed. No, it doesn't seem like it does. It seems like they're just transferred over. Magic items. No, we didn't cover them, but they're hidden throughout, so we gotta go searching. Our lineage is something you pick at the beginning of character. You can do either one, and there's benefits and detriments to both. Did the College of Spirits Bard? Yes, I did. Did they fix Spirit Bard's bonus to damage and heals cast with a new spell focus, hoping it reads like Fire Heal? Does Strahd feature prominently? No, not really. Actually, he's not featured. He's on the front cover, but he's not featured that prominently. Could I cover the Boneless? Sure, that's a monster. We can go look at the Boneless. Okay, the Boneless. It is an undead. It's challenge rating 1. It can squeeze through openings of at least an inch wide. It doesn't require air, food, or sleep. It has a slam attack and a thing called Crushing Embrace. If both the attacks hit a larger, smaller creature, they are grappled, and it can use Crushing Embrace. Its slam does a d4 plus 3. Crushing Embrace, it wraps its body around a larger, smaller creature grappled by it. While the boneless is attached, the target is blinded and unable to breathe. The target must succeed on a strength save at the start of each of the boneless turns or take bludgeoning damage if something moves the target. The boneless moves with it. The boneless can detach itself by spending 5 feet of movement. A creature, including the target, can use its action to try to detach the boneless by force. When it dies, it detaches from the body. It's nothing crazy, actually. It's just more creepy than anything else. We did a Dark Gift. We'll go back to those. Strahd the same. Again, no, nothing. No new spells. The demiplanes where Death Knights get imprisoned considered domains of dread. If it's in here, if I knew what it's called, I would tell you, but I don't know. No, nothing to Strahd. Anything you wish that was in the book? Stat blocks. Is there a map? Each realm has its own, each domain has its own map. Like at the start of the section. Only the ones that are spelled out. The section of the other domains of dread where it's just like a little blurb about them, they don't have a map. But the main ones do. Whatever that main 12 or whatever. What does it say about creating a Dark Lord? We kind of covered that. It gives you a little bit of an idea of how, like, the mentality, what makes a Dark Lord, what caused them to change, to become evil, that kind of a thing. What kind of methods are used to transport from one domain of dread to the other? No domain dread, no domain Dark Lord stat blocks. We covered that. Okay. Domains of Ravenloft. The Mists. Can be found wandering the mists. The area within the mist is heavily obscured. A creature that starts its turn in the mist must make a con save or get exhausted. No matter how far a creature travels in the mist or which direction it goes, it gets turned around, so it eventually ends up back in the domain it left. We have a table, a percentile table for wandering the mists. Oh, someone asked about magic. So there's a little section here about mysterious magic and metaphysics. In domains where inhabitants regard simple magic as remarkable, those inhabitants' lack of engagement with the supernatural doesn't mean you should limit magic for adventurers. There's a section about corrupted magic. Everyone among the domains of dread is a prisoner. The Dark Lords number among the most prominent captives, but every creature claimed by the mists dwells outside the natural order. When a creature with a soul dies in the domains of dread, its spirit becomes caught in the mists and can't travel to the afterlife. If a creature has been dead for at least 24 hours, returns to life by way of a spell with supernatural means, it realizes that its spirit is trapped within the mists. Using the rules for fear and stress from Chapter 4, the creature gains a new seed of fear. If a being with a soul dies and is not returned to life, The soul remains trapped within the domains of dread until it's reincarnated, a process that can take decades. Player connections, we have a little bit on this. Life in the domains of dread. Culture and technology, currency, language, religion. Time and dates, travel and correspondence. There's a god of the mists. Ezra, god of the mists. Denizens of several domains worship an aloof god known as Ezra. Depicted as a vague, vaporous figure, the god is known for her dark, billowing hair and her ability to manipulate the mists. Her holy symbol is a sprig of belladonna atop a silver kite shield. Beyond that, her different, disparate sects of worshippers view her differently and contradictorily. For some, Ezra is a goodly guardian, while others perceive her as a soul-stealing embodiment of the mists. I don't know about that. Rare individuals to travel between the domains, such as the Vistani. Others who wish to travel from one domain to the other might wander into the mists, hoping to be carried elsewhere, or they can employ mist talismans to guide them. Due to the danger and unreliability of traveling the mists, those few with interest beyond their home domain make letter writing their preferred method of communication. So, I don't see specifics about traveling between them, but... what part of the book are you most oh wait, let's go back up here. All domains of dread have more than 70 domains. What parts of the book are you most excited about? I think the races, honestly. The lineages were not what I was expecting to be excited about. And the monsters. There's some cool monsters. Okay, any lineages, races you think should have been added but didn't? A werewolf one would be cool. I know there's like stats for a werewolf in the monster manual, but I think it was an opportunity. Everybody loves like lycanthropes and werewolves and stuff. If you wanted to make a true lineage one that's not like a shifter, I think you could have done it here. All right. Jordan, what about Isolde and her carnival domain of dread? Let's go find out about Isolde and her carnival domain of dread. The Carnival. Dark Lord is, I think, Nepenthe. Genres are body horror and dark fantasy. Hallmarks are entertainment, fey bargains, misfits, wandering exiles, and the mist talismans are carnival flyer, colorful ticket, and a strange prize from a carnival game. So, we have the different sideshows, the big top. We have a marketplace here, looks like. Okay. Isolde. Ooh, she's pretty cool looking. Oh, I guess spoilers, folks. Isolde was a holy warrior devoted to a pantheon of elven deities called the Seldarine. In this role, she defended the Feywild against dragons, demons, and other threats. In time, her heroics caught the eye of an archfey named Zybilna, who had forged secret pacts with some of the fiends Isolde and her companions had slain. Rather than be angry at Isolde, Zybilna was impressed by her. She enlisted a powerful fiend known only as the Caller to corrupt and slay all of Isolde's companions, leaving Isolde alone, bitter, and vulnerable. The insidious archfey then befriended Isolde and offered to help her forget her terrible losses. She became the master of traveling Fey Carnival that served as a gateway to Zybilna's domain. The carnival did what Zybilna hoped it would do. It brought comfort to Isolde and quelled her thirst for vengeance. And she has a Holy Avenger, which is pretty cool, which is actually the villain, I guess. The Dark Lord is this sword. Let's see. Only by ridding Isolde of Nepenthe can she truly escape the Dark Power's clutches. In addition to having the properties of a Holy Avenger, it is a sentient, neutral, evil weapon. It is hearing and dark vision, understands Elvish. When using its telepathy to speak to Isolde, the sword can mimic the voices of her fallen companions as it drives her to catch their fiendish killer. Unlike Isolde, whose motives are good, the sword is corrupt and irredeemable. And the Carnival has a little section on different adventures you can run there. Performers have been arrested by a local sheriff. Hermos asks the party to return the trooper, either to save them or make them face carnival justice. Carnival adopts a new performer escaping their family. The performer asks the party to deter family members intent on bringing them home. Let's see. Flyers advertising the carnival's impending arrival appear mysteriously in communities before it appears. 2 silver pieces buy a ticket to the carnival, while the big top show, the Hall of Horrors, and sideshows have their own entry fees. Carnival wanders endlessly, never staying anywhere for more than a few weeks. Most settlements will welcome this traveling diversion, but tragedies follow its path. Merchants unaffiliated with the carnival follow its travel and set up alongside it, known as the Litwick Market. This collection of tents and booths is filled with strange vendors and stranger goods. And those seeking an escape from a place or their current lives can join the carnival. As long as the travelers are willing to work and contribute to the community, they're welcome to stay as long as they like. Is the Headless Horseman? Yes. Well, it's a Dullahan, so it's not exactly called the Headless Horseman, but yes, it is one. Okay, I just saw something that looked interesting. What was that? Hold on. Okay. All right, we got some stuff to look at. So the start of the monster stat block has a section on monstrous origins, notorious monsters, describing the monsters, monster tactics, monstrous traits. This. In the Land of the Mists, many monsters serve as minions or manifestations of more powerful villains. To reflect a minion's relationship to its Dark Lord Master or its sinister forces, add one of the following to any monster stat block. Alien Mind. If a creature tries to read the minion's thoughts, they must make an intelligence saving throw or be stunned. Minion's Mind. The minion can't be compelled to act in a way contrary to its master's instructions. Sacrificial Minion. When the minion dies, its master regains hit points equal to 4 times the minion's challenge rating, as long as the master is within 100 feet. When an attack hits its master, and this minion is within 5 feet of the master, it can use its reaction to make the attack hit it instead. Or Telepathic Minion. The minion and its master can communicate telepathically with each other as long as they are on the same plane of existence. Oh, here I have another thing about... wait. Bagman. Got it. It is not a stat block and is squirreled away. It's a paragraph. Okay? Here's all the stat blocks and all the monsters, right? This little bit right here is about the Bagman. But that's it. It's just text. The Bagman is an urban legend about an adventurer who sought to escape doom by abandoning his party and hiding inside a bag of holding. When he tried to leave, though, he became lost amid a constantly increasing number of extra-dimensional storage spaces. Over time, the strange forces of this magical in-between place transformed the adventurer into a monstrous creature. Now, every night, the Bagman slips out from a random bag of holding. If he doesn't find his home, he drags someone back into the bag with him and leaves behind some trinket from his hidden kingdom of lost junk. Some say if you speak too loudly over an open bag of holding or whisper, "Follow my voice," into a magical storage space 3 times, the Bagman will come for you. Any character might know the story of the Bagman. What the Bagman is and how you use this urban legend is up to you. Is there truly a Bagman, or is he just a story? If an object vanishes overnight, or if someone finds something that isn't theirs in their bag of holding, is the Bagman to blame? Is the Bagman just a monster that preys on adventurers, or is he the Dark Lord of his own hidden domain? The possibilities for horror adventures are endless, and nowhere, especially not adventurers' gear, is safe. Damn. That is freaking amazing. Oh, I love that. So good. So good. Okay. Yes, I was going to the Dullahan. Yes, it's a Headless Horseman. Definitely. Can I tell us about the Dullahan? Sure. Headless Horseman? Warrior? Let's see. It is an undead, surprisingly, no. They have headless hunts. They're known for seeking their lost heads. They have a D4 for their legends here, and what their haunting is. They have headless summoning. It is reduced to 0 hit points. It doesn't die or fall unconscious. Instead, it regains 97 hit points. In addition, it summons 3 death's heads, which is a separate stat block. It's like a flying head. The heads are under the Dullahan's control. Additionally, the Dullahan can now use the options in the Mythic Actions section. Oh, it's got Mythic Actions from, like, Mythic Odysseys of Theros, where they had, like, the second round of fight. So, Legendary Resistance, doesn't need to eat, breathe, or sleep. Has a Battle Axe that does slashing damage, plus necrotic damage. If it scores a crit, the creature must make a Constitution saving throw, or it cuts off their head. If it crits you, you must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or the Dullahan cuts your head off. The target dies if it can't survive without the lost head. A creature that doesn't have need for a head or has legendary actions takes 68 extra damage. Or it can throw a fiery skull at you with a range of 120 feet. Has 3 legendary actions: Attack, Frightful Presence, and Headhunt. It moves up to its speed without provoking attacks of opportunity. Makes an axe attack. If it hits, but is not a critical hit, the attack deals 68 necrotic damage, and it has mythic actions. If Headless Summoning trait is active, it gets the following additional legendary actions. It makes a Battle Axe attack, and one of the Death's Heads can attack. Or Headless Wail and Echoing Shriek comes from it. Each creature within 10 feet must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, or take 3d10 psychic damage on a failed save, or half on a success. If one or more creatures fails, it gets temporary hit points. Whose soul did I sell to get this? My own. Do you see how many videos I make? Eventually it gets a little bit of recognition, which is nice. I haven't really read through the domains too much. I like the concept of the zombie apocalypse one, just because I think it could be interesting to try that in a D&D setting. Is Lord? No, I don't believe he is in the book. I have a character concept. No reaction requirement. Oh, I guess we're talking about the... we must be talking about the bard at this point. I'm seeing no reaction requirement. I don't remember what that was in reference to, though. I don't know. Alright, we'll keep going. Yes, the reference is to Eberron. To which spells does the spiritual focus actually apply? Healing Word to Dissonant Whispers, or not, since they only have verbal components? Okay. You can cast a bard spell that deals damage or restores hit points. Let's see, at the end of your... you can conduct a ritual with a number of willing creatures. At the end of the ritual, you temporarily learn one spell. It must be of a level equal to the number of creatures in conducted ritual, school, or divination. Spell counts as a bard spell. Now, what was the thing about divination? Or let's see. Spell must be chosen as a bard spell. Level you can cast, but it must be a school of divination. It counts as a bard spell. Once you perform this ritual, using your spiritual focus. Oh, here it is. Oh, right, yeah, because it's your spiritual focus. Let's see. Yeah, so spiritual focus has to have a material component, so that does answer that. I got a super chat. Funniest thing in the book so far? Let's see. The funniest thing in the book. Oh, probably this picture of this dwarf occultist finding herself watched by the staring cats of Odaire. It's pretty funky looking art with these weird purple four-eyed cats staring at this dwarf in like opera makeup. Yeah, Dullahan is the Headless Horseman. Changes to Dhampir, done that. Yes. Twice we've done that. Did I miss? A bunch. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, I gotta scroll up. Hang on. I'm missing so much. Sorry, folks. There's a lot going on here. Got a lot of chat to catch up on. Anyone tried Illrigger yet? No, but I am going to do a review on it, so that's coming. Can you tell us about the Headless? Did that already. A little late. It was vampire class or race. There is a race. The Dhampir. Spooky production motifs. Yeah, it was a lot. That was why I was late getting started. I wanted to add the spooky motif to the stream tonight. Any changes to the Warlock? Yes, covered that already. Can you describe what Ravenloft is? Spooky D&D. Did I cover the Dark Gifts? I covered one. I'll go back and do some more. I just want to try to catch up. Oh, welcome from the Philippines. Wow. And people from all over the world coming in here tonight. It's out. It's an early copy. Did my family force me into this containment zone? No, I built this. So I built this containment zone because it's soundproof. And if you've ever been on any of the live streams when my kids were awake, you can just hear them stomping, running around. So, like, I have a full dehumidifier going on outside the door here. You can't hear anything. This room is pretty much 100% soundproof, which is why I built this, so that I could have a soundproof room for recording. Once I finish all of the sound treatment, we'll cut the reverb, and I have a cool space that I can design 100% myself and, build out whatever I want. Or, put up cool stuff that fans send me behind me and things like that. Bagman stats. No, there are none. We just went over that. I showed, let's see. Scrolling down, missed talismans. Yeah, they're different for everything. How many domains are there? Like 30 plus. Anything on Curse of Strahd? There's stuff on Strahd, on Zarovich. Thank you, Ornithachnical, about the Driz sword. Thank you. It worked out pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. I did say Vecna. Cuthbert worshippers should pray to get to Belmont from Castlevania. Yeah, I mean, I would. That's why I like Curse of Strahd. Castlevania is one of my favorite franchises in all of gaming, and is a very large part of my childhood. And when I tried to play Curse of Strahd the first time, I played a paladin who was using a whip, and that was just the biggest nerf to my own character. Do the Domains of Dread sections include adventure seeds or major NPCs / big bads? So yeah, there's the ones the other Domains of Dread don't, but the kind of major ones, they do. So if I were to go to, why don't I go to Barovia, right? Because that's one everybody knows. So it gives me notable features of the land of Barovia, different settlements and sites within Barovia, right? Castle Ravenloft, Krez, Vallaki, Barovia, the Amber Temple. Gives me a whole section on Strahd himself. There's a section on adventures in Barovia, and it gives me a D8 adventure seeds that I can use. And then we have obviously stuff specific to this, right? Like incarnations of Tatiana and things like that. Also, Bloodspur, I guess it's pronounced, the Domain of Alien Memories, has a Mind Flayer, so I like that too. What level is the adventure found in the book, and what is it about? Good question. Let's go to that. It is called... there also are haunted traps, which is interesting. We might come back to those. They also have a section called cutscenes, which I thought was interesting. Okay. The House of Lament. It is for a party of 4 to 6 first-level characters who will advance to at least a 3rd level by the adventure's conclusion. The adventure's climax serves as a springboard into future adventures in the Domain of Dread, should you wish to take your campaign into those haunted lands. Okay, characters arrive at the House of Laments. Mysterious message. At the door, they meet investigators who invite them in. As the party initially surveys the house, it manifests subtle hauntings. The characters are invited to participate in several seances. Depending on the spirits summoned, the characters learn about one of the tragedies inspired in the house. It's a pretty good primer without giving away too much. What's new about Lamortia? Well, I don't know what was old about Lamortia, so I can give you what I can read by flipping through. So, Lamortia, KL, more for Lamortia. Right, where are you at? Oh, another K. Lamortia, domain of snow and stitched flesh. Dark Lord Victor Mordenheim, genres body horror and gothic horror, hallmarks amoral science, bizarre constructs, frigid wilderness, and mutagenic radiation. Interesting. Just a Frankenstein one. Okay. You know, there's a lot to read through, so I can't say that I could truly give you a great idea of what's in here. Without actually reading through the whole thing. So maybe if we want to give me some time to read, I could do that, but let's keep going. So how do you use the Dark Lords with no stat blocks? Yeah, I think they're meant to be like the boogeyman. They're the big bad. They're like a god. You're not supposed to fight them. Or you make up your own. Well, that Blood Spur is becoming my favorite because it's got Mind Flayers in the art on the first page. What do you think about the module of Iron with the Frostbane? I think it's okay. I don't think it... Again, I've said it before. I don't think you can do horror in D&D 100% truly effective just because of the nature of heroic characters and heroes in D&D. It just doesn't really work. Have you run it? Is that Curse of Strahd or Rust of Icewind Dale? No, I haven't run it. Can you kill Strahd permanently? It depends on the DM. Right? No new spells. Magic items, sort of. We'll get to that. Through the Vampire Illithid. No, I will do. Yeah, all right, we'll do it right now. Vampiric Mind Flayer. I put the art out because it was amazing. It is a feral nightmare. Okay. The vampiric mind flayers of Bloodspur could find no cure for their overlord's affliction. Their degenerating elder brain turned to radical methods to stave off dementia and death. The results were vampiric mind flayers. Feral atrocities spawned from mind flayer tadpoles inflicted with vampirism. Their flawed terrors serve a single purpose: to drain the cerebral fluids from sapient minds. After doing so, they return to the elder brain of Bloodspur, which liquefies them into its pool and releases their stolen essences amid a hormone brine. The grotesque bomb stalls the elder brain's degeneration, but it is far from a cure. Vampiric mind flayers are physically and mentally unstable beings, ghoulish creatures. They let nothing stand between them and their existential imperatives. Although they possess the telepathic abilities of mind flayers, their brains aren't equipped to employ them. Instead, they bombard nearby victims with a mental static of visceral visions. While the ravenous creatures are horrifying to behold, they unsettle none more than other mind flayers, which consider them to be abominations. So they are undead. They have resistances and immunities you would expect. They have spider climb. They don't have a fly speed. They have spider climb and sunlight sensitivity. And they don't need to eat, sleep, or breathe. They can make claw attacks and tentacle attacks. Their claw attacks deal slashing and necrotic damage. Their tentacles do piercing damage, and they can grapple. And they have an ability called Drink Sapience. The Mind Flayer targets one creature it's grappling and must make a DC 15 Wisdom save or take 46 psychic damage and gain a level of exhaustion. The Mind Flayer regains a number of hit points equal to the psychic damage dealt. A creature reduced to 0 hit points by the psychic damage dies. And it has a bonus action that recharges on a 5/6. It magically emits psionic energy in a 30-foot radius centered on itself. Each creature in that area must succeed on a DC 15 intelligence save or be incapacitated for 1 minute. The incapacitated creature can repeat the save at the end of its turns, ending the effect on a success. It is a challenge rating 5. No, nothing new for clerics. Any werewolf in the book? Yes, the loup-garou, which is French for werewolf. Loup-Garou possess a strain of lycanthropy more virulent than that carried by common werewolves. Aside from being deadlier than their werewolf cousins, Loup-Garou aggressively spread the plague of lycanthropy. Only through the death of a Loup-Garou might those afflicted by it escape their curse. A humanoid who succumbs to a Loup-Garou's lycanthropy becomes a werewolf. The form of lycanthropy can't be removed while the Loup-Garou that inflicted the curse lives. Once a Loup-Garou is slain, a remove curse spell cast during the night of a full moon on any afflicted werewolf forces the target to make a DC 17 con save. On a success, the curse is broken and the target returns to its normal form and gains 3 levels of exhaustion. On a failure, the curse remains and the target automatically fails any saving throw made to break the curse for 1 month. So honestly, I think I would apply that to all werewolves because I hate how werewolfism is handled in 5e because I feel like it's just so easy to clean, like to just get rid of. You can just like remove curse and it's gone. So this one is you can't do it until the werewolf that inflicted them is slain and then you need to cast remove curse on the night of a full moon. And then they need to make a saving throw to break it. It is a challenge rating 13, which is pretty nasty. The art is awesome. It has a blood frenzy, so advantage on hit attacks when people don't have their full hit points. Legendary resistances, 10 points of regeneration a turn. Multi-attack, 2 with its longsword in humanoid form, or 1 with its bite and claws in direwolf or hybrid form. The bite does 2d8 piercing damage plus 46 necrotic damage, and then they have to make a DC 17 con save or be inflicted. The claws do 2d6 plus 4 slashing damage, and they need to make a save or be knocked prone. Change shape as a bonus action, and legendary actions, of which it has 3. A claw attack or a longsword attack, a mauling pounce, which it moves its speed without provoking attacks of opportunity and makes a claw attack, or a longsword attack. Or a bite for 3 actions, changes into hybrid. It changes into hybrid or direwolf form and makes a bite, so you get that all in one. Anyone remember Mighty Max? If you go by the original lore of the toy line, you probably use book from Mighty Max's campaign. True. What a deep cut, for sure. Tell us more about fear and stress. Sure. So there's a section, and the section 4, it's called, what is it called? Section 4 is called Horror Adventures. So this is kind of like the prep you that you're going to be running a horror campaign. So it says understanding horror, setting expectations, do a content survey, right? So you're not like going to step across any lines. Gameplay questions, stuff to go over in session 0, how to customize your experience, and then we have running a horror game. Talks about atmosphere, right? Location, music, lighting, props, distractions. So this is all really good stuff because I've said this before, right? Horror only works if the theme is present, right? Like even if you're watching like a spooky horror movie with the lights off, if you're scrolling through your phone, like you're sitting there and you can hear like spooky music and you're just like, oh, okay, no. You're not paying attention, the effect is lost on you, right? That's just how it goes. So it's saying, you might want to play in an area with minimal visual or auditory distractions, right? Keep it tight, keep it quiet. Like the lack of sound can almost be as scary as spooky sounds, right? So if you do that, that's a good idea. Music, if you can get good music that you can control, that can set the mood, huge. Lighting, same thing. Props, remove distractions. Then they have a little bit about how pacing works, horror gameplay, horror threats. Okay, then we have the Taraka deck of the Spirit board, and then we have the Horror Toolkit, it's called. We have curses. Okay, some sample curses, how to go about making a curse. Okay. We have fear and stress. Terror takes a toll. Ramifications of frightful experiences might be an instant of instinct triggering shock or lasting traumatic echo. DMG presents options for fear and horror to help reinforce themes in play. This section presents an alternative system, exploring reactions personalized to individual characters and offering incentive for players to embrace role-playing moments of fear. So we have a section here called Seeds of Fear. Aside from supernatural sources of dread and monsters who strike fear into their victims, the fear is the subjective and often quite personal. The character never has more than 3 seeds of fear. If you gain a new seed and already have 3, choose which one of your old fears is replaced by the new one. We have a D12 fear seed table here, so we see things like storms and extreme weather rattle me. Reflections always seem like they're looking straight through me. I can't stand dark places. There's 12 of those. When a character encounters one of their seeds of fear and interacts with the situation in a way that forces this or reinforces the seed, such as screaming or stumbling back from a horrid event, consider giving the character inspiration for their fear-focused reaction. For example, imagine a character has the seed of fear, I hate being stuck in tight places, and must squeeze through a narrow crack in a cave wall to continue an adventure. If the player portrays the character's response in a way that reinforces that fear, such as refusing and finding another way around, taking time and making noise to widen the crack, or portraying some other fearful response, these would be perfect opportunities to award inspiration. An overwhelming foe or horrid monster doesn't need magic or some supernatural ability to strike fear into the most stalwart adventurers. During a frightful encounter, you can always call on a character to make a saving throw to resist being scared. It's a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or be frightened until the end of their next turn. Any of the following circumstances might be reasons to have one of the characters make a fear saving throw. Experience a seed of fear. An enemy is immune to the character's spells or attacks. An enemy demonstrates it can deal enough damage to reduce a character to 0 hit points in one blow, and a couple others. For stress, charging headlong into terrifying situations is the stock in trade for adventurers. Among the domains of dread, though, periods of respite between harrowing experiences can be rare. Even the hardiest adventurers find themselves worn down over time, their performance suffering as they struggle to cope with the dread and despair. Various circumstances might cause a character to be stressed. At your discretion, a character's stress score might increase by 1 when one of the following instances occurs. Tense dramatic moment, especially one involving one of the character's seeds of fear. Every 24 hours, the character goes without finishing a long rest, witnessing the death of a loved one, and so on. When a character makes an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw, they must apply their current stress score as a penalty to the roll. And then reducing stress, a character who spends an entire day relaxing or in otherwise calm circumstances reduces their stress score by 1 when they finish their next long rest. The calm emotions spell effects used to suppress the charmed and frightened conditions also suppresses the effect of one's stress score for the spell's duration. A lesser restoration spell reduces the stress score by 1, and a greater restoration spell reduces a character's stress score to 0. I actually really like that a lot. Okay, how do you do Dark Lords? Is Har'Akir Lucas in the book? Yes. So no new items there. I found one. All right. You guys want that? I found one magic item. We'll flip through more, but I was looking. Someone asked about Har'Akir Lucas, right? And they said, is he still a werewolf? Well, in his adventure, at the very end, there is a wondrous item that is uncommon, and it requires attunement. It is actually the wolf necklace that I was telling you about. Har'Akar's Bite. Wondrous item, uncommon, requires attunement. A dire wolf tooth dangles from it this simple cord necklace. While you wear it, the necklace grants you a +1 to ability checks and saving throws. So it's basically a stone of good luck. However, it is cursed. Attuning to Har'Akar's Bite curses you until either Har'Akir Lucas removes the necklace from you, or you are targeted by a removed cursed spell or similar magic. As long as you remain cursed, you cannot remove the necklace. Upon donning or removing the necklace, whether you are attuned to it or not, you are afflicted with werewolf lycanthropy, as detailed in the monster manual. The curse lasts until the dawn after the next full moon. If you are still wearing the necklace at this time, you are inflicted with lycanthropy again. Okay. That was the one item I found so far. It's not a copy-paste of what's in Curse of Strahd, but it's got some more stuff, but it's similar. Any the littles in the book? No, they're not. None of the exoditals. There might be a way to pronounce them on D&D Beyond. I should go look that up. Have I spoken about Har'Akir yet? No, I have not. Which domain of dread has the vampire illicids? That's Bloodspur. What do you get a baby wizard for her birthday? A speak-in spell. Thank you for that. It's a bard duelist rap battle? Hey Ted, what do they change about the Dhampir? Is Jander in there? Yes. Headless Horseman. Hello chat. Yo, mythic actions are back. For that one instance, yes they are. How comprehensive is the part on creating characters for horror games? Okay, scrolling back up. Okay. Creating character for horror games. Let's go look at that. I don't think it's very much. Okay. Yeah, let's see. It is 2 pages. Let's see. Haunted Heroes, Invitation to Nightmare. You've been invited to play a scary game. What does that mean? Prepare to be scared. Know your fears, evil inside, habits of horror heroes. Yeah, so habits of horror heroes, these are good ones. Focus on the game, limit comedy. Player fears versus character fears, consent is a priority, know what's too far, add to your own terror, enjoy the struggle. And it basically rolls right into the lineages. And then the lineages roll right into dark gifts, which then roll into the subclasses, which then roll into the backgrounds, and then cap it off with horror trinkets. And that is the section on characters. Okay. Spelljammer references. Not that I found yet. There might be. Dhampir can keep swim and fly speed, but not climb speed. No, they can. Keep climb speed, too. I got here late. Has he looked at the new Warlock? Yes. Kartakas in there? Yes. Bagman. Book make you want to run an adventure in Ravenloft more than before. I have run like my homebrew stuff. We touched in Barovia of all places in Ravenloft. And actually my homebrew campaign that I play on Tuesday nights, 100 some odd episodes over many years. Strahd von Zarovich is part of the party. It's a long story, and I made a video on it, but he's part of the party. So they did go to Barovia. New Star Spawn has not been covered. I will get to that. Can I open the door to hear the difference? Let's see. I don't know if the dehumidifier's on, but it's on. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I also have sounds like noise gates and noise suppression, so you might not be able to hear it anyway. So there you go. I'll leave the door open. It's getting a little hot in here anyway. What's the Masquerade Ball domain like? I don't know. Let's go find out. The Masquerade. Where's that one called? 94. The Domain of Decadent Delusion. I think that's this one. Yeah. Saedra Donaire is the Dark Lord, dark fantasy and psychological horror, hallmarks, masquerades, decadent aristocracy, social decay, illusions, and imposter syndrome. Okay. We'll get a little map here. Mother of Tears Cathedral, Red Widow Theater. Saedra's power and domain. She has statistics similar to a Wraith, but she can cast Disintegrate. Okay. On any creature that reveals themselves to be lying. We have the Grand Masquerade. Okay, so there's objectives here. What's your goal? You have D6 things. There's section on costumes, dancing, social niceties. Oh, there's actually rules for dancing. Like navigating the social niceties of the gathering, fumbling through a dance involves careful observation and skilled fakery, plus the added ingredients of natural grace and agility. Allow characters to make dexterity acrobatics or charisma performance checks to see if they pull off the steps, either through natural agility, dexterity, or through the ability to make moves look good anyway, charisma. There are complications, there's a section about being unmasked, and that is it. Just entered. No vampirism other than Dhampir, no lycanthropy, no lichdom rules. This would be useful if making an evil campaign of the Domain of Dread. There's a little bit of world building on the domain, so it could definitely help. There are no dual typings at all. Is Har'Akir, Lucas, and Cartacus? Yes, they're in the book. Aren't undead? No, they're not. Yes, I've read over the Hexblood. It's there. How's the Vampire Mind Flayer? Just covered it. Pretty awesome. Undead Warlock got a little nerfed. How long has the stream been going? Well, I don't know when you said that, but we're currently live for 2 hours and 10 minutes. Just wanted to say I'm a huge fan of your content and love everything you do. Definitely one of my favorite D&D creators. Oh, thank you, Richard. I appreciate it. Okay. My constitution score is pretty high. I'm not gonna lie. I can go a long time without sleep. Or in a row, if need be. Those are the details of the investigator background. I just got here and would appreciate it. Yeah, I did that one already, so I'm not gonna go too crazy about it. But it's basically you get in with local law enforcement essentially, and they have a concept about you. They either think you're one of them or they think you're a nuisance. Would you say these lineages are well structured or structured well enough to do homebrew lineages? Yes, I would say you could use them to make homebrew lineages for sure. I like the new stress system. Thanks for answering my question. Sure. Is the Undead Warlock significantly different from the UA? In a couple of instances, yes. He is a loop guru. Har'Akir Lucas. What's the Sithicus domain like? Let's find out, shall we? Sithicus. I don't see it in here. Unless you spelt it differently. I don't see it. Unless it must have a different name. So that's that. Can I read the opening paragraph description for Har'Akir? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that for Cartacus. Everybody keeps asking about the two of those. So let's do that. Okay, Har'Akir. Dark Lord, Ramya Vasavadan. Gothic horror and dark fantasy are the genres. Hallmark's monstrous leaders, family intrigue, in a war-torn nation. For untold generations, the Vasavadan dynasty has ruled over the great kingdom of Har'Akir. This land was one of stability and prosperity until a barbarous civil war and a queen's dying curse brought low what centuries never could. Once an unrivaled power known throughout the world for its rare resources and vibrant trade, Har'Akir is now locked in an endless storm of violence. At the center of the storm stand the remnants of the Vasavadan, three heirs transformed into unspeakable monsters by their depravity and hatred. Har'Akir is a deceptively beautiful land of verdant rainforests, an idyllic web of rivers and lakes known as the backwaters. Rare creatures and extraordinary magical plants are found across the Forest Peninsula locals call the Harvest Peninsula. At the height of its prosperity, Har'Akir was a robust center of art, commerce, and religion, with foreign merchants spreading wild tales of Sri Raji, the Steaming Lands, and the land of the heart of the world, and other fanciful names known for Har'Akir. Now, Har'Akir is a shadow of its past glory, a quagmire of intrigue and despair where fortunes change on a whim. We have the noteworthy features, a couple of things on the different settlements. Ramya, reborn as a Death Knight, separates, looks like that's the stats there, pretty much the same. Ramya's Torment, role-playing Ramya, Adventures in Har'Akir, a couple different, we have like a, oh wait! You sneaky bitches. There's a dog person in this picture. How dare you, Wizards of the Coast? How dare you put a dog race in this frickin' book, and you don't give us goddamn stats for it. I'm calling some bullshit. Unless that's supposed to be an Arcanoloth, which is just as much bullshit. Because that looks like a dog, not a fox to me. That is a dog, you liar. Okay, it's supposed to be an Arcanoloth. It is a dog. You can't tell me that that is not a dog. That is not a fox. That is not an Arcanoloth. That is a Rakshasa talking to a dog. Anyway, Har'Akir has a whole section on renown and developing loyalists, and like there's a renown and what it does for you, a section on loyalist benefits, and a section on rebel benefits, which is kind of cool. Looks like it's got political intrigue. Pretty neat. All right, and then Cartacus. Everybody asked about that. We already told us Harkon Lucas, dark fantasy and gothic horror, hidden identities, dangerous performances, exploitative ambitions, and werewolves. Cartacus is a vast stage that serenades the ambitious with promises of fame. Performance is a way of life in this forested domain, with everyone from the bards of Skald to the actors of the Amherst pursuing dazzling dreams. Here the people live by a simple rule: never let an audience grow bored. To outsiders, life feels staged and surreal in Cartacus, as every plant and beast, every peasant and performer strives to prove their greatness. Trees and flowers burst into a bloom and then wither after their extended spring, while songbirds sing themselves hoarse. And every local, from the youngest child to the eldest, most venerable elder, knows that dreams, fame, and immortal adulation are theirs for the taking if they prove worthy. In Cartacus, individuals strive for glory, where talent and expertise fail, obsession and duplicity reign, leading to repeating cycles of triumph, betrayal, and despair. Predators of all sorts flourish in this land of consuming passions and vicious secrets. With each full moon, the truth of Cartacus is exposed, and lycanthropes reveal their hunger for dominance and for blood. Okay. Where are we? There's a short module adventure in the book. Yes, there is. It's 1 to 3. Levels 1 to 3. I did, Cyre 1313 is just a small blurb. It's hard to say. So I know a lot of people that buy, Tavin asked, what's my opinion on the book? Is it worth the price tag? A lot of people ask me these kind of questions, and that is a loaded, difficult question, because it depends. Are you planning on running a game in a domain of dread? Are you planning on involving the domains of dread in your campaign, or the sole focus of your campaign? Then I would say yes, this is for you. If you're a person who, like me, more often than not, you buy the books to just get access to the other stats, like you want to have access to a physical printed version of the 2 new subclasses, the 3 races, and things like that, then I would say it's probably not for you. If you can do something like D&D Beyond where you buy just the parts you need, then I'd say that. Like, I know a lot of people that are like, oh, I bought Candlekeep Mysteries because I wanted to use it for the new magic items in it, and it really bothers me that they're spread throughout the book because I'm only buying the book to have printed access to all the new magic items. Okay, I get that, and an appendices would be great for you. If you're only looking for it for additional character options, there's some good stuff, and I do think as a DM that whole section on like the horror toolkit and the traps and the fear and stress, that'll be useful. I don't know if it's worth buying the book just for that. What do I think is the scariest artwork in the book? Interesting. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's do a little flippy, see what we come up with. The Bagman stuff is kind of creepy, but it's not too bad. I don't think it's creepy or scary, but I think this might be the most badass piece of art in the book. It's like this werewolf fight. That's pretty cool. Okay. What else we got here? It's hard to say. I mean, that vampire mind flayer is pretty terrifying. It's hard to say. There's a lot of art in this book, more so than I think in most other books, which I do like. I feel like I think it's necessary to have a lot of art in a horror book because you need to be able to visualize what you're fighting or what you're seeing. So art is necessary, I think, to have more in this than I think in most others. So I think that that's good. Yeah, I'll keep flipping. Whoa. Okay, this is pretty funky. The wizard Alini's most recent experiment dominating the worm Gravedrinker. Look at the size of that worm, and then look at the size of the caster. That's pretty scary in that way. I don't know all the original domains, so it's entirely possible some were left out. What up, pimp? Not much. Fried Doritos? How you be? Oh, I don't think Lord Soth's domain is in here now. What's the Vistani section like? It added more than in Curse of Strahd. There's more Vistani stuff in here, so a little more background, a little bit more about like the ecology and what they do. Yeah. That's a dog, yeah. All right, I'm glad everybody's on my side about the being a dog. How about juicy cursed items? We found the one. Talk about the build your own domain of dread. I did. There's not a lot. I'm planning. Okay, so normal kind of reminds me of Hearthstone dog races. The Dullahan, the only new monster with mythic actions. Let's look. That's a good point. Mythic actions. I'm glad to see them come back. I do like mythic actions a lot. I think it definitely replicates video games. Specifically, I've mentioned it before that it reminds me of Castlevania. How every time you fight and defeat Dracula, that's only his first form. Let's see. Legendary actions, just regular actions. Bonus actions, legendary actions, legendary actions, legendary actions, regular actions, reactions, bonus actions, actions, bonus actions, 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 actions. Yeah, Dullahan's the only one with mythic actions. Favorite new stuff in the guide. I think the Dhampir wins is one of them. Let's see. Any new traps or curse items? There are new traps. We're gonna go to that next, I think. The juiciest thing in the book? Oof, that's tricky. I think the horror toolkit, the stuff for the DMs, like with the fear and stress, like new mechanics, I think that's probably the juiciest in my mind. Or the fact that the Dullahan has the mythic actions. Well, the Dullahan can summon these things called Death's Heads. So for folks who are curious, which are a separate stat block, which are basically flying heads. That's part of what activates its mythic actions. They are a little head. They have a bite attack that does piercing and necrotic damage, a mind-bending bite that does piercing and necrotic damage, and the target must make an intelligence saving throw where it can't take reactions until the end of its next turn. Moreover, on its next turn, the target must choose whether it's move action or bonus action or petrifying bite. Base taking a DC 10 saving throw will be restrained as it's turned to stone. And yeah, that's what that does. The art is awesome too for the Dullahan. Look at that, really cool. Alright, we're gonna do the traps in a sec. I did the Dullahan. Is the Sturgoy like a slightly... No! The Sturgoy is terrifying. You guys know what a Sturge is, right? The little big mosquito guy. Like, it's basically a D&D mosquito creature. The Sturgoy is like a Sturge, but a person. The worst. Created by spellcasters who subjected swarms of Sturges to transmutation spells. Other Sturgoi have emerged as results of similar spellcraft as the byproducts of outlandish scientific experiments and from Sturges draining well-fed vampires. So yeah, imagine all of the abilities of a Sturge, but it's in a medium-sized humanoid creature. How do Dark Gifts work? We'll go back to them. Oh, thanks, Grinning Dragon. Glad to be of help. No, this is an early access copy. Anything about Maligno? Yes, we talked about Maligno, and there is a Carrionet stat block in here. Where is it? Carrionet. Carrionet. It was only a challenge reading 1, so it's nothing too crazy. False object, silver needle, does necrotic damage, become cursed. And then it has a soul swapping ability, which kind of makes sense. Power creep and bloat will kill this edition like the others. Cool story, bro. I don't know what you want. That's what's gonna how. If that's what you think it is, that's what it is. Also, how was the lore in Mornheim and Lamortia changed? I don't know the lore from 2E, so I can't speak to it. I'm not the lore guy to ask. New Dread Domain with an Eldritch Living City vibe. I'll have to look. How do Mist Talismans work? Does the book have anything on the Dark Powers? Yeah, we covered the Dark Powers earlier. Alright, so someone asked about traps, so let's go to the trap section. We have haunted traps, they're called. Like other traps, haunted traps represent threats leveled towards trespassers. They originate in an area spontaneously, often resulting from overwhelming negative emotions, tragedy, or evil. Every haunted trap has an emanation, which might be as subtle as a drop in temperature or overt as an object moving on its own accord. A haunted trap, you can make a perception check equal to 10 plus the trap's haunt bonus. The character who notices the haunted trap has until the start of their next turn to react. Characters who notice a haunted trap before it activates can attempt to disarm it. Thieves' tools, spell magic. Typical methods of disarming traps, such as Thieves' tools and dispel magic, don't affect haunted traps. However, Channel Divinity class feature and the Remove Curse spell can remove a haunted trap. To use Channel Divinity to disarm a haunted trap, a character uses an action to present their holy symbol and speak a prayer. To reuse Remove Curse, a character must cast the spell and touch the object of the trap. Whichever disarming method is used, the trap itself makes a saving throw against the character's spell save DC, adding haunt bonus to the save. On a failure, it's disarmed for 24 hours. If the trap fails by more than 10, it's disarmed permanently. Some haunted traps might also be disarmed in non-magical ways related to the history of the haunted area. Several haunted traps are presented here in alphabetical order, customized them to create terrifying traps. So we have, I want to read the Faceless Malice, because that seems like one of the worst ones. Haunt bonus +2. This haunted trap affects a 15-foot cube in front of an ornate mirror hanging on a wall. When a visible creature enters the area, the trap's emanation manifests as the creature's distorted reflection in the mirror. If that creature is still in the area at the start of its next turn, it must make a wisdom saving throw DC 12 or be blinded, deafened, and rendered unable to speak for 1 minute. Additionally, an illusion appears that the creature has had its face erased. The remove curse spell ends this effect as does destroying the mirror. The mirror has 12 AC, 10 hit points, vulnerability to bludgeoning damage, and immunity to poison and psychic damage. After a creature fails its saving throw against the trap won't activate for 24 hours. Oh, Bolt, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to give us all the news and information. I know balancing everything in life can be a pain. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I do. Sincerely. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. And there's also a section here on survivors, which I think I'll just touch on because I'm right here. So it says, survivors. Terror doesn't come for just the brave and prepared, often quite the opposite. Some of the most harrowing horror stories involve the least likely heroes, individuals who find their simple lives transformed into waking nightmares. In most horror adventures, your players will employ familiar, adventure-ready characters. That doesn't need to be the case. This is probably one of the most interesting things, so listen up. All right? Instead, for short, low-power adventures, immersive retellings of tragic events, out-of-body experiences, or other unique tales, consider providing players with temporary stand-in characters called survivors. This section provides guidance for using survivor characters designed for 1 to 3 session adventures focused on survival rather than saving the day. Using survivors helps create horror experience focused on the dread inherent on having limited resources and facing impending doom without forcing players to risk their favorite characters. It says using survivors are pre-made characters that are simple and easy for players to master while being customizable enough to fill broad roles in your adventures. Farmers, bored nobles, constables, babysitters, etc. It says cutscenes, dreams, and memories. Use survivors to provide information to players in the form of a self-contained adventure. Even if it doesn't make sense for an adventure's campaign characters to be present in an event, survivors can provide players with perspectives they wouldn't otherwise have. The Mists frequently kidnap characters from across the multiverse, dragging them into the domains of dread. It says Mind Taker Mists. Terrible freedom, delightful doom. Make sure your players know how long you plan to use survivors and that they'll be playing their usual characters again soon. Keep them an idea. Dwindling resources contribute to terrifying situations. When a group runs out of hit points, spells, and other things, high-level characters, though, have such resources in spades. By running an adventure using survivors, you recapture some of the tension of early levels. Tools of Terror. Survivors allow you to control how players will engage with a horror adventure. The stat blocks in the following section are designed to be easy to use. We have apprentices, have a minor talent for magic, and tend to be well-read. Disciples faithfully adhere to the tenets of their chosen religions and receive spells from their deities. Sneaks survive by their wits and other charlatans or petty thieves. And squires possess a modicum of martial training. So, creating a survivor. When you plan, use a session using survivors, determine how you use the apprentice, disciple, sneak, and squire stat blocks. Once you've determined what survivors to use, take a few moments to individualize them. If the survivors have particular roles in your adventure, provide that information to them. Survivors don't possess classes as detailed in the player's handbook. Despite this, you can make a survivor marginally more powerful by increasing its level. The stat blocks present the survivors as they are at level 1. Rather than gaining experience point, a survivor increases in level whenever it makes sense for your adventure. When a survivor gains a level, it gains the benefit of the survivor progression table. The survivor that advances from first to second level and from second to third level gains access to the player's choice of survivor talents. Whenever a survivor gains a level, it gains 1 hit die and its maximum hit points increase. To determine the amount of the increase, roll the die. If a survivor drops to 0 hit points, it falls unconscious and subsequently makes death saving throws like a normal character. And then we have survivor talents. At second and third level, you can choose a talent. You can get Adrenaline Surge. At the start of your turn, choose 1 creature within 30 feet. You are until the start of your next turn, you are frightened of that creature and your walking speed is doubled. So it's Adrenaline Surge. You're scared, so you run fast. Whenever you make a saving throw, you can summon your desire to live in a desperate scream. You gain advantage on the saving throw, and the scream is audible up to 100 feet. You can scream in this way twice per long rest. You gain proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. You gain proficiency in a saving throw, and then we have 4 specific to the type. So if you're a disciple survivor, which gives you Sacred Flame as a cantrip, Guidance, and Cure Wounds twice a day. You can get Divine Guidance. You learn 1 first-level spell of your choice from the Cleric spell list. It must be a spell you don't already have. You can cast the spell once and regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. You can select this more than once and get a different one. We have the Apprentice, which is the magic one. You get Burning Hands twice a day. Firebolt as the cantrip, and then Minor Illusion and Grease. If you get the magical talent, you can get a first-level spell from the Wizard spell list, same as the Divine one. Squire gets a longsword and a bonus action shove attack while wielding a shield. They can get Sacrificing Shield. When a creature you can see makes an attack against a target you see within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to become the target of that attack instead. If you're wielding a shield, you can reduce the damage by a d10 once per short or long rest. And the Sneak has Disengage as a bonus action, and you can get Slip Away. When a creature you can see within 5 feet of you hits you with an attack roll and deals damage to you with the attack, you can use your reaction to give yourself resistance. You can then move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks once per short or long rest. I love this section. I think it's amazing. I think that's awesome. This like survivor concept of like low powering the game for like a true horror experience. That's going to be the closest you're going to get, I think. And trinket, the background and trinket table reprints. There are new backgrounds, and they have a whole section on unique background stuff that you can apply to any background, not just like the new ones. And there are new trinkets, yeah. Yeah, there is lore on Erasmus. We covered that already. I can explain how Mythic Actions. I'll do it very quickly. It's covered in Mythic Odysseys of Theros. See all of my coverage of Mythic Odysseys of Theros, specifically the monsters, the mythic ones, to learn about that. Basically, Mythic Actions trigger at a point when some hit point threshold happens. Something changes and alters, like it regains a bunch of hit points, something else happens, and then it gains access to new legendary actions, which are called Mythic Actions. I've been going for about almost 2 hours and 40 minutes now, so when you say, what did I miss? The chances are a bunch. Is there new feats? No. I did the overview of the morning rail. It is just a blurb about how, like, a derailed railroad. Okay. Let's go back. We talked about covering some other stuff. So let's cover some other stuff. Oh, interestingly enough, there's a section in the front of this book that says the following D&D books provided materials and inspiration. Domains of Dread from 97, Vampires of the Mists in 91, Ravenloft in 83, Ravenloft 2, The House of Griffin Hill in 86, Carnival in 99, Islands of Terror in 92, Ravenloft Realm of Terror in 1990, and Curse of Strahd in 2016. Okay. So, we wanted another dark gift. Someone wanted another dark gift. So let's do Gathered Whispers. That sounds like an interesting one. You are haunted by spiritual beings, whether the souls of the departed or entities from another plane. Their voices endlessly whisper, taunt, or cajole, sometimes rising to unearthly howls. Only you can perceive the spirits unless you allow them to speak through you. When you roll to figure out what the spirit is, d6 or determine, and you get the following benefits. You learn the message cantrip if you don't already know it and require no components to cast it. When you cast the spell, the messages are delivered by one of your whispering spirits rather than you or the target's voice. You choose Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma when you get the Dark Gift. Sudden Cacophony. When you are hit by an attack roll, you can use a reaction to channel your haunting spirits, letting the voices howl through you. If the attacker isn't deafened, add your proficiency bonus to your AC against that attack, potentially causing them to miss. Once this trait is used, you can use it again until you finish a long rest. And then lastly, Voices from Beyond. Immediately after you make an attack, roll an ability check or a saving throw, and roll a 1 on the d20. The haunting voices grow too loud to ignore. Roll on the Voices from the Beyond table to determine the effects of these voices. Once one of these effects occurs, none of the haunting voices manifest again until you finish a short or long rest. The effects are: you have disadvantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. You are deafened by the voices for 1 minute. You are frightened of the creature closest to you other than yourself until the end of your next turn. And within the next 10 minutes, you can ask your spirits about the results of a specific course of action that you plan to take within 30 minutes. You can receive an omen as if you cast the augury spell. The omen manifests as whisperings from your spirits, perceptible only to you. What class would you play through some of these domains with? Not just limited to the new subclasses. Paladin. Insert appropriate paladin for the given domain. Paladins are just one of the... Paladin or cleric, right? I mean, I know that seems cliche, but they're just so good. Like Devotion Paladin, right? Immunity to Charm. That's pretty solid. Oath of the Ancients Paladin, resistance to spell damage. Whatever the one is. I want to say Retribution Paladin, but that's not what it's called. The one that lets you do... God, what the hell is it called? That's what I want to call it, but it's not. It's Redemption Paladin. Yeah, Oath of Devotion is great in Strahd, especially if you're in higher levels and you can get the thing where you're immune to charm. That's huge in vampires and all kinds of spooky undead stuff. No new feats. 2 levels of rogue always helps. Ranger all the way. Oh, poor guy. Glory is good too. Glory is a good one. That's true. Thank you, Frozen Finder, for the kind words as well. Why don't I take some time now and we'll flip through the domains and see if we can come across any other magic items. We found that one in the the Cartacus one. Let's see. All right. Now we're really just kind of winging it here, looking for magic items, but there's none in Barovia. We know that. Okay, we're in Bloodspur, the Godbrain Evil Mind Flayer one. What do we got? Okay, nothing. Godbrain's Torment, Alienism, Adventures Out of Time. Okay, nothing in Bloodspur, which is a bummer. I saw one of them has, it does have you can get an antimatter rifle, which is not new. It's in the Dungeon Master's Guide, but it's listed in here as an option for you to get, which is pretty cool. And I saw there was one with wild magic, so we'll go to that. Thank you, Coulter Wilson. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys like what I'm doing here, give this video a thumbs up. You know, it's a live stream, so it is what it is. But all right, we're on to Borca, the next domain. Let's see what we got in this one. Borca. This has 2 Dark Lords, this domain. The Delisnia, Ivan Delisnia is in this one. He is terrifying. Do we have new magic items? Nope, does not look like new magic items in this one. Alright, on to the Carnival. Magic items in the Carnival, maybe? Oh. Well, that's good. 278 likes. I'll take it. Thank you guys for your thumbs up. Sorry for that. I was just reading what the chat said. Alright, we're on to Darkon now. Okay, the art for this chick, Alicio Baron Metis here, is fantastic. She just looks like a badass. Check this out. Well, let me pull up my OBS so I can actually see what I'm showing you. Look at this. This is a sword in like a rose pattern. Super badass. No new rangers in this book. Okay, no new magic items. Alright, we're on to the Demon Lu, the Grand Masquerade one. Alright, no new magic items in that. How about Falkovnia? This is the zombie one. Potions of healing. Sending stone. Alright, nothing in there. How about Har'Akir? This is the mummy one. Some gods, different gods here in Har'Akir. But no resurrection ritual, which is cool, but no new magic items. Alright, Haslan. What do we got in Haslan? New magic items. This is the one with the magic, the wild magic that I was telling you about. Yeah, someone's new waifu for sure. I don't think the art is washed out. Okay. So Haslan has wild magic. It's a D20 wild magic effect table. Haslan wild magic. Excessive experimentation has caused the nature of the magic in Haslan to fray, making the entire domain a region of wild magic. Whenever a character in Haslan expends a spell slot to cast a spell of first level or higher, or activates a magic item, interesting, an additional effect might occur. They roll a D10. When they roll a 1 on the Haslan wild, if they roll a 1, roll on this table. So it's a D20 table. A 1 to 5 causes a random effect from the wild magic surge table. A 6 to 7, the character is frightened of all creatures until the end of their next turn. An 8 to 9, a number 2d4 of the staring cats of Odaire appear within 30 feet of the character. These sapient hyperdimensional cats have uneven numbers of eyes and are not hostile, but they ominously share reports on how the character died in multiple parallel dimensions. The cats vanish after the character's next long rest. 10 to 11, the characters and the creatures nearest them both teleport up to 60 feet to random unoccupied spaces of the DM's choice. When they reappear, they are covered in harmless ectoplasm. 12, the character broadcasts their surface thoughts for 1 round, as if all creatures within 30 feet of them had cast detect thoughts on them. 13 to 14, a spectral eye of Haslik appears hovering over the character for 1 hour. The eye functions as detailed in the Eye of Haslik section, which is next. We'll talk about that. A portal similar to the one created by Arcane Gate opens within 10 feet of the character. It connects to another portal somewhere in Haslan. Remains for an hour, during which creatures from either side can pass through. Oh god. Are you guys ready for this? A shrieking, skinless, many-limbed horror that has the stats and vaguely resembles a unicorn appears within 30 feet of the character. It is hostile to them, vanishing after a minute. The character casts Fireball as a 5th level spell centered on himself, using Charisma as the spellcasting ability. Screams and laughter emanate from the flames. Or a fog cloud appears centered on the character. The effect is similar to a fog cloud and lasts for 10 minutes. The DM can choose to have the fog affect creatures as if they'd entered the mists. And the Eye of Haslik, a stylized eye-like design adorns buildings. An Eye of Haslik takes shape reminiscent of the eye-like tattoos that cover Haslik's body. It can be any size and can be created from a medium, tattoo, medallion, and so on. Within the borders of Haslan, an Eye of Haslik has the following traits. It is not magical. Anyone who openly wears the Eye of Haslik on their person or clothing or as a talisman can, once per day, choose to not roll on the Haslan Wild Magic table. Haslik is aware of any spell cast or magic item used within this domain within 30 feet of the Eye of Haslik. It's also aware of the spell's level and the rarity of the magic item. At any time, Haslik can use the Eye of Haslik in his domain as a stationary eye created by the Arcane Eye spell. There is not a picture of the unicorn flesh horror. Right, next up is a Cath. We got magic items in here. Nope. All right. Har'Akir. We checked this one, I believe, already. Does not have a magic item, though it does have the dog creature. That makes me sad. Kartakis is currently the only one that has a magic item in it. Harkon's Bite. All right. Lamortia is the Frankenstein one. No, it doesn't look like it. All right, Mordant. This is a ghost story adventure. Nope. Nothing in that. All right. Oh boy, I don't even know how to pronounce this. It's Richemulot. Okay. Jacqueline here, she's the leader. The Gnawing Plague. Cycles of the Plague. Oh wait, it gives you, oh, it's like a plague, a disease horror thing. There are different stages. Well, it's like rats and stuff. There are 3 stages to the plague, and we have 4 stages to the plague. All right, Tempest. Okay, what do we got here? What's this one got? Mother Lorinda. Adventures in Tempest. She's a green hag. Victal and the Tithes. Mother's Blessing. Okay. Visitor enjoys the hospitality of Victal during the tide. Valakan. Trials of the Heart. Rules of the Trial. Okay, here's something it's alluded to here. They don't mention something about a saber-toothed tiger killing people. They don't mention that they recently lost the Cat of Felkovic, a sentient magic item similar to a figurine of wondrous power that conjures a feline killer. So that's not technically a magic item, but it's the closest we've got. Oh, this looks like, oh, this is like the most dangerous game. Hunting people, looks like. And that's it. Then we're on to the other domains of dread. With their little blurbs here. I don't believe they're going to have any magic items. Travelers in the Mists. Do we have anything in here? Views of the Vistani, Famed Vistani. Other groups, Mist Wanderers, Adventures of the Callers. Okay, this is all the like the NPCs. Rudolph Van Richten, Weathermy Foxgrove twins. Yeah, I think that's it, guys. I think it's just that one magic item. I'll keep looking. It might be, we'll move into the adventure itself. Yeah, there might be something slipped in there, but the survivor mechanic, it's a great way to introduce, yeah. Their picture, nothing of the unicorn. We talked about that. It's pretty cool that it looks back on all the inspiration that created the supplement. Are there any new magic items? There's one that we found, and it's cursed. My least favorite thing is the lack of magic items and an index/true appendices. And my favorite thing is actually probably becoming some of these extra rules. The survivor rules, that wild magic table, the fear and stress table. There's also curses, which we can talk about in a little bit as well. The adventure, yeah, that's where I'm going next. I should show you. So remember I read the Faceless Malice, the sort of like the cursed, the haunted trap that makes you think like your face is gone? That's kind of what you'd see. So. Yes, Hexblood and Reborn get the same as the Dhampir. All right, we're into the House of Lament as the adventure. Components necessary to form your own flesh golem. I didn't see anything like that. New fear and stress table, survivors variant rules looks. Yeah, it's definitely got some good stuff. No new spells. Alright, so let's go through the House of Lament adventure and look for new magic items. So look, we got another goth girl potential here. Oh, hi. Oh. Homemade popcorn delivery. I'll take that. I just bought a popcorn cart for our arcade there, so that worked out. Okay. Going through the adventure. Nightmares. Seances. Oh, the seances have all sorts of... Look at the text, man. It's like big old bold text. Evict the chimney witch. Seek the witch stone. All right. We've got a flowchart for the adventure. We've got maps. Okay. I see magic items that are contained in it, but they don't look unique. Here's an axe. This is an existing one in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Nothing unique about it. Treasure, paintings, nothing crazy there. Haunted trap. Okay. Closet, chimney witch. Assassin's blood poison. And you're compelled to play the harp learns the song Blood Tears of Claveria. Do you think that's a reference to Bloody Tears from Castlevania? Anyone compelled to play the harp learns the song Blood Tears of Claveria. This is written by Lyron Evensong and advantage on subsequent performance checks made to play the chilling instrument. Okay, what do we got? Wand of Magic Missiles and a pistol with some bullets. Some wine. A bag of holding, which you could put the Bagman in, it says. A 10th piece is an amulet bearing the mark of the raven, a symbol used by the keepers of the feather. The mark of the raven is not magical, but some forces recoil from the righteous power it suggests. Yes, well, that's not magic. Treasure. Nope. Some gold coins and a key. There's the mark of the raven. All right, here we go. Treasure. Some more treasure. Potion of healing. Deck of illusions. Mara's crimson sword Oathmaker, which is a sword of vengeance. Nothing crazy. Okay. Amber monolith. Evicted. Tyrant's escape. Beyond the house. That's it. Then we're into the monsters. So, no. Looks like it's really just that one singular magic item. I wonder what logic is behind not adding new magic items or spells. Evict the chimney witch. I don't think is Vecna in it. Not like he's referenced in a couple spots, but not openly. Oh damn! I dropped the popcorn. Come here. We've gone through a lot of this book, folks. Like I said, it's not like Tasha's where there's so much stuff to go through. Markovia. All right. We'll check that out. Mordenheim. Mordia. Okay, Markovia must be one of these little ones. Okay, Dr. Frantisek Markov. This is the tiniest one. Hallmarks, depraved science, sapient animals. Dr. František Markov is a genius, but less so than yesterday. His Markov formula grants him unparalleled intellect, but it insidiously steals more than it gives, making him increasingly dull-witted and bestial in form. Despairing, the doctor fled to a tropical island he dubbed Markovia, where he tests new versions of his formula on a local fauna in hopes of recovering his waning genius. As a result of these tests, animals across Markovia now possess sapience and have been deluded into believing Markov is their god. Will this stream be a video with timestamps? It definitely will. Assuming someone has been keeping track of the timestamps, then yes. Yes, there were changes to the UA lineages and subclasses. I think this book is probably pretty safe to read as a Curse of Strahd player. I don't think you'll be hurting too much. There's a couple things, like there's references to Strahd, but there's no like stat blocks and stuff. There's no detachable map. Nope. Some sections have their own map, but nothing detachable. Anything involving the Sorrow Sworn. Let's go see. Okay. It doesn't look like it. I see swarms, inquisitors. I see Starspawn. I don't see anything about Sorrow Sworn. Unless that's in a reference to a specific domain, in which I can go look that up. No. I don't know, Shane. What is this shit? Just from the Darkwood or Markovia, Shadowfell. What do you think is the most interesting thing in the book for you? Definitely all the other rules that they added. The survivor rules, the haunted traps, the fear and stress. Lena, she'll be better in this, for sure. She won't have dark vision, but she'll get at least 2 skill proficiencies, so. Sorry, guys. I know, it's really good. But it's hard to eat. I'm hungry. Okay. Oh, there was a section on curses. I wanted to talk about that. Where is that? An ancient warning echoes in a tomb robber's mind. A lost treasure bears a magical affliction, assuring it remains lost. The dying priest's last breath carries a portent of doom. Curses come in a myriad of forms. Terrifying tales, blah, blah, blah. Okay, laying curses. Curses aren't something to throw around lightly. They should be dramatically appropriate responses to meaningful choices characters make. If every goblin or bandit costs out a dying curse, the narrative impact fades. Okay, so they give you a couple options. Components of a curse. Most curses have 3 distinct components: pronouncement, burden, and resolution. Pronouncement. The first component of the curse is a pronouncement which amounts to a threat. It promises suffering to any of those who dare to perform or have already performed a specific offensive act. I'll give you a couple examples. A widely spread story explaining that a particular action tempts terrible punishment. A warning spoken on the cusp of a deadly battle, assuring dire consequences for the victorious. The last words of a dying person. The burden is what it actually does. And it says, you know, the victim has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. They give you a couple of random options and resolution. Sometimes a curse can be ended by making restitution towards a wrong party, or reparation if something was stolen or destroyed. With more general curses, while more general curses can be lifted by a curse or remove curse spell, more specific or dramatic curses can't be permanently lifted through spells. Magic can temporarily offer respite, though. A remove curse spell cast on a victim of a curse suppresses the burden for an hour. A Raider Restoration spell suppresses it until the victim finishes a long rest. Death usually ends a curse, but the curse returns in full force if the cursed character returns to life without resolving the curse. When a curse is resolved, its effects usually end immediately. Some more insidious curses might linger beyond the resolution, but can then be removed by remove curse spell or similar magic if the victim succeeds a DC 15 charisma saving throw. Okay, we have some sample curses. We have 3. We have Ancient Seal. This curse protects the resting place of a long-dead ruler and punishes any who disturb the ruler's remains or plunder the treasures. Pronouncement. Carved into the stone of the crypt door are the words, "Relentless death follows those who disturb the sovereign's rest." Burden. Each character that gains the curse is hunted by a wraith that appears at sunset and vanishes at dawn, pursuing the single-minded goal of slaying the cursed individual. The wraith manifests in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of its victim. Destroying the wraith grants a temporary reprieve. It does not reform for 10 days. You can scale this curse for lower and higher level encounters by choosing another kind of creature. Resolution. The cursed character gets sets right what they disturbed. Stolen treasure must be returned. Or if the ruler's body was disturbed, it must be reinterred with proper observances. Broken vow. A character breaks a solemn vow. The consequences stem from powers that observe the oath swearing. Pronouncement. Whatever vow the character made, it came with an implied warning that guilt and relentlessness would beset anyone who broke the oath. Burden. The character is plagued by restless sleep and recurring nightmares featuring those the character swore to protect. The character gains 3 levels of exhaustion that can't be removed until the curse ends. The curse lasts until the character upholds the broken oath. That might require the character to wait until the circumstances arise again, or, more questionably, engineer the circumstances. We have Final Breath. A deity's favored servant lies dying and calls down divine wrath. The dying creature declares to the killer, "May your mind grow dim in battle until the sun sets forever." The character has disadvantage on attack rolls brought on by the brief sporadic bouts of confusion. To lift the curse, the character must cause a symbolic setting of the sun or an empowering of the night to appease the slain creature's deity. The character might prevent a festival dedicated to a sun god or perform a ritual that shrouds an entire settlement in magical night for 24 hours, thus ending the curse. And lastly, Innocent Blood. The tragic situation came to pass where a character killed an undeserving person who laid a vengeful curse in punishment. The dying victim spits final words, "You shall spill innocent blood until laid low by the moon's bite." The character is cursed by with Guru lycanthropy. The curse can't be broken until the character is reduced to 0 hit points by a silvered weapon. If the character survives, the curse can be broken as described in the Loop Guru lycanthropy section of Chapter 5. Treat the character as a werewolf whose Loop Guru progenitor has been killed. Pretty cool stuff. Anything in the book? Just the lack of appendices and stuff. Any new spells? No new spells. The dark gifts expand on the boons in the Amber Temple, Curse of Strahd. Kind of. They're not specifically on those. Are you going to post a Ravenloft cosplay picture for Halloween's community post? I didn't even see anything about that, Brian Abbott. Ooga booga booga. Ah, scary. Yeah, so we've covered a lot of this book, honestly. We covered all the really cool stuff, the Survivor. My favorite part is this whole horror toolkit. The curses, the stress, the fear, the traps, and the survivors. Really like that a lot. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Is there a reference to Jack Skellington in some form or fashion? Not that I saw. It's possible. The only sections, I flipped through all of the different domains. We've read a couple of the dark gifts already. The only thing we didn't really cover, I guess, is, what is it? Genres of horror. Which is just basically like, this section is on body horror, and it gives you like how to, like, if you want to run a body horror campaign, something like that. It's like, here are some monsters to use, here are some villains, torments, settings, adventure sites, and body horror plots. And we have that for body horror, cosmic horror, dark fantasy, folk horror, ghost stories, and gothic horror. And then we have just like blurbs about disaster horror, cult detective stories, psychological horror, and slasher horror. No, nothing new for rogues, specifically. Yeah. That's, I think, most of it, honestly. I like the section about like how you can have the Dark Lord of the domain interact with the players, but like not necessarily have them be able to fight them. Like show up by possessing a body of an NPC or something like that. That makes a lot of sense. Is this the pre-order? No, this is available in pre-order. You can pre-order it right now. It comes out on the 18th of May. I got 2 copies as early review copies from Wizards of the Coast. So that's what these are. But it is the book. It'll be out on the 18th. You can expect full in-depth coverage as you normally expect from me when it launches on D&D Beyond on the 18th, because I'll have it that I can show you digitally, rather than trying to flip through the book and stuff. So I think if you look around, you might be able to find flip-throughs, but I don't really ever recommend doing that. I just wait until it's available on D&D Beyond. Yeah, so I think we talked a little bit about all the different domains. We talked about all the new system-related stuff. We talked about the Travelers in the Mists, which is just sort of like the, sort of notable NPCs. And we started, we touched on the adventure that was contained in the book. And talked about the Bagman. And then we just have the other monsters that we didn't really cover. There's the Body Taker plant, which is sort of like a version of the Body Snatchers plant guy. Talked about the Boneless. Brain in a jar is nothing crazy. It's just like a spellcaster's brain put in a jar. There's the Carrion Stalker, which is basically some sort of weird like monster flesh-eating creature thing. Talked about the Carrionet. Talked about the Dullahan pretty in depth, because it's pretty sweet. There's a Gallows Speaker, which is kind of like a wraith-like spirit. There's a Gramishka, which is kind of like a gremlin. There's the Zhang-Chi, which is sort of a vampire, an energy vampire. We have the Lugaru, which we talked about. We have the Necrocor, which is basically the living blood formed from the ichor of evil gods, or the sludge of the crypts of failed liches. It's basically a big, jar full of this stuff. We have a Nosferatu, which is just like a more feral-ish kind of vampire. We have the Priests of Osibus. They're kind of necromancers. We have stats for those. We have Relentless Killers. I guess these are kind of supposed to be like your Jason Voorhees type, because we have a Relentless Slasher and a Relentless Juggernaut, and they look like they're just kind of big hulking monsters. We have the 2 Starspawn Emissaries, the Sturgoi. We have Swarms of Bugs. The Almist Inquisitors, which look like they might be good guys. I don't know. We have Unspeakable Horror, which is just a weird monstrosity thing. We have the Vampiric Mind Flayer, Were Ravens, and then a bunch of different zombies. And that is pretty much it. Sure, here is the limited edition cover. Like this. Here's the back. The holy symbol of Ravenkind on it. And then the traditional, or the standard cover. Like this. The back. Like this. This actually, this black section here, you can kind of hear, like if I rub here, right? It's soft. And then this whole black section has a texture to it. No mongrel folk. Definitely, again, favorite part is the extra stat blocks and mechanics. Can I show the covers again? I just did. Which monster do I like the most? The Dullahan, and is really actually winning it over for me with the what's called with the mythic actions and stuff. I'll just take I'll just throw it out there, right? If you guys like what I do here and you haven't subscribed to the channel already, consider subscribing because it helps me. And you guys are all here hanging out. I do live streams occasionally, rarely. I do them every so often when I have time. I'll just be like, hey, let's do a live stream. I've been doing them whenever these books come out. I do a new live stream kind of talking through stuff. I also will be doing, once the books officially go live and I'm able to pick them up from my local game store, I will do a giveaway of the limited edition cover and the standard cover, so you guys can enter that to win more copies of the book. Did the lineage get big changes? Yeah, I definitely talked about pretty much the whole book at this point. They did get changes, and some pretty big ones in a good way, in my mind. So, good stuff. Favorite art in the book is tricky. There's a lot. There's more art in this book, I think, than possibly any other D&D book released so far. You really don't go more than 2 pages without a piece of art in it. And not even just like maps, like actual good art. We've seen some of it already that's been posted online. I showed off the one of like the family, the people fighting. I'll show you my least favorite piece of art is this Strahd versus Azalin Rex art. I don't really love this one. I'm not a huge fan of that one. I think it says wisdom saving throw for the fear rules. There's also this chick. Yeah, there's a picture of a dog person. That is true. I mean, the Dullahan has nice art, too. All the NPC art, I feel like, is really good. So. This art's actually pretty cool, too. Yeah, I will. I'll put the timestamps in the description if I have them. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to go back and cut through this video and edit it up because I'm going to make full coverage of all of the stuff when the book comes out on the 18th. Like, I will probably have 7 videos that come out between the 18th and the following days where I cover a video on the races, a video on the subclasses, a video on the dark gifts, a video on the backgrounds, a video on the monsters, a video on the domains. All that stuff. I'll do that, like I always do. The magic item was basically a good luck stone, stone of good luck that's in the shape of a dire wolf tooth, but it's cursed to turn you into a werewolf. I think the fear rules are a wisdom saving throw. Yes, the races got changes, as did the subclasses. Yeah, so. Holy crap, I'm caught up to chat. That's wild. That's very rare for me. I guess that 10-second delay on the slow mode really does help keep things a little more reasonable. So, yeah, like I said, I think we pretty much hit the majority of the book. Yeah, man, we've been going for almost 3.5 hours at this point. We covered most of the book at this already, so. Yeah, Crushable Dread. There is some new rules for lycanthropy. It is the, it is this Loot Guru lycanthropy, which is a specific type of werewolf that when you're inflicted, you have to kill the the werewolf who inflicted it on you. You need to kill that main werewolf, like kind of the progenitor of that line. Then you need to cast a remove curse on a full moon and then make a saving throw and succeed, and then you're cured of it. I have had an entire D&D session in the time you've been live. Yeah, man. I don't mess around. When I do a live stream, I go hard. I don't stream that often, other than when I stream on Twitch every Tuesday night, playing D&D live on the internet. By the way, if you want all of the, between this channel and the second YouTube channel, Nerd Immersion Plays, all of the campaign footage is up. People seem to always ask me, like, where are the VODs? Like, they're out there. You can find them. Yeah, that's that. But when I do stream on YouTube, I usually go until either the chat dies down, I can't physically stay awake anymore, or we've covered everything we need to cover. So, I mean, like, you know, I could always just talk about other stuff. Oh, sorry, that was really loud. Open that door and get a little airflow in here. Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys like the coverage that I do. I like making videos. Obviously, I wouldn't make as many as I do if I didn't like it, so. Would you guys mind terribly if I, like, took a break to go get a drink? I've been talking for almost 3.5 hours, and I've only had little bits of coffee here and there, so I wouldn't mind catching a little bit of a break, if that's cool. And then, you know, coming right back, and then we can talk about whatever. It'll just help me, you know, keep the old throat from going dry, going sore here. Scenes. Oh, guys, all right, yeah. Let me throw up a. Let me come up and see if we can come up with a BRB screen real quick. What I can make here. What do we got? This looks spooky. Let's go with that. Okay, loop. Okay. And then we'll add immediate. That's on the front. This one in front. What do we got? Let me see what I can come up with. What kind of spooky stuff I've got here. Oh, this is so dumb. Is this animated? No, is this just an image? Seeing what I got kicking around. This is a PNG. Okay, so we can do that. We'll go here, and then we'll go to properties. Oh no, we want to add an image source. Sorry, this is what I get for not setting up BRB stuff ahead of time. Kind of center that horizontally. Center that vertically. This is why you should have this stuff all figured out ahead of time, but that's not how I do. And then, do we have custom scene transitions we can do? Let's go see what we've got. Say transition. Let's get out of studio mode. Just trying to see, I forget, I thought I had custom transitions set up, but I guess I probably can't do that while I'm here. All right, so I will be right back. Give me 1 sec. Oh, what are you watching me? Oh man, my wife's watching me. Bring me water. But I'm still gonna take a break so I can eat this popcorn in peace. Here, let's toss up some music here. I don't have any spooky music, but that'll have to do. Hey friends, I'm back. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm down to keep talking about Van Richten's guide, but I don't know what else we're going to talk about, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, we covered a lot of the book. I'm not tired, so, like, don't worry about it being almost 1 a.m. here. That doesn't bother me. I mean, I started the stream at 9 o'clock Eastern time, so here I am, right? I'm not worried about it at all. I'm a night owl. I'm sure most of you have figured it out by the time you see how many late videos, or if you figured out what time frame I'm in, how many late videos I post. So, yeah, not worried about staying up late. I don't want to cut the party short because you guys are all awesome, and I love hanging out with you and interacting. How overall good do I think the book is? It's okay. I don't, it's not a Tasha's. It's not a Xanathar's. The lack of magic items, other than that one, kind of hurts it for me. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really plan on running a horror game. Mostly because I know the people that I play with routinely. Now, maybe if I started a brand new campaign online with people who I knew could take it seriously, I can't play a horror game with the people I play with every week. It just won't work. They just are too silly and goofy, and it's fine. They're my friends. I know them well. It's just not a thing I can do, right? And I'm okay with that. I get that. I just don't think I can get them to take a truly horror-themed game seriously. There'll be too many wisecracks, and it just won't work. So this doesn't have a lot of... I mean, I love the book. I love D&D books, right? I have a massive collection of 3.5 books that I love, and I plan on having every single book in all of 5th edition because I started from the start. So I think, again, if you're planning on doing horror-themed stuff, if you want to run a game in the Domains of Dread plural or even a single one, it's probably for you. If you're looking for just the extra stuff for character creation, like lineages and subclasses, I don't think it's probably worth the full price tag for you. You might want to think about seeing if you can get just what you want. Maybe if you can do D&D Beyond and just buy the subclasses, something like that. Picture of the Star Spawn? No, I don't think I showed a picture of the Star Spawn. I can do that. Oops. Take a side page here. Okay. Do I think the Draconomicon, would be coming in 5e? I hope so, but no. I truly believe we're gonna get Dragonlance. I'd love to be proven wrong, right? I'm not humble enough. I mean, I was hardcore that this book was gonna be Dragonlance, and here we are with this book. So I'm still sticking to my guns. Feywild Adventure, Dragonlance, and some other thing, which could be the Draconomicon, but I think it'll likely be Planescaper Spelljammer. What do I feel is missing that should have been in this book? Magic items, obviously. I think you're doing a massive... I get it. I get the concept of not including stat blocks, specific stat blocks for the Dark Lords, but I think it's dumb. The fact that you made Curse of Strahd an adventure where Strahd has a stat block set a precedent that Dark Lords can be killed or at least defeated. Maybe not killed outright, but I think you should have put stat blocks for these guys in here. I think that makes sense to me. Is there an adventures in the Har'Akir section? There's like a table that's like gives you some plot hooks. All of the domains have like a little section that says like, here's some ideas you could run. So if you said Har'Akir, we'll go look at that real quick, and I'll tell you. So it says like Har'Akir Adventures. There's a D10 table, right? It says Calcaire is trapped in an unbreakable spiral of suffering and hate. Adventure 1, bandits take over the village of, oh boy, Neela Kurangini, claiming Ramia and Arjani as their leaders. In truth, they serve neither and are opportunistically robbing those who fear disobeying the factions. An escaped villager entreats the characters for help. The sea boils around an ancient submerged ruin called the Drowned Altar. With constant upheaval, no one has performed the rites necessary to placate what dwells in the deep, and so on. You have like 10 kind of plot hooks. You have something similar to that for every fully fleshed out Domain of Dread. How do you reveal a town or country scale map to players outside of having them buy a map for the area? You could have it be on a wall, like in a shop, or maybe in a tavern, like there's a map of the area. Like think about how you're introduced. So I'd say this. Aside from video games where you can just have an overworld map, where you just open up the map, in certain video games, the only way you can find where the map is if you look at a map on a wall, right? Or you buy a map, and those would be the options that I would suggest. Everyone's custom Domain of Dread idea. What do I truly find scary? Or would I find interesting enough to be a Domain of Dread? I think I'd want to build a domain based on like the fear of the dark, like not necessarily like creeping darkness, but there was a movie. It was I forget the name of the movie, but it was basically like Evil Tooth Fairy. It was popular. It was in theaters back in like mid or early 2000s. I forget what it was called. Like, I don't know, something about not having the lights go out. And then I also think about like the first Gears of War, where there was all of those like the bat-like things that I can't remember. Darkness Falls, thank you, Squams. Darkness Falls and the first Gears of War, there were all of the, I can't remember the name of them, like the bat-like creatures that you need to shine the spotlight on. You need to run from light to light or they'd get you. I think a domain based on that concept where like if you are in darkness, it is very bad for you. So you need to constantly have means of having a source of light to stay safe. I think that could be really fun. Krill, thank you, Derek. Yeah, the krill would come at you in the darkness. So you need to either shine the spotlight or like run from one area of light to another. I mean, again, that fits very much in like a video game mindset, like that concept of like get from here to here and stay in the light, like follow in the spotlight and get to where you need to go. But I think that could be a really fun concept. I don't know how it would work fully as a domain for D&D, especially because there are a lot of classes that can generate light, but I think that could be a cool concept. Which of the race, the Dhampir is the most improved? Should you use this if you run Curse of Strahd? It'll help in Curse of Strahd. It's not necessary, but it wouldn't be a detriment to have this, even just for the concepts about the horror and running the game and pacing and all that. That kind of stuff can be good in Curse of Strahd and really expand as close to a horror you're going to get in Curse of Strahd, but it will give you some more insight into Strahd's character and things like that as well. Didn't a couple of the Dark Lords have a use X stat block? They don't actually like flat out say, but like the following changes. But yeah, some of them will say use. But they also said for Strahd to use the vampire stat block. Just like the base vampire stat block. I don't know. To me, I feel like Strahd has a lot more going for him than just like a base vampire. And it says vampire. It didn't even say vampire lord. Like it said vampire. So if I click on a vampire, take a look at it. A vampire, for example, is challenge rating 13, but it has no magic. And like Strahd is a high level spellcaster. So if you're playing Strahd as a vampire, like a base vampire, you're really underpowering him, in my mind. Is there a vampire lord isn't a stat block? No? Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. I feel like that's just a detriment to Strahd. Yeah, the Doctor Who episode in the library. Good point. Yeah, the kind of isolationist feel of the thing, right? That's kind of one of the things they try to capture in Icewind Dale. That sort of isolationist vibe could easily be a Domain of Dread. I saw someone say an endless day of the Mondays. I get it. It doesn't really translate well to D&D, but yeah, that'd be one hell of a Domain of Dread. Yeah, in the campaign, in Curse of Strahd, he has a stat block. In here, he doesn't. None of the Dark Lords do. But like they went out of the way to show. I did it in one of the videos where they talked about how like the mummy in the Egypt kind of themed campaign is very different than the traditional like Boris Karloff mummy, but it doesn't have a unique stat block. So, yeah, I don't know. New spells. There's one singular magic item. It is a Stone of Good Luck that curses you to be a what's it called? A vampire. So, I'm sorry, vampire, a werewolf. The included adventure is about like, oh god, I read it. It's a spooky part of a house. No new spells, one new magic item, which is a Stone of Good Luck that curses you to become a werewolf. Yeah, I get it, Zach Russell, the concept of keeping things like just use the stat block so you can buy this book and nothing else. But they reference Curse of Strahd once or twice in this book. Well, I think the process of them not giving them stat blocks specifically is so that they can't be killed, so they can kind of be this like overarching god type character. That's what I truly think. So, I mean, you can play werewolves from the monster manual. They're in the monster manual, like the rules to become a werewolf or a were-tiger or were-bear or whatever. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, I made a improved Strahd for when my party encountered him in my recent homebrew campaign. But he's on the team now, so he's part of the party. So he obviously had to get dumbed down. But there was actually story beats for reasons why. So it worked out well. So yeah, what else do we got? We don't have to necessarily do questions about Van Richten's guide. We can, obviously, if people have questions about it. That's what this was about. But if people have other questions about D&D or me or whatever, throw them out there. Chat's calmed down quite a bit, so I think I can go ahead and turn off slow mode in the chat. So, what else do I want to talk about? I don't know. That's such a loaded question. It's not loaded at all. I don't know why I said that. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I don't really have anything specific that I want to talk about. I got some videos I plan on making over the weekend. The popcorn was okay. We're still dialing in the popcorn like cart. So it's like a a kind you'd find in like a movie theater, the big cart, or like out at like a fair. It's a smaller version, but we're still dialing in exactly like the breakdown of how much oil versus how much popcorn, and how to heat it up and stuff like that. Favorite Legend of Zelda game, Ocarina of Time, hands down. What is the thing you want most from the 5e releases this year? What I want the most from them I want crafting rules and magic item sell rules, but I won't get those. So I'm going to settle for a good version of that published Dragon Monk class and updated stats for Kobold. Have I ever ran the entire Curse of Strahd campaign? I have played the entire Curse of Strahd campaign. It took 2 seasons, and both of those are here on this channel if you want to go look them up. You can search Curse of Strahd Season 1 and Curse of Strahd Season 2 here on the main Yard Immersion channel. There is actually probably something in the realm of like 150 to 200 maybe. Maybe 150 or so live play 3+ hour campaign sessions here on this channel, not including the however many 100 or so on the second channel. Future plans? I mean, at the moment, it's to finish up the studio. I got to build drawers to go in this section so I can clean up all the shit off of back there. I have some fun. I can't really talk about them, but I have some writing projects that I'm working on. A lot of cool, interesting sponsored content coming down the pike. So mini sponsors and, you know, different videos and supplements and a lot of Kickstarters. Kickstarter companies seem to really, people that are doing Kickstarters seem to really like the way I present things. So they want that. So that's cool. I've got, I don't think this is really a spoiler or anything, but I've worked out kind of a long running contract with the DMs Guild, which is pretty cool. So like the first Friday of every month will be a DMs Guild video. It'll be like a recap or like a bundle. Like, here's my favorite products on the DMs Guild for this month. So you'll get at least one like kind of roundup, DMs Guild roundup video once a month. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know, that's kind of where I'm at the moment. You know, we'll see. I've got one kind of outstanding writing thing that I'm working on, the thing with Jetpack 7. And then I'm looking to work on some other stuff. I'm hoping conventions make a comeback when it's reasonable. And, you know, that's, for those of you who don't know, I mean, not to toot my own horn here, I guess, but one of my strongest suits is my networking and like social skills and the way I'm able to leverage nerd immersion and make good business relationships at conventions, in person, like networking and marketing. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to do that with the largest growth of the channel, which is kind of wild. Any advice on trying to get a party together when they all want the very individualized character backstories? Interesting. Yeah, it's hard, right? I mean, I like the idea of building things together. You could try the group patron concept from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. That might help. But if you have them all work together, I saw something recently where someone was saying like build it. Oh, it was in the Lazy Dungeon Master about like have them come up with a way to build something next, like with the person next to them. It doesn't have to actually be everybody together, but like how do you relate to this character and like try to build the story together. I don't know if there's a Domain of Dread where fiends rule over mortals. Potentially. Any chance you may review MCDM's strongholds and followers? Yes, it's just it's been so long, I don't know if anybody actually cares. But apparently a couple of people have asked me, so I guess I could. Are you going to make a Dhampir Rabbit Folk character? Probably not. Does the new book have the Mind Flayer domain from 2E? Yes, Bloodspur, the one with like the crazy vamp. Yes, that is in there for sure. Who is the book for? Players, DMs, or anyone? It is primarily, I'll say, a DM's book, but as per usual with 5e, it also has player options to kind of encourage both sections to buy it. There's a lot more stuff about Domains of Dread and like that kind of stuff, so that's more DM oriented, but there is player options. It's the most original, unique NPC that you've ever written. Oh, geez. Most unique and original. I made, let's see, in my original campaign of Know Your Role, it was called here on the channel. I made a character who was a dragon shaman. His name was Edrisad. He lived in Neverwinter, and he loved dragons, and also he was like the dragon guy. He went to him questions about dragons, working with dragon bits, and he sounded like Christopher Walken. And the party loved him, so that was fun. I had a guy named Hank, who was a trinket salesman, a kobold trinket salesman, in my homebrew campaign of Eberron. I really liked him. He was just a guy who would try to get people to buy a bunch of junk. And then I guess Crag McNuckles, who ended up being more like Tony Stark as time went on, but he's a dwarven battle rager who was just a crotchety old guy who taught people, taught one of the characters how to be a battle rager. It was really fun. I am simply just built different. Oh, if you're talking about me, thank you, I guess. What's your overall initial feelings for the guide so far? It's okay. I'm glad I got it sent for free. I mean, in that respect, like I would have bought it anyway just to have it for the collection. Will I use aspects of the book? Yes. Do I plan on running anything in the Domains of Dread anytime soon? Not at all. What are some of my interests outside of TTRPGs? Okay. Well, I like woodworking and, home improvement projects and stuff like that, as you may or may not have figured out from social media, having, built all the furniture that you see in any kind of stuff that I post online. I mean, I built this whole room. This was just an empty space that I built a full soundproof room with, ran all the electric and put in the heating and all the insulation and all that kind of stuff. I'm building a bathroom next door so I don't ever have to go upstairs. But I like that. I'm a big video gamer. Well, not as much as I used to be after I had kids, I used to play video games I've been playing video games longer than I've been playing tabletop RPGs. And for the longest time, video games were pretty much the only games I played. I had bouts of D&D that I was really excited about over the years, but until I pretty much D&D sort of dropped off my radar for years until 5e came out, and then it came really back in hard. I was running a campaign for some friends in 3.5, and then one of the characters died, and it just did what D&D campaigns do, where it just fell apart. So I was just hardcore on the video game trend. But I love fishing. I love my family, my kids, my dogs, and then obviously woodworking and any kind of home improvement related stuff. I'm now getting into pinball since I bought a pinball machine. That's kind of a new thing that I'm working on. Will 6e make an appearance at the 50th anniversary of D&D in 2024, or will it be D&D 5.5? I definitely think they're going to do something to go along with the 50th anniversary in 2024. They'd be dumb not to. Whether it's 6e or 5.5 or some sort of new expanded rule set, I'm not sure. But something. They'll have to do something. But 5e has such a strong... There's some issues with 5e. We all know that. But it has one of the strongest foundations and skeletons built by some of the industry's best minds. Right? Monty Cook and, say what you will about some of the other folks, but, Jeremy Crawford and Mike Merles and all these people were designing and helped building D&D next and before it became 5e. And it is, we're not going to find a team like that to build something again. So I feel like you have a pretty good opportunity. You might tweak it and maybe do a 5.5. But I don't think, even if they go to a 6e, I don't think it will stray far from where we stand right now. Have I ever attended Gen Con? Yes, 3 times. 4 times? 3 times. Yeah, I went a couple of years ago. It was a funny story. It was a whim. I wasn't planning on going to Gen Con. I made some friends in the TTRPG space through PAX East and stuff, because PAX East is local to me, because I live in New York and it's in Boston. So I know some people through that. And I decided I wasn't going to go to PAX. I didn't have a hotel. I didn't have a badge. And then I made the call, hey, I'm going to go to PAX and I'm going to sleep in my car. I won't spend any money on a hotel. I'll drive out there in my car. I'll find a place where I can park in a parking garage or something, and I'll just sleep in the back of my car. And that's the plan. And I was like, I'll book a hotel for the night before I have to leave so I can have a nice bed to sleep in and a place to shower before I head back. That was my plan. And then The first night, I just felt like garbage. I found like a spot inside the convention center and just fell asleep in the air conditioning because that first night killed me. So I ended up calling my hotel that I had the next night, and I was like, hey, do you guys have a room tonight? And they're like, yes. I was like, book it. I'm in. And I went to that. And I just like, I met a bunch of people, right? Like I know the Venture Maidens, right? I met Celeste that trip, like on a whim. I met a whole bunch of people, had a lot of fun. And then the next year, I ended up staying with my friends from the Venture Maidens. We all booked a hotel. And that worked out. And I did so much. I met so many great people that trip. Right, I met like the folks I know at Jetpack 7. I met Jordan. I met Cody from Taking 20. You know, I met the guys from Nerdarchy. I met so many people, and that was like such a great experience. And then, well, I guess I went 4 times. Because then the last year, was it? Yeah. Then I went and I booked, or maybe it was just 3 times. And then I went and I booked a big suite with a whole bunch of my friends from a bunch of places, and we stayed there, and that was really good. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, I just had I got to meet, again, so many friends got together, and we had a blast. We did True Dungeon, and it was great. And then yeah, so I used to do, when the conventions were a thing, I would do PAX East, Gen Con, and PAX Unplugged every year when that was a thing. Those 3 conventions with like my standard con fare for the year. I've done a bunch of other cons. I used to do cosplay and props and convention coverage, and I used to go to cons and just to do that, to do cosplay and meet up with my cosplay friends and take pictures and go do be on panels and stuff like that. I haven't done that for a while though. Bunnicula would be cool. I love Bunnicula. Bunnicula was one of my favorite books as a kid. It was actually, I think if you look at my 4th grade yearbook, my favorite book is Bunnicula. Yes, Bolt, favorite part of the book is all of the expanded rules for DMs for stress and traps and curses, that stuff. How many new creatures are in the book? Let's find out. I think we can just look at the table of contents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Looks like 33 new monsters in the book. Let's see. Kingdoms and Warfare coming out. Would you review? Yeah, I could probably do Strongholds and Followers leading up to Kingdoms and Warfare. I have some friends that work at MCDM now, so I'm going to see if I can't finagle that to get some, or maybe early access or something, but we'll see if that works. There is some... Oh, Keeper of the Feathers. Yeah, there's a section on... There's a little mention of the Keeper of the Feathers in here. Let's see what we got. 174. It is 1, 2... It's like 3 columns, right? It's got about the Keeper of the Feathers, about making a Keeper character yourself, a whole bit about the Keeper Society, a Keeper Rookeries, and then a section on 6 adventure hooks for Keeper adventures. It mentioned, Were Ravens hidden resistance to Strahd continue in Barovia, but some learned of land suffering beyond the mists. What is that? You do look like a dude from this old house. I guess I kind of look like Norm Abrams. I'll take that. I wish I was as skilled as Norm Abrams, but I'll take it. If you can keep class proficiencies in Raw, couldn't you make a variant human with the skilled feat that became a Dhampir that got the 3 skill proficiencies instead of 2? Yeah. I mean, I guess. And if you were a variant human, and you gave yourself a skill proficiency and the skilled feat, that'd be 4 feats, or 4 skills that you could, in theory, get that way. So I guess, yeah, that could work. Any plans on playing the Dark Alliance game? Yeah, definitely. I've talked to a couple of friends about possibly doing a stream. We did the Baldur's Gate thing. That was fun. I might do that, or at least I'll play it myself. I got myself some gear from, like, if you guys know about, like, the Genki Shadowcast stuff, which allows you to play a bunch of things super easily through your computer. Now, I have, Elgato Stream Capture cards and stuff, but, like, all of my consoles and things are on the other side. I don't know if Dark Alliance is PC, then that might help, but, like, I usually buy games for console, excuse me. So I have, like, 50-foot HDMI cables run underneath the wall to a plate in here so I can plug in the capture card to my PC. But I got the Genki Shadowcast, which is just like a dongle that I can plug in right into my computer. And then I can use any of my screens, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. Have they nerfed any of the other domains, like what they did with Tempest? I don't know enough about the domains personally, so I can't really speak to that. I'm not the right person to give you the answer. I didn't really touch on Ravenloft or know too much about it till Curse of Strahd. Like, I always lived in homebrew worlds. I never played in any pre-existing campaigns, like pre-existing worlds, till I started playing 5e. I always played in homebrew locations. I didn't even really understand the concept of existing realms, like how that worked. That just because I never played it, I just didn't know. Did say the next edition of D&D will likely be backwards compatible with 5e, maybe make class feature variants baked into the classes. Yeah, so they said whatever they do, if they do another, they said it would have to be, something would need to be highlighted that it was so drastically, like, unnecessary, or not unnecessary, so drastically wrong, or we need basically a big reason to change from 5e. Like, it needs to be massive, some really big hole in the lore, or hole in the story, or the mechanics. We need to have something big happen to say, hey, we're going to change from 5e to something else. But they also said, whatever we do, if we do that, it's going to be fully backwards compatible with 5e. Which, again, speaks to my point about how 5e is so well designed in its skeleton that it doesn't make sense to throw away all of that design. No Dark Lords have stat blocks. Are there any major changes to the new subclasses? I wouldn't call them major changes. There are changes, and most of them are clarifications, but they kind of hamper a couple in a few spots. How do the Hexblood and Reborn lineages compare? The Hexblood, I think they're better. I think Hexblood is better because it's Fey, not humanoid and Fey. They removed dual typing, which is something I was an advocate for from the start, because people were like, no, it's so interesting, and it's not. It's just trying to purposefully play the game on hard mode by making your character weaker or not as affected by things for no real reason. Because, like I said, it all comes down to the fact that we don't have templates in 5e. And what I mean by that is an undead creature in 5e, there is no guarantee that it has certain things associated with it. Like, if you look through the monster manual and look at all the undead creatures, some undead creatures have immunity to necrotic damage and immunity to cold damage. Some have resistances to almost every damage type out there. Some are vulnerable to radiant damage. Some are vulnerable to bludgeoning damage. Some are not. None of them, I don't think, need to breathe, but, like, some of them can disappear and go ethereal. Some of them can't. So what a template would do was it would establish if a creature you would have, like, a section at the beginning of the monster manual that said, if a creature has the undead typing, it has the following, traits. It does not need to eat. It does not need to breathe. It does not need to sleep. It is immune to the poison condition, and it doesn't, and poison damage. It is immune to necrotic damage. Whatever, you build out what that is. And that is the standard set of stats that are applied to any creature with the undead creature type. And if you had something like that, dual typing would work. Because it would say, you are a humanoid and you are an undead. Which means all of those pre-established benefits of being undead, you now have access to. And that's the trade-off by the fact that the only things that don't work on undead, like, if you think about it, I think Cure Wounds says it specifically, Cure Wounds doesn't work on undead. So you now are unable to be healed by Cure Wounds. If it stands the dual typing as it was, where it's just humanoid and undead with no pre-established template, you being undead is nothing but a detriment to you because it doesn't provide any positive benefits because there's nothing associated with it. There are only specific instances of undead being weak, which is you are affected by things like turn undead. Paladins deal extra damage to you with smites and things that affect undead, specifically magic items and otherwise, and you can't be affected by Cure Wounds. And it's not like I'm getting all of these detriments to trade off for this other set of really good undead abilities. The only things that were granted to you were whatever was granted from the race itself because there is no template. It's the same thing with constructs, right? You know, you're like, oh, well, if you look at the Warforged and you look at the original Reborn, it got immunity to disease and resistance to poison damage. And yes, because the stat block for the race gave it to you, not because you're a construct. So dual typing had no benefit. That's why when they initially released it for like the Minotaur and the Centaur back in the day, they said you are basically treated as a humanoid and a monstrosity. And at that point, it didn't really make any difference because nothing affects monstrosities different than it affects humanoids. Like if I was an undead, pure undead, well, now I can't be affected by charm person or dominate person or hold person because those only work on humanoids, and I'm not a humanoid, I'm an undead. So I get that benefit, but if I was both, I get no benefit at all. Sorry, that dual typing thing really bugs me. And when people try to tell me that like it's super good. I did the races already, Alfredo, earlier on. I mean, we've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes here. Oh, Hold Monster doesn't work on undead, really? I didn't know that. Well, then again, my point. It wouldn't normally work on you were you undead, but because you were humanoid as well, it would. So, again, those are the issues that I present because that's why dual typing makes no sense. I would love to see a Far Realm book released. I would love to see a book. I brought it up in my old edition books that I like. I would love to see things like a Libris Mortis, the Book of the Dead, a Lords of Madness, the Book of Aberrations, a Fiend Folio, a book on fiends, Draconomicon, a book on dragons. I'd love to see the old Races series, Races of Stone, Races of Destiny, Races of the Wild, Races of the Dragon. I'd love to see those as well. Let's see. The Hexblood Crown didn't seem too defined enough for me to imagine it. Okay, so you want to see the art. I think I showed most of it, and most of it's available in the Dragon Plus, so it'll be easier for you to see it there than it would be for me to show it on the screen, but I'll do my best. Coffee in the cup. Sorry, nothing fancy, just coffee. So we've seen this art for the Dhampir, right? We've seen that one. That was in the Dragon Plus. We haven't seen this guy. Give you a very Lost Boys vibe. We've seen this art already, the Hexblood. Have not seen this chick here. And then for the Reborn, I don't know if we've seen either of these. So we see this kind of Frankenstein monster dude. And then this chick here with the special arm. Is it worth the buy? Again, I've answered this one a bunch, but it's highly dependent on what you plan on doing with it. You know, if you only had to buy one D&D book and you were looking for the most bang for your buck, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything or Xanathar's Guide to Everything, all the way. Those would be the books I say you should buy. This is a specific instance, right? If you're looking for character stuff, there's a little. If you're DM looking to run a horror campaign or run something in the Domain of Dread, then yeah, I would get it. If not, maybe wait till you get it on sale on Amazon or something like that. I did the Dark Gifts. I did 2 or 3 of them. They're good. Some of them are better than others by a lot. Motorcycle US. What was your question? Only Gothic horror is Cthulhu. Yeah, we talked about this. There's 6 or 7 different types of horror. And I covered it in several videos as well. You have body horror, cosmic horror, dark fantasy, folk horror, ghost stories, gothic horror, disaster horror, survival horror, occult detectives. That was the whole thing. It's a whole variety of different horror. It was covered in the Dragon Plus article. Wizards of the Coast has shown it on a multitude of different psychological horror, slasher horror. Yeah. Yep. Body horror, cosmic horror, so there's your Cthulhu. Dark fantasy, folk horror, gothic horror, disaster, occult detective stories, ghost stories, psychological horror, and slasher horror. Which Dark Lord would I most want to hang out with? Okay, let's find out. I think maybe this Isolde from the Carnival, because she used to be a paladin, so I feel like if I could appeal to anybody's like decency, it'd probably be the paladin, but I know her sword's corrupting her. I don't feel like I'm necessarily in a bad spot if I talk to her. I feel like I could be wrong, but or maybe Vladeska Drakov from Falkovnia. But I think she's just like a person. Yeah, it says her stat block is a knight. Is she the Dark Lord? She's the Dark Lord of Falkovnia, and she has a challenge rating 3 stat block. Specific stat blocks, folks. Yeah, Cthulhu is cosmic horror. Yeah, this will be a VOD, like Tasha's. It'll be up. Anybody can view it and go back. You've got 4 hours to sift through, so it'll definitely be available, and hopefully with timestamps if someone's able to get them to me. We did. There's not a ton on Odaire. We talked about it, though. It's just like anything, if you saw in the table of contents, anything that was listed as like other domains of dread, it's just a blurb. There's no like real deep specifics on it. My favorite domain of dread is becoming Bloodspur, the one with the vampire mind flayers, because vampire mind flayers. Yeah, so yeah, you know, you had, well, the problem is, you know, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything was a really powerhouse book, right? It had a lot of really good stuff in it. So anything that comes out after it's going to seem sad. So, I mean, it kind of felt the same way after Xanathar's too, but I feel like Tomb of Annihilation was a strong showing. I think they might have came out before Xanathar's, but either way. Yeah. I mean, at least this has player options. Could we have had an opportunity to have spooky themed spells in here? Yeah, probably. Could we had some spooky magic items? Yeah, probably. But it is what it is. There was a question about the craziest character build I've either played or created. Craziest character build I've played or created. I'm trying to think. What's the craziest one? You know, I don't know. I don't know if I had anything like super like whacked out there that was like really exploitative or crazy. You know, I usually try to, you know, optimize my characters but keep them within the realm of not being completely ridiculous. Yeah, blood magic would have been this would have been a good book to introduce any kind of blood magic, would have been a good idea. No, there's no index at all in this book. It just ends with a one-page appendices. Any thoughts on the UA spell, Ralathim Psychic Lance? The wording of the spell, yeah, it's weird. I like the concept of it, but, you know, the fact that it's save or no damage kind of bums me out a little bit. I feel like a lot of people, when they talk about it, they miss the fact that if you save, you take no damage at all. But if you do the weird thing where you speak a name and then it doesn't hit them, then you don't waste the spell slot. So, I don't know. I think that'll probably get tweaked if it's going to show up in the final product. I think that's going to be one of the ones that's definitely changed. Do I know the Hackney Carnival horror book? Is there any similar domains? If not, it could easily be used as one. Yeah, there's a carnival, an evil carnival in this book. But yeah, Hackney could definitely be one. It's just a little bit about, like, high level about who they are. Nothing too crazy. How can using curses be made more interesting in 5e? Actually, Cole, there's an entire section on curses in this book about how to make them different and more difficult to remove than with remove curse. TLDR, is the book worth it? It depends on what you're going to use it for. Steve Lycan, the fact that other creatures other than werewolves always bum you out, does it have anything to do with the last name Lycan? That that other lycanthropes bum you out? I'm sure that's not the first time you've heard that joke. But I don't know. Where sharks and where crocodiles are cool. Where creatures. Oh wait, do you run more homebrew? Where would you use this book? Are you a module guy? I'm pretty much entirely homebrew. I might sample stuff from pre-written things, and I do, you know, occasional NPCs or adventures. How would I use this in mine? Well, the trinkets are cool. The Dark Gift concept could be definitely repurposed and used in another game. Some of the tables, like the weird magic, the wild magic table, could be reused. The concept of curses that are like non-breakable, like advanced curses, could be definitely resampled, as could the concept for fear and stress, along with haunted traps. Even the survivor concept could have some fun use, and then the monsters. You know what, guys? Hang on. I need to find some tissues. I have the sniffles. So give me 1 sec. I'm just going to go do that real quick. Hang on. I'll play you guys some music till I get back. Alright, sorry about that. I saw something the other day about homebrew and not using the word, and I can't remember what they used in place of it. Disaster horror? Let's see. The world has fallen into ruin. Seems like it's apocalyptic. Monster or villain might be responsible for cascading catastrophes like these brought by meteor strike or volcanic eruption. Regardless of a hero's power, the best timed critical hit or the most powerful spell might not fix a city ruined by an earthquake or ravaged by plagues. The disaster in your horror adventure needs not be natural. Magical disruptions, temporal shifts, and violent interplanar rifts might sow all manner of supernatural chaos. Wars and relentless monster hordes, like legions of zombies or fiends, can also cause region or world-changing ruin. Yeah. So, there you go. Deadly plagues. Yeah, there's a plague one in here for sure. My problem with Frostmaiden is I do reviews of stuff, as you guys well know. So I had to read through most of that book to do reviews and cover all the content. As such, I know all the secrets, so it's not like I can't be surprised by the fun of the module, so it kind of sucks. So, Chapter 4, pretty much the entirety of Chapter 4, but specifically the Horror Toolkit section. Giving you new options, player options, or DM options, rather. So, Cole, how do I manage my mental health as an online figure and just with all the things that happen in life? I don't know. You might be able to tell it, you might not be able to. I'm a pretty chill dude, as it goes. I don't really let things bother me. I don't really care too much what other people think of me. I just kind of live my life as I want to live it, and like fuck everybody else, realistically. But I've always been a very patient, relaxed, go with the flow kind of person. So like if something I do rustles your jimmies and it bothers you, sorry, too bad. I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to change the way I do things. If it's something like making content on the internet and people say, hey, you got a lot of reverb in the background or the lighting's off, yeah, sure, I'll do my best to change things to make the content better, like in that particular instance. But I don't know. I just kind of go with the flow and let things kind of take me where they do, and I've never had an issue so far. So I think I don't know. I think my mental health is in a pretty good spot. My physical health, I would like to be in better shape. Definitely the most overweight I've been in my entire life at this point, and it bothers me. So I want to change that for me. I've got a lot of other aspects of my life in a really good spot at the moment, other than like my exercise and physical weight, and I would like to drop that. Because, me personally, I see it when I do, like, when I used to do in-person interviews at conventions, I could see my weight ballooning up. And I had, 2 kids, and that definitely takes a toll. And, your wife's pregnant twice and all that, things start to, you let little things go here and there, but I'd like to fix that. So that's something. I keep busy. Obviously, if you guys haven't figured that out, I'm always doing something. I very rarely have time where I sit around and do nothing. I crave that, but I also know who I am, and I know that that's not a thing that I usually will do. So, like, one of the things that I was doing for the longest time was I built this studio, right? I built this whole room from bare walls, basically. So that was a big process. Then I needed to start bringing all of my stuff in here and getting things set up. And now I'm still building the rest of the displays and stuff behind me. And like, I'm almost done with that. I have to build some shelves and clean up some of the junk that's on there, hang a few things on the wall, get it presentable and get into the spot where I really want it. But like the other day, we went out and bought a pinball machine. And anybody who owns a pinball machine knows that pinball machines require maintenance, little tweaks and updates and, you know, things like that. So now I'm learning all about pinball maintenance and how to, you know, what things are going wrong with the particular machine that I have and how I can fix them. So that's keeping me busy. And I still have other projects around the house that I want to do. And I still have like a ridiculous backlog of video games I'd love to play. Making videos daily, sometimes multiple times a day. Sponsored content. And then again, don't forget that I work a 9 to 5 or an 8 to 5 job every Monday through Friday. Sometimes overnight and weekends if there's bad weather and I need to help with storm response. So I really don't have time to think about anything. I just like, vacations are weird for me. I don't really get vacations too much. And when I do and like I shut down and like can turn off on things, like it's weird. I just don't know what to do because I'm like, what? It's crazy. Yes, many changes to the lineages, all for the better. Do I like the art in the book? Yes, I like the art in the book. That is hard to say my favorite illustration. There's a lot of really good ones. Some are pretty creepy. I posted about the vampire mind flare. I like that a lot. I like this big, giant, like purple worm thing. That's pretty cool. How would I run a slasher horror campaign? I think you need to use that survivor rule that they brought up in this book, where it's like, you know, oh wow, I'm really out of focus. Come on, there we go. Where like everybody's super underpowered because, like, I don't know, if you have a slasher horror and everyone's like super jacked and like packing crazy heat, the slasher horror concept loses all of its momentum. So I think you need to have underpowered people. What kind of information is provided about the Taraka decks? I know you said there isn't a magic item deck, but what info was given about it? It's not much. Taraka deck is very briefly touched on. There's 191 Taraka deck. In both 1983's adventure Ravenloft and 2016's Curse of Strahd, the plot changes in accordance with cards drawn from a Taraka deck. A Taraka deck contains 54 tarot-like cards for rune-telling cards, for fortune-telling cards, rather, each one bearing one of the following symbols: crowns, coins, glyphs, stars, or swords. Taraka deck allows you to run encounters where fortune-tellers predict characters' fates. Once you're familiar with the cards and their meanings, you can interpret them in ways that tie to the character's pasts or even into your adventures. You can also use the results of the Taraka readings to guide your campaign and make sure predictions come to pass. The Taraka hails from the same world as the domain of Barovia, but it and its users have since spread through the domains of Dread. Further details and complete Taraka deck appear in the adventure Curse of Strahd. That's it. Hey man, if I can help people fall asleep, I don't care if you like listening to my voice and me just chatting around helps you fall asleep, man, go for it. I don't care. You know, another thing too about like my mental, like when my head hits the pillow, I am out immediately. Like it does not take me long to fall asleep at all. If I put my feet up right now and lean back in this chair, I bet you I'd fall asleep. Yeah, COVID hasn't helped the weight thing either, right? How much content is about Barovia? There's a chapter about it and like some NPC stuff, but not like a ton. It's very broad, a bunch of different stuff. Oh, Oh, it's Jurassic Park, the pinball machine. It's the 1993 Data East Jurassic Park pinball machine. Super cool. I really like it. Did I begin with Thaco? Nope, I began with Armor Class. The D&D 3.5 or 3.0. Are Richten and Esmeralda part of the story, or is it just the side notes? The side notes, and then there's a little bit about their characters and like how to run them and roleplay them, but they're not part of the adventure or anything. No, there's actually no no beasts or elementals in this book at all, I don't think. I think they're all monstrosities or undead. Undead. Humanoid. Monstrosity. Humanoid. Monstrosity. Oh, there's a swarm of maggots and a swarm of scarabs. Those are technically considered beasts. Fiend, humanoid, undead, monstrosity, undead, monstrosity, undead, monstrosity, construct, undead, and then plant. They added a feature called Ancestral Lineage, where you can either, if you had a race and you transitioned into Reborn, you get to keep any climbing, swimming, or flying speed you had, and any skill proficiencies you had from your original race. Or if you chose this race at character creation, you get an additional 2 skill proficiencies, but you lose dark vision. You don't lose dark vision to get 2 skill proficiencies. They just didn't give the Reborn dark vision at all. And you get 2 skill proficiencies, and you can choose to have your ability scores either be +2, +1, or +1 to 3 stats. Is there a slime person race? Not in this book. Arcadia, Volume 3 has some slime-like people. Yeah, Slasher would work better in, like, Call of Cthulhu or World of Darkness. I think there was even a supplemental book for Hero or Hunter the Vigil called Slasher for World of Darkness. I'm liking this Q&A. Ho, 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 ho. I see what you did there. Fuzzy Dragon, it seems so. Sorry to, you know, put a damper on your, I don't know. Just, no gelatinous cube. Who did the art in the book? A bunch of people. 2 subclasses. The ones from Subclasses Volume 4, the UA, the Spirits Bard, and the Undead Warlock. There is a ton of artists in here. The outside cover artists, Scott N. Fisher and Anna Podawarna, but there is probably 25 artists interior here. We've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes at the moment. If we don't make it Domain of Dread, can we publish it, or is it not covered with the OGL? I think you can. You mean publish it to make profit on it? Because that's the trick, right? If you're putting it out there for free, you can do it. But if you're putting it out there to sell it somewhere, then it probably needs to be OGL. That's the real thing, is are you making profit on it? I know there's a bunch of Ravenloft content on the DMs Guild, so you might be able to do that. If you do through the DMs Guild, that is. How long have I been live now? Yeah, 4 hours, 45 minutes. What level of the adventures? Level 1 to 3. No. So the Bagman is in the book. From what you read, From what I read, does it seem like there's any other inspiration that modern internet horror influenced? There was a reference to something man that seemed like Slender Man-esque. I didn't really see any other SCP or creepypasta type stuff in there that I saw, but I didn't fully read through every single little thing, so I didn't see it. Do you follow any kind of outline for your videos? It's all off the cuff. I don't sit down with a script. I don't script out anything. I come up with a concept for a video. I sit down, I hit record, and I go almost always in one take. That's how I do my videos. That's how I can put out so many videos so fast. And sometimes if I flub up the video, I will start it and re-record it from the start so I can do it all in one take and upload it in one shot. That's how come news videos come out so fast, but they don't have like outros or like on-screen text of any kind, because I literally record the video and it goes straight to YouTube. How do you get better at sounding natural in front of a camera? Edit your own stuff. You have to listen to your own voice if you're going to edit it. And that, in my opinion, gets you over, like, I used to not like hearing my own voice. But, you know, back in the day, I was on a podcast back in 2012. And at a point, I was doing the editing for the podcast. Not like crazy editing, so don't get your, like, I'm some amazing audio editor, because you'd obviously hear better audio from me in these videos if I was an audio editor. But you have to hear yourself when you're cutting, you know, sound clips and stuff together. And, like, if you can't listen to yourself, then you can't edit your content and put it out there. So, like, now it's supernatural. Not supernatural. It is super, natural for me. Or maybe there's no comma. Anyway, it's very natural for me to hear my own voice, and it doesn't bother me. I don't know. I've never really had, I did have a lot of problem with, like, public speaking when I was younger. Not like a problem, but like everybody does, like, nervousness about public speaking. But, you know, I've done panels in big convention centers. I do stuff on the internet every day. So I'm used to talking in front of people, so it doesn't really bother me at this point. Just practice. Which type of horror is your favorite to play in? No one asked that. I don't know. I think it's hard to say, right? I have a deep love for Castlevania and those kind of games, so that I guess technically falls in the gothic horror section. But I also really like aberrations and mind flayers, and I guess that's more cosmic, maybe. What's the info on the jungle hunting ground? There is some. I didn't actually read into that too much, but there is. I saw there was some stuff for like traps and things. Would you like to see a book of the old subclasses rebalanced? Yes, 100%. That's why I did my fixing series. It's in a lot of instances. There's some stuff that's just complete garbage. The fact that you released the Undead Warlock and the Undying Warlock is so similar but so bad. Why? Right? The Purple Dragon Knight in its entirety. The Four Elements Monk. I mean, even the races, right? So all of the new races get that tagline, and all the new feats and stuff get the thing where it says, you know, you learn these spells. And then it says, if you have spell slots, you can cast these spells with your spell slots. That's huge, right? If I learn Cure Wounds from a feat or some sort of racial ability, and it says if I have the ability to cast spells, I can cast Cure Wounds with my spell slots, I could now take a wizard and have Cure Wounds available all the time. And I don't have to be some sort of weird divine-based wizard. I just have it, because that's how the wording is. But if you look back at like the Tiefling magic, or any of the original characters that had original races that had magic, or even Magic Initiate, right, or any of those feats, you get those spells, you can cast them once, and if you have spell slots, it doesn't matter, and that kind of sucks. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I made a couple videos and it seemed to change it. I am not the foremost authority on the open game license. I'm not, and I wouldn't, I can provide you what I think makes sense, but I mean, I would, if you're really that worried, I'd read through all the FAQs and I'd seek legal advice if you're really worried about it. I mean, if you don't charge for it, it's fine. The amount of stuff that people put out on Reddit and other places that's their homebrew content, As long as you're not charging for it, no one cares. But if you start trying to charge for it, you can't use Wizard's IP. That's just how that is. Yeah, they included a whole bunch of domains, and they included a bunch of the lords, but there's no stat blocks for them. Yeah, Steve Lycan, that's how I save time, is I just make the videos in one shot. Is the wheelchair characters in this book? I didn't see anything about that. I'm not sure what you're referencing exactly, but no, I don't see anything. I don't really know what you're talking about. Bloodspur. I haven't really fully read through it, but that's the one with the vampire mind flayers and like the failing elder brain. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, Castlevania Season 3. Or 4? 4. Season 4. So stoked for Castlevania. So you don't understand how much that series means to me. As a kid who was obsessed with Castlevania, as a kid who wrote countless ongoing novel fan fiction stuff about Castlevania. I guess it wasn't. I guess it kind of was fan fiction. I guess, but before we knew what that was. This would have been back in the day. I wrote stories all about like ongoing stories, and then sequels to these like these books about, you know, this all about, you know, the Belmonts and stuff like that. And then to see this one, to see them, you know, Richter and Simon show up in Smash Bros, one of my favorite games, huge. And then to see Castlevania, the Netflix series, do my boy Trevor justice. Because the only other thing we had was Simon Belmont from fucking Captain N the Game Master, and talk about what a detriment that was. So to see the Castlevania Netflix series just I cried when I first watched it. It was so good. And I love it. And I still love watching the end of Season 2, that fight scene when they go into the castle. Maybe, is it Season 2? Yeah, I think it's Season 2. So good. Ever played through a False Hydra? I have not. Yeah, man, there's so much content back in the day. Yeah, Steve, like, and I agree. There should be more racial feats, and they should be, and I feel like they're not balanced. They're not necessarily balanced, but what you get in some. So, for example, like the Wood Elf or the High Elf feats from Xanathar's, the Fey touched and like Shadow touched feats we got in Tasha's are just way better versions of that. So like they should go back and adjust them, and they all should be of a same caliber of power, I think. The Loop Guru is an advanced werewolf, and it's very hard to break its. It does a lot more damage, and breaking its lycanthropy is very specific. I covered it a couple times here. No, I think you're right, Leonardo, about it. If it's a racial trait and it's on. No, I think actually it depends on the wording. Because certain things say like you can only cast it with this feature, something like that. But the new wording says if you have this spell and you have spell slots, you can cast it. Meaning that like if I am like, say, the new Metallic Dragonborn gets Cure Wounds as a spell. And it's like once per long rest, or, you know, proficiency bonus times per long rest. But then it also says if you have spell slots, you can cast this spell using your spell slots. So I could be, you know, a Shadow Sorcerer that's a Metallic Dragonborn, and then have Cure Wounds, and then have access to Cure Wounds with all of my meta magics as a Shadow Sorcerer, without having to become a Celestial, you know, Sorcerer to get that stuff. Have I played Bloodstained? Yes, I have. I love Bloodstained. I backed. That was the first thing I backed on Kickstarter in my entirety of Kickstarter. Which is a lot. I've spent a lot of money in backing a lot of stuff on Kickstarter over the years. Yeah, I have the limited edition. I have the steelbook case. I haven't gone back and played since some of the recent updates, but I did play through the entirety, beat the game, and then I also played the 8-bit one as well. I haven't gone back and played since the new updates, which I would like to do at some point. Yeah, man, we're at just shy of 5 hours. I don't mess around. Yeah, Castlevania, I remember that game so well. I had a VHS strategy guide for Castlevania, amongst other games. Because my grandmother at the time thought she was buying me Nintendo games. Because she's my grandmother. So this would have been many, many, many years ago. She bought me 2 VHS tapes that were strategy guides for 4. Each one had strategies for 4 different games. I didn't own any of the games on either of those 2 VHS tapes, but I still watched the hell out of them. And so I knew how to beat Castlevania 1 from start to finish. I knew all the little secrets and tricks and where everything was. I also knew how to beat Mega Man 2, Wrath of the Black Manta, Ninja Gaiden, Bayou Billy. I knew how to beat all of these because I watched that VHS tape so many times. Even like Blades of Steel and Track and Field 2, like I knew they were on there. So yeah, I used to watch that video and watch them like play through Castlevania so much as a kid. Oh, yes. The version of bloody tears during the fight, you know. Oh man, you know. Oh, God. I lost my shit. Because the whole first season, they don't really touch on the Castlevania music at all. And then Bloody Tears starts playing in that fight scene. My wife was like, why are you freaking out? I was like, you don't know what's going on. I've probably watched most of your videos. Do you have or review the other bestiaries? I think I've done a Tome of Beast and a Cobalt and a Creature Codex. I'm pretty sure I've done both. I've definitely done a top 10, I think, Tome of Beasts. And I have friends that work at Cobalt Press, so I've reached out to them, so we're going to be working on stuff in the future with Cobalt Press. The Swobold, one of the most popular things in Cobalt Press's Creature Codex. That was me. I made that. That's my design. I know I definitely made a video on that it was my design. Are you a player or a DM? I'm almost always a DM. Yeah, you need to play Symphony of the Night. If you're gonna only play one, I'd probably play Symphony of the Night. You could play Castlevania 3. Is also a really good one. I mean, it's NES, so if that's not your jam, I can get behind that. Or Castlevania 4 is a remake of Castlevania 1, so that's kind of something that's good too. It does an okay job, maybe Voldemort, capturing the spooky vibe. It's all right. Like it's okay. The biggest surprise was we found one random magic item as we were flipping through. That's the only one in the book. But surprisingly, they expanded rules for curses and spooky causing fear and stress. Those were surprised, not expected, but actually becoming my favorite part of the book. Well, Simon's Quest is a whole nother thing. But yes, you did need a strategy guide for Simon's Quest. But this was for Castlevania 1. Fun fact, I have a copy of Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest signed by the Angry Video Game Nerd. I met him at a convention a few years ago. Have I read/watched Berserk? If so, have you any thought of incorporating some of the horror themes or monsters? No. The only thing I know about Berserk is a little bit because I used to do a show way back in the day every Wednesday night on Twitch, I used to stream, and it was a show called It Builds Character, where I did about 30-something episodes where I built D&D. I built characters long before most of the people anybody knows on the internet who does this. I built, pop culture characters in Dungeons and Dragons. And funny enough, we were just talking about Castlevania. Right after my birthday, a couple years ago when Season 1 released, I started that show, and the first character I built was Trevor Belmont from the Castlevania Netflix series. And I built Guts from Berserk in one of those episodes. Ever played the 2 Castlevania games for the 64? Yes. Actually, those games were the ones that got me mostly into Castlevania. Like, I played the other ones growing up, but Castlevania 64 was the turning point for me. I know they're not great in, like, the grand scheme of things, and they've been decanonized in the greater scheme of Konami games as far as Castlevania timeline goes. But when I started writing all, like, the fan fiction, all that kind of stuff for Castlevania was because of my experience with Castlevania 64 and Castlevania Legacy of Darkness. Yes, the Spirits Bard and Undead Warlock were printed in this book. Yes, the Illrigger overview may be this weekend or early next week. Werewolves. For vampires or werewolves. Do you like to do voices when playing / DMing? Yes, but sometimes if I'm not a voice actor, so I have a handful of voices, and sometimes even if it's like with my players, like they know I've played with them a bunch, so they understand, like they know the voices that I do. So like I don't feel comfortable constantly recycling voices, so that kind of bums me out, but that's just how it is. Yeah, I do an Ocarina of Time playthrough once a year, and like Symphony of the Night like every other year. Hey K-Vid, yeah. I know. I miss it too. I was gonna bring it back, I just haven't gotten around to it. I just don't have time. Maybe one day. Aside from Feywild, what adventure would you like? Modern March, Anarok Desert, Mount Celestia, Dark Sun. I wouldn't mind a desert-themed thing. I think we haven't done that. We've done cold and we've done jungle, so I think desert's on the list. Modern March would be cool. I'd be down for that. How long do your play sessions usually last, and how do I pace them? Around 3 hours. We usually start at around 9 p.m. Eastern time, and we play for about an hour, hour and a half, till about 10:30. And then, we stop, we take a break, we go get some coffee, we come back down, we continue and play till about midnight. So 2.5 to 3 hours. And I don't really have like a great way of pacing things. I just kind of let the story go where it has. I highly subscribe to a lot of the mentalities and principles described in Sly Flourish's Lazy Dungeon Master series. I highly recommend that anybody who DMs read both of those books or check out the website. Actually, some of them are available as audiobooks on Audible, so if you do that, you can just listen to them. I highly recommend you look into that because I think it really does a great job of, some of the simplest things, like the 3x5 index card method, right? Like when you sit down to play a session, you should have, if you have a 3x5 index card, all of the notes and things you need to have to play for that session should fit on a 3x5 index card, because then you're not prescripting too much. You're letting letting the game develop at the table with the players, stuff like that. I highly recommend you check those out. Does Castlevania have an in-depth timeline, or is it more like Zelda where there's a vaguely implied one? No, Erico, there is a timeline for Castlevania. It's changed over the years, and things have been decanonized from that timeline. But there is a time frame that starts, back in the beginning and then works its way through. And actually, a lot of that timeline is represented in the Netflix series as well. They kind of, you see, like, Just, I think it's Just Belmont or whoever it is. They show, some of the history about, like, how it started. So there is a history there. So the Undead Warlock and literally thought it was a reprint. Yeah, it's a new subclass. It's way different. It's way better. Do you think it's game-breaking to introduce a magic weapon that is a Spear of Returning in order to make a thrown weapon character viable at level 1? Nope. I don't think so. Let him have it. It's not a big deal. I mean, you know, they could just carry a whole bunch of spears. It'd be like the same thing. Really good Zakar Al-Karim setting book on the DM's Guild. Been going for about 5 hours. Yeah, we broke 5 hours and 4 minutes a little bit ago. Ted, you're the man. Just finished Waterdeep Dragon Heist session. Saw you were still going live. I was searching for my playlist and got so sad you were talking about Ravenloft. Yeah, no, I've been talking about Ravenloft for 5 hours. So now we're kind of moving on to just generic Q&A. My players say I run a better game when slightly drunk, so they bring whiskey. Hey, that's a smart move. You get your players to bring you liquor? That's great. Tips on how to still keep things easy for me. I mean, I don't really prep a lot for my games unless there's something very specific that needs to happen. I know my players well, and I know how they interact with different scenarios, which more often than not means they're going to just take, whenever I plan something, and I learned this the hard way over the years, whenever I would take the time to really like plan out a full dungeon encounter and a whole thing, they would just not do it and find the easy way around or just change it up. So I got frustrated after multiple instances of building hardcore in-depth encounters. Like we're talking like 6 or 7 pages in a notebook. And they just didn't do it or just circumvented it in a way I hadn't thought about. So I just kind of showed up at the table with like a loose idea of where things were going to go. And I just kind of let them drive the story. And I feel like they have more buy-in into the world and the immersiveness of it because they're helping shape the story. So that's what I usually do. I'll let the players do the work for me. Just gonna say you're very descriptive and to the point with everything you say on D&D. I'm looking for solid info as the noob I am aside from XP. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know Cody. I have not met Matt Colville or the Dungeon Dudes. I hope to meet them eventually, but Cody and we go back a couple years. Do you prefer using old lore, third, for example, making up your own from scratch, combination of the two? Don't really use. Also, what's your thoughts on level 10 spells usage in 5e? Okay, so I know a lot of 3.5 lore because I played it and I have a lot of the books. So when I'm running, so if I'm in my homebrew world, which is where I spend a lot of the time, every Tuesday for the past 3 years, I try to make up my own lore, but I don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel for the purposes of reinventing the wheel. So I'll rely on stuff, especially because like my players, for example, they don't know the 3.5 lore like I do. So like stuff I could throw out there is like completely new to them, or I can use it as a jumping off point. And one of the best things you can do as a DM, if you have the opportunity to do it, is consume content in any variety that touches close to what you're doing, right? Whether that's watching anime, whether that's watching a movie, watching other campaigns, if that's a thing you like to do by other DMs, playing video games, reading comic books. The more stuff you're able to absorb, the more ideas you can get from them and say like, oh, hey, well, okay, this doesn't really work for my game as it stands, but hey, with a couple tweaks, I can make this thing happen in my game similar to this comic book that I like, or I can set up this thing, or, rather than saying like, oh, I built this dwarf that's basically Tony Stark, you can use, Iron Man as a concept and then kind of build out this character, and, people can make correlations that way. But yeah, I try to steal from everything. And again, more often than not, your players won't know you stole something from another source unless you tell them. Just like the same concept of your players won't know you messed up something unless you tell them. If you openly are like, damn, I really fucked up. I I had this whole thing planned. Like, they might think everything you're doing is by design. So just go with it. Would you be interested in doing more casual live streams? Kind of like this? Yeah, I do these. I try to do these about once a month or so. Randomly. If not more than that. Just whenever I have time kicking around. But yeah, I do these kind of live streams every so often. They're fun. Just a generic Q&A stuff where we just kind of hang out and chat. I also could do like just chatting stuff, like, or world building or encounter building, or like, I don't know, I can play a video game and just like hang out and chat with you guys, but I just don't know, like, the ones that pull the largest numbers of people hanging out and chatting are usually ones where we're talking about a specific topic, like Van Richten's or something else. Oh, thanks, Dakota. That's really great. I really appreciate it. In your games, do you have specific items in specific locations, such as the Book of Vile Darkness is in a specific cave, and the entire area around it is being corrupted? So I do have some specific items, and I don't necessarily know where they all are at the start. So one of my favorite things to do in dungeon mastering is designing magic items. That's one of my favorite things I like to do. So sometimes I might make an item and say, hey, it's going to be at this shop because I want the players to find it. Or, you know, if I start thinking like, oh, hey, I want this really legendary magic item to be in this place, and I can build a story around it. So sometimes it'll be where it's supposed to be, or I have a specific thing, or sometimes I might be like, okay, I want to use this item, where am I going to drop it? And then I kind of put it in where it needs to be. Did I do AJ Pickett's book? I might have missed it. I should reach out to AJ and get that. I fucked that up. Let me know which one it is. I feel like it was I'm not sure, so I don't think I did. Do you use the bleaching for gnomes like in Pathfinder in your world? If you know, it's basically they lose all the bright colors and likely die if they don't adventure. No, I don't. I didn't even know that was a thing. I don't really know Pathfinder well. I don't particularly like gnomes, so they're not really a part of my homebrew world. Because I feel like gnomes are often like the techie inventor types, and in my world, that's kind of supplanted with kobolds. What are the differences between fear, horror, and terror, and how do you instill them? I'm a bit fuzzy on that. I don't really know in the terms of D&D. I mean, it's kind of tricky. I can see how they're all sort of related, but are the gods active in your D&D campaigns? Do they intervene when PC's life, regardless if they are devout? Or is godly intervention reserved for certain people? So they're definitely active. I've been building up some like a larger scale thing because I eventually would like to publish my homebrew campaign setting in a book. Like go through Kickstarter and like allow you guys to be able to go out and pick up my campaign setting, and you can play in my world if you want. Problem being, as we've been talking about open game licenses, I can't use official terminology. Like I can't use Timora or Lathander or any of that because that's Wizards of the Coast IP. Oh, thank you, Nathan, for the super chat. I'm doing good, by the way. Thank you. So I need to come up with an entirely original pantheon. So what I've been doing, because my players are used to the Faerunian pantheon being the pantheon in my world, I've been building to a larger in-game event that will basically be the reveal that the gods of that realm have been like locked away or trapped. And then I haven't decided whether or not the Faerunian gods took their portfolios to be nice or did it by force. For, you know, maybe it's a combination of both. So the gods are active in the world, but they're not the gods that are supposed to be. So I like the concept. I mean, like, it's tricky, right? Because we know godly magic is a thing. So you can't just prove that the gods aren't real because they grant magical abilities. So it's tricky. Will the main portion of this stream stay saved on YouTube? Yeah, the whole thing is always archived. Every live stream I've ever done is archived on YouTube. You just need to know how to find them. I'll show you. Hang on. All right, let's go. Just people always seem to miss out on this. Just so you're aware, in case anybody's questioning it. Hey, look, this guy named Immersion is live doing a Van Richten's thing. Weird. Okay. My channel. Here we go. So, show you guys this. Go here. So here you can see that I'm on my YouTube page. If I go to videos, let's see. You can go to uploads here, and you can go to past live streams. Do this. And this will show you all of the live streams that I've done in the past. There's a variety. There's not a ton on here, but there's some. You know, like originally back before I had Twitch affiliate, I used to stream both to YouTube and to Twitch. So like there's only one session saved here for whatever reason. I probably should delete that from our old Princes of the Apocalypse stream. Here's an unboxing I did. Here's some Q&As and random stuff I've done. Look, you can see all the COVID hair. Here's the Tasha's Cauldron leak Q&A, when there's the big leak on Tasha's Cauldron. Here was a couple Q&As I did when I got Tasha's Cauldron early to answer people's questions. I did an interview with John from Pixels Dice Live. I did a Hero Forge Q&A live stream. Here was an AMA I did. Here was Candlekeep Mysteries. And then obviously when this one's done, it'll be here. And a lot of these all they have like, so if we go to, let's see, if we go here to this one, I might go ahead and mute it so you don't hear me talking over myself here. See all this? Look at all this. We had somebody who was a super champ here go through and they timestamped everything for me. So every single thing I answered throughout the entirety of that live stream, they timestamped it for me. So it will be available, is the long story short. You just need to know where to look to find it. So there you go. Going to a friend's and party member's baby shower, thinking about a baby's first dice set. What do you think? It's not a bad idea. Dice are small, right? With babies, you can get the foam dice, the big foam dice, but once it'll be fine for a baby, but when they start to get bigger, they're going to eat the dice and they're going to rip the foam out. Believe me, I know from experience. So, you could do that. I think it's definitely a cool concept. I'm down for it. Did I see exploring? Oh, do I think this book is worth buying as a GM? More so for a GM than for a player, for sure. Especially if you're planning on running something in the Domains of Dread. Let's see here. Who said that? What was Rex Fearless? You said, did I see exploring Eberron from the DM's Guild? Ho ho! What's this right here? DM's Guild review: exploring Eberron from Nerd Immersion. Look at that. So the answer is yes. I have seen exploring Eberron. You can go check that out if you like. Do I have a chance to know the content creator by the name of Arcadum? I don't believe so. Not that I know of, anyway. War of the Gods does sound like a fun high-level adventure. Yeah, well, they're currently level 17 in this campaign. They're fulfilling a prophecy, and this is the final leg of the prophecy. After all the 3 main missions of the prophecy is done, that will reveal that those gods... It's all about the balance and the world being out of balance, so when they set things right, it will reveal that the gods have been captured. Or whatever's going on with the gods. Would you ever make a video sharing your own D&D horror stories, aka bad examples? I have one. Yeah, there's one out there. Let's see. Where is it? You'll find, more often than not, again, just because I make probably more content than most people, you will find, more often than not, I have a video about what you're asking about. It's just that, like, I was gonna make a joke, like, meme, like, button on my stream deck to be like, hey, I have a video for that. But right here, this is probably the best one. This one, Rules Luring, a D&D story / discussion. This is probably one of my D&D horror story. But yes, I will make some more in the future. I do have a bunch over the years, so. And look, here you can see, look, there's the one we were talking about. I got Strahd in the party. Here's that video. Here's the Rules Lawyer. This is one about me questioning my decision. Now look, all these videos by me. Look at that. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Hey Ted, tuning in late instead of going to bed. How's the book? Any good? I mean, we've been talking about it for the past 5.5 hours. But it's not my favorite book. It's not my least favorite book. It's okay. That's how I'd say it. Let's see. Would you ever consider moving the Nerd Immersion logo behind you onto the wall on the right so it's not blocked by your head? So the problem is, I would love that 100K YouTube button. That would be awesome. Yeah, James, the problem with it is, I might not even stay in this room. Since I'm building an arcade, like a home arcade next door, I might move it over to there because, like, it's a neon sign that fits in an arcade. The problem is the bloom is too much. Like, the light is way too bright, even regardless of where I put it. You can just see the lines coming off of it. Yeah, if you guys join as members, you get a little Nerd Immersion logo next to your name. It'll appear in the live chat. You'll also get access to specific emotes here in live streams. You'll see a couple, like orange D20 and a heart, a dragon heart, and a couple other like emojis you can't get anywhere else. And if you continue to be members, your name, the dice, the little logo next to your name will change color over time. If you decide to be a member. So there's like custom emojis. I forget how much it is. Joining it, you don't have to. I'm not suggesting that you do. It's just a way to help support the channel. It's just like, I think it's like a monthly thing that you can do. So you can get, little emojis. I think there's 5 of them now. Let's see. There's those emojis that you can get to use in the live chats here on the channel. Are we still taking questions about the book? Yeah, James, go for it. Was a book geared toward a tier of play? Well, the only adventure in the book is levels 1 to 3. So it's not really geared that way. The monsters kind of spread the gamut from levels, like challenge rating in 8th to challenge rating 21. And the content is primarily set dressing, less mechanics. So I don't think it's really designed for a specific tier of play. The standout feature is the Chapter 4, the Horror Toolkit, Stress, Fear, Curses, Survivor Rules. Oh, Masana, that's... what? Sri Lanka can't do it? That's weird. Here, I'll turn the light on over here, just so you guys can see. See how much the bloom is on there? You can see how, the white is so bright, and you can't even see the text and all the light artifacting around it. So, like, I could turn the exposure way, way down, and the room would get real dark, and then you could see it. But yeah, so it's not. What's one thing I never liked in all editions of D&D? I mean, realistically, it's having an ambition for a very high-level character and watching it fall apart because the campaign ends early. That's my biggest thing I hate about D&D. It's a Star Spawn emissary, I think. Tovag is a domain of dread that is mentioned. It is mentioned, it has a small blurb. It is not a fully fleshed out domain like the other ones are. No Lord Soth. Cass is in there. There is a reference of high level of the dark powers, but not specifics. And I didn't see anything about the Shatterkai or Raven Queen in there. Vecna is referenced in the Tovag thing because it's talking about Cass. I think it's going to be Feywild. I'm telling you. That's what my gut's telling me. Feywild adventure. It does give me a holy aura if I scooch. But yeah, 5.5 hours currently. But anyway, see if like I said, if I turn the lights down, you know, it gets real bright. See that? Turn the lights all the way off, and it's just like bloom. So yeah, that's not obviously a good way to go about it. And well, the white balance is on auto. It's not supposed to be. They change everything. Oh god damn it! All my settings changed, so that might be part of it. Well, that's what happens when. Well, I did not realize that my settings changed because OBS is OBS. That's a little bit better, but the light bloom is still there. How will the Strahd stat block from Curse of Strahd work with this book? Well, there's no Strahd stat block in this book. There's no stat blocks for any of the Dark Lords in this book, so it's the only one you got. How's the vampire race thingy? It's better than it was. What's your favorite character you've played that subverted the tropes and such? For me, I made a barbarian that enjoys cooking. I'm trying to think. Subverting expectation. I had a druid once that burnt down a forest. It was an evil forest. Yeah. Still. Yeah, it does look a little bit darker back there. It's not as bright as it normally is, but... A player of mine wants to try and replace one of their PC's eyes with a beholder eye and told me this is something he really wanted to do for his character. It was a sorcerer. I think the old Fiendish Folio had flesh grafts as an option, so that was something, or the Book of Vile Darkness. So, you know, if you have that, you might be able to look into that as an option. If your prediction about the next book being Feywild is correct, what do you hope to see in it? Well, I'm going to assume we're going to get those folk of the Feywild races that we saw. But I don't really love the Feywild, so that's just what I feel. We've seen hints of it here and there, so I think that that's what it'll be, but I'm not like a super huge fan of it. I would say it's okay. The book is okay. How would I run a Ravenloft campaign with the same party that you ran Curse of Strahd with? What is the driving force of them to even want to enter another domain of dread? I mean, you could just have them not have an option where they're just pulled in via the mists. The dark powers work in mysterious ways, so that's one way to do it. So I don't know. Well, I don't think Dragonlance is going to be an adventure. It's a campaign setting, and we know that the June or the summer release is an adventure, not a campaign setting. Megan, or Mega Annie Link fan, that's what it is. So my first D&D character that I ever created was that druid that set the forest on fire. And what I learned from that character, from that first experience, was don't plan too far ahead. So we started a campaign, my first ever D&D campaign at level 6. And when it came to like taking feats and ability score improvements and things like that as we leveled up, I was taking feats that were useful because I was planning for what my character would do when he hit level 22. So I was taking feats at low levels so that when he got higher, he'd be eligible for all these higher level feats that I wanted to take. Not knowing that D&D campaigns just end sometimes. Like, I had planned that this character was going to be what I did all the time. I was going to play it all the time. So I built my character to be, I started building out my character how he'd be at level 20-something. And as such, I missed out on a lot of really fun and interesting gameplay at the time by building such options like giving him bonuses to skills as opposed to like super powerful, useful feats I could have been using every game. So I'd say, while it's nice to think about the future of your character, try to focus more in the now. Haunted forest, castle, or deserted town? Haunted forest. Favorite parts? Some of you here will hear me like a broken record at this point. Chapter 4, the horror toolkit, all about fear, stress, curses, and survivor rules. Like a warlock right now, I'm wondering if you have any advice on ways to have nature or the patron be reflected in the warlock over the course of a longish campaign. I think it depends on the patron, but I think it's definitely doable. Ended tonight's session with 2 wizards facing off in a tunnel, pushing flaming spheres at each other. What happens when they collide spells? Explosion? Con contest? Arcana contest? Yeah, I'd go with an Arcana, a contested Arcana check. I think that sounds fun. And right now we're getting a lot of that. Yeah, it's true. But Eberron was a campaign setting, not an adventure. We know that they're doing 3 classic campaign settings this year, one of which is Ravenloft, and then 2 more, and then an adventure. So that's why. Can I tell you about my music tastes? Sure. So I've had a very sordid music history, but I like most music. I tell you, I haven't listened to anything that's been new in the past, like new pop music or new any kind of music in the past 10, 15 years. So I grew up, my parents, my parents are older, so I was a big oldies guy. So I grew up with like 60s music and, the Beatles and the Beach Boys and, all that kind of music. So oldies stuff, or at least what I would consider oldies. Probably kids nowadays think what I listened to was oldies. But anyway, so I listened to that stuff a lot growing up. Like around middle school, when TRL was really big, I used to watch TRL after school, so I was really up on like the music, like the pop music of the age at that point, right? So we're talking like, God, this would have been like in the time frame of like when Mandy Moore started doing music and like Eminem was coming on the scene and like Destiny's Child. So like I listened to the pop music in that general time frame, the whole boy band craze like throughout there. I listened to the pop music then. Then I got really into country music for a while, and I like to hunt and I like to fish, and I got really into classic country, like Jimmy Dean before he started doing breakfast sausage classic country. And then I got into like a modern country in the early 2000s. And then I just pretty much transitioned. There was probably around 2004, I had like an emo punk music phase. Something corporate and brand new and, old school Fall Out Boy and stuff like that. And then I pretty much just transitioned into the realm of, going back to my original kind of oldies and older music roots of just like classic rock. And I've pretty much lived in a purely classic rock situation, what I consider classic rock, right? So like Foreigner and Zeppelin and stuff like that. But occasionally I'll go back. I found my old iPod in like when I was moving stuff, so I haven't charged it because I don't have a charger for it because it's an old like iPod, and I'd love to see what music is on it because I think that'd be a really fun exercise. Yep, Mega, exactly. That's my plan. Thank you for illustrating that much more articulately than I did. Yeah, I answer all the repetitive questions. It's all good. At this point, it's only repetitive questions. No one's asking anything unique about the Van Richtens that we haven't already answered, so it's not a big deal. If you like sports, who are your favorite teams and why? I'm a guy from Los Angeles, but oddly grew up in Boston. I live in New York, and I am pretty much... I used to watch baseball. I was a Yankees fan, right? And I was really big into baseball when I was younger. But as far as sports that I watch, the only thing I really watch is football, and I'm a Steelers fan. So yeah, Pittsburgh Steelers. Wondering what your opinion is on Eldritch Knight Fighter. Also, what is your favorite class / subclass to play? Eldritch Knight Fighter is okay. It's not great. I think it works best if you kind of can multi-class it with like something like a War Wizard, and then you take 2 levels of War Wizard and then the rest Eldritch Knight. I think you'll be in a really good spot. I've never played one. I played with one, and she never used her magic. She always just used her bow, so it didn't really make sense. And one of my favorite class is Paladin. And my favorite subclass, that's tricky. I don't know. There's a lot of them. I like Tempest Domain Cleric. I like Ancient's Paladin. I like Lore and Whispers Bard. Yeah. Last question before I go to bed. Which of the Domains of Dread would you want to run, and which would you want to play as a character? I would like to run Bloodspur, the one where it is the evil Mind Flayer stuff, and I would like to play in the Zombie Apocalypse one. Did they mention the Mind Flayer vampire at all? Yeah, it's in the Bloodspur section, and it's the monster stat block in the back. Do I have a 3D printer for minis? Yes, I have 2. I have an FDM printer and a resin printer. I had an old Creator Forge, Flash Forge Creator Pro, and a Anycubic Photon. I think that one reason they don't focus on creating full classes is because of the amount of homebrew. I don't think so. I think they did what I experienced, so I'm used to this because I experienced this from my time playing Guild Wars 2 and doing all that podcasting stuff. Guild Wars had a concept when they transitioned from Guild Wars 1, the MMO, to Guild Wars 2, the MMO, which was we wanted to make high-level classes, professions as they're called in Guild Wars. And we only wanted to make one if we could find something. We wouldn't make any new professions unless we found something that was truly unique. Now, they make, like, for lack of a better term, subclasses, like we have in D&D, but they said we only want to make new stuff if we can find something that is truly unique that needs to be made separate. So, they had in Guild Wars, right, you had a thief, which covered all rogue and ninja-like abilities, and you had a warrior, which was all your brawler, your brawler brute stuff. You had the guardian, which was like your healing and your protection and all that kind of stuff. So they didn't really have, they didn't have a druid. They had a ranger, which had an animal companion, but it had nature magic. So, they had things that covered a lot of the stuff, and they're like, we're not going to make a soul class unless we find something that is truly unique. It cannot be replicated in the form of a subclass in any way, and warrants its own abilities. And I think that that's where Wizards of the Coast is too. They're not going to make subclasses. Like the Artificer was unique, right? It is a tech, it's something different. Most things, I think, for the most part, can be replicated by a specific subclass, so that's why they're not making new full classes. Are you aware that the next Magic the Gathering set? Yes, I am. Really, already spoiled the teammate card. I don't play Magic, and I probably won't start. So I don't, you know what, I'm going to make the conscious decision to not go buy this set of D&D Magic cards because I'll be tempted to start playing, and I don't need another collection and time sink in my life. Yep, Mesmer, exactly, right? You know, your illusion, your mind magics. Do you think they'll ever do dragon subclasses for Warlock and Druid? They should for Warlock. It's a no-brainer. Yep, I will be doing a review of the Illrigger. It's on my list. It'll be coming out soon. No, nothing really plays like a Mesmer in Guild Wars 2. You're accurate with that. There was a wizard subclass, a homebrew wizard subclass kicking around by one of my friends that was a Mesmer, College of the Mesmer, something like that. It was cool. I don't think it captured it 100%, but it wasn't bad. Yeah. Yeah, so it's tricky. You know, if you think back in 3.5, right, we had Rogue, but we didn't have subclasses. That was the trick, right? We had prestige classes, which were like specializations that you could take. But like Samurai was a class. Hexblade was a class. You know, that kind of a thing. So stuff was broken up like that, right? Scout was a class. We had all these level 1 to 20 classes, but they combined a lot of that to become subclasses, right? Arcane Trickster was a prestige class. Assassin was a prestige class. You know, they combined a bunch of stuff to keep it simple, which I get why. It helps reduce book bloat, it helps reduce page count, and it can be easier and less of a bar for entry for new players. I think Echo Knight's fine. It's not for me, personally, but I've seen people play and I've run games for Echo Knights and they seem to enjoy it. Dragon Shaman would be one I would love to have, yeah. Are there grafting rules in the Eberron books? There's symbiotes in the newest Eberron book for 5e. There's a symbiote situation. I don't know if there's actual grafting, but... Yeah, Return Rogue. Yeah. Yep. What was I gonna do? Something I was gonna go over there and get. I was gonna turn that light off or not, but... Huh. Oh. Yeah, Echo Knight's not bad. I can chat with you guys about this. So coming up, I have so my homebrew campaign is coming to an end eventually, right? I told you guys about this whole concept with the Great God War thing. And before we roll into campaign 2, one of my players said, "Hey, I'm working on a city that I'm trying to design. Do you mind if I run like a short kind of mini campaign? So I can test out some stuff and you guys get a chance to play." And I was like, sure, that's fine. I'm down. And I'm trying to figure out what I want to be. Excuse me, what class I want to be. So we have a cleric. It's going to be a Twilight cleric. And we have a Fathomless warlock. It's only a 3-player party. So I have said, you know, I don't know if I'd really enjoy playing like a barbarian or a fighter, because I don't feel like I'd have enough stuff to keep me interested. Like, I like Paladin because I've got spells and I can do things. I have variety, I have healing, I have mounts, I have, you know, smites, stuff I can do. And I'm like Wizard and Cleric and Bard. I have a variety of things I can do and tools in the toolbox to get out of situations. So I said, I think this will be an opportunity for me to play a barbarian or a fighter and see if I can really handle it, or I just can't stand it at all. So I've been trying to narrow that down and see what I can do to see if I'll truly enjoy it, because I don't know. With vampires, werewolves, and such as powerful as they are, how would there actually be a typical grizzled hunter? I mean, depends on if they have powers, then that could definitely help. I enjoy having a few powered spells. I usually take spells that offer me increased protection power. Hobo Cleric. I'm debating between Echo, Eldritch, and Battlemaster for one character. I already know enough about Battlemaster. Rogue, Urban Ranger, Hobo. Cleric, play a Dhampir rabbit folk barbarian who rages around the battlefield and bites people to death. That'd be funny. Yeah, no, I'm leaning towards a satyr beast barbarian is one. Another one is going to probably be an elf. I was thinking about elf originally. Elf Cyanite, because I want to use the double-bladed scimitar with the Revenant blade thing and let you wield it finesse. But now that I know these rules, I might look into switching one of those out to be a Dhampir. And I was looking at the Renegade, what's it called? The Renegade Fighter from Dark Tides of Bilgewater before they canceled that, which was sort of the gunslinger one. So I'm thinking about that too. Well, I was going to do Beast Barbarian because I like the concept of the fact that the tail or the stuff like that you can do gives you other things to do. So I was going to be like a Beast Barbarian, a Satyr Beast Barbarian. So I'm Fey, I have advantage on stuff against magic, and I was going to wield the maul, right, because I like two-handed hammers. And I was going to primarily transform into using the tail so that every turn as a reaction I can reduce the damage that I take and still fight with my hammer. I thought that would be really cool. That was a concept. And again, I like the concept of the Cyanite with the Revenant Blade double scimitar. So I'm kind of like dex-based, fighter, but I've never seen anybody actually use a double-bladed scimitar in a game, and I thought that could be fun. And then, yeah, if I go with the Renegade, I don't know what I do. But Ritual Caster, my stats are bananas too, guys. We're starting at level 3. And I have 18, 17, 17, 15, 12, 9 are my starting stats. So I'm in a great spot. So I can really much do whatever I want. Which is pretty exciting, honestly. And the DM is giving us a feat at first level for free. So I really have a lot of options to go with. So, yeah, I'm definitely enjoying the character building, but I'm like decision paralysis at the moment. So, who knows? Holy shit, when did it get to be 3 o'clock in the morning? Jesus Christ. Wow. That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do. I think they want me to be more like a brawler type because they're both kind of distance fighters. So like being a barbarian who's in melee would be beneficial to them to tank it. But I could tank with high dex. That's an option too. Which archetype do I think works best as a pyromancer focused character? Probably the Wildfire Druid, the recent one that was released. 400 likes in 6 hours. That's right. Yeah, I was going to probably take the Crusher feat was an option, yep. I talked about everything, Lord Redding. Man, we've been going for almost 6 hours. Player wild mode campaign without having watched Critical Role. With players who have, and simplified, it has caused friction. That's tricky. Yeah, because you're just playing in the game, you don't know anything about what's going on in Critical Role, and they're probably like geeking out over stuff that the DM's throwing in there, and you're just like, I don't get it. I don't know how to fix that. That's tricky. I mean, I hate to always be the one who says to people like, maybe that's not the game for you if it's going to be an issue. I don't want everybody to be able to play D&D and have as much fun as they want, but, you know, sometimes you gotta know when to walk away. Well, I have many videos on the Ranger over the years. The fact of the matter is you shouldn't have to play one subclass like the Hunter Ranger to be able, or the Gloomstalker Ranger, to have it be good. All of them should be good. And the problem I have more with anything is the base class is bad, in my opinion. I look at the direct correlation between Ranger to Paladin, both half-casters, and Paladin is one of the best designed classes in the game and one of the most powerful, and Ranger is just garbage. I mean, I still go back to the fact that how come every spellcasting class in the game has Dispel Magic, and Ranger doesn't? And they took the opportunity to expand the Ranger's spell list in Tasha's and still didn't give the Ranger Dispel Magic. They just don't care. Let's see, I think the Dhampir Blood Hunter should be able to fill one of their Hemocraft dice with a Vampire Bite. I'd allow it. If you want to go that specific, character build, I'd let people do it. Yeah, man, we're still going. We just broke 3 a.m. here, though, so I might call it. Talking for just shy of 6 hours, pretty much nonstop, is a lot. So. Yeah. I think I'm going to call it, folks. Ramiro, yeah, this is about hour 6, so I'm about tapped. So, thank you everyone for watching. As a reminder, this will be available on YouTube for you to go back through. If somebody was nice enough to find the timestamps for me, that would be awesome. I would love to throw them in the description so people can skip around. But anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful night. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, I'll throw it out there again. Please consider doing so. And there will be more content coming out this weekend. I have some stuff I'm working on. I was hoping to get one recorded today to get it out today, but looks like that didn't happen. So thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.